incredibly smart, being able to think his way out of really tight situations.
Yeah, and you're at least if I can just look at the other side here too for Global Esports, it might actually be what could be like the polar opposite, right? Where they're just high off of just being on Global Esports, which is such a team that loves to give that much energy to their players. You know how when you ever go into a tournament and you have GE there was always the GE fighting shout. They are looking to be a lot more aggressive, and again, I do like how even though I'm talking about how Global Esports is coming off of picking up all of these pieces, it's kind of like how they already want to go for, so they're pretty used to it by now, so maybe that's why they're just okay trying to use these new pieces into this match against Zeta Division. In any case, still would love to see, aside from Polvi here, Lightning Fast to get his spotlight finally, because again, when it's him or SK Rossi back in the day, they're always gonna pick SK Rossi, but I really feel like Lightning Fast was so underrated that he didn't get his chance. But now you've seen it in the videos that he's happy that he gets to be in the starting five. He gets more time in the spotlight to show what he's got.
Yeah,
Morning,
I
Geekcast.
do have a little bit of concerns about that for him because, we didn't get this.
Let me go
from him
fill
last
my
season.
drink
This
up
is
before we start.
Almost kind of like a debut for him because now he's a part of that starting core five. They decided to keep him, the only player that we had, and now Bazzi, kind of tacked on there at the very last second. But he was the only player that they decided to retain compared to last season. So that in itself does bring a lot of added pressure. There's a lot more expectations to prove why you were held onto this roster. So I'm hoping that he's able to deal with that. It seems like he's got a really good head on his shoulders. Was talking to him a little bit earlier and seems fairly confident. So
And you
I
even
think
tweeted,
he
yeah.
should be ready for this, but you never know what you're going
Gotta
to
keep on top
how
of it,
that
I
emotion
guess.
is going to hit you, how that pressure is going to hit you until you are in that seat, until you're on stage, getting ready for this barriers to drop.
I mean, I have to have the same question for Benkai. There must be so much pressure. Maybe from the other end, we didn't get to see a lot of Lightning Fast
What
last year, but we
happened
also didn't get to see a lot of
yesterday?
Benkai either. He must have a lot of weight on his shoulders. I mean, this guy is known for cooking up some pretty cool strats. What are we expecting here?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like that's actually a good kind of balance if all of these players haven't
close
that,
game.
that extra bit of time to really get
I do
adjusted
went for
compared to
the
Zeta
Gecko Silver
Division.
Comp
What
as
you're
well.
gonna be looking for is Russ is going to be, as they were talking about, the IGL that's going to
Prepared for
smooth things over
hours of
on
hours
bigger
of tech
plays, and then
difficulties?
once Benkai
Hopefully
thinks about
not.
something that, maybe this is, a smaller player
This
with
just
more
even
that can
like got the hair for
things
playing
off. I feel
Gecko.
like that at least gives Global Esports that edge, because even though again they've only been here for such a short time,
Gecko
they have
fade.
so many ways of trying to figure things out. So lots of problem solving for a team that's this new.
I have to discuss this. It's going to be kind of hard to guess at this point, but we saw a glimpse of this. What kind of maps are we expecting to see? We got to see most of the map pool yesterday. I don't think we saw Bind or Ascent, but today, what are we feeling?
Well, so Zeta coming into this one, my brain says Ascent because that was kind of their go-to, their linchpin map that we saw from them all last season. Even though damn near every time they were playing it, it was very close. Kind of like DRX in that situation where they always want to reliably, rely on the map and pick it, but then they would have to really battle to be able to get a win. I hope that with Carlisle coming in, he's trying to shift them away.
We're actually going to go.
From these maps
I
they've
knew
been
that was going to happen when I left the video up last night.
Well, with that, we are ready to see what their map picks are going to be. I'm thinking maybe a bit of Sunset as well. Both of these teams are pretty excited to play it. Now, let's see what's up.
Let me turn these down too.
It's Zeta Division.
There we go. Oh, I mean, it's crazy that this is like the sort of like first game in a group. I mean, the other one is DRX DFM, so a little bit more one-sided there, but I mean, this game should be really good.
Stronger than ever, about to do a 180 to turn from GE fighting to GE winning, it's Global Esports.
Alright, the music's interesting. It's the little dance that they're all doing. Oh my god, the height difference between Carl and Spin. Spin looks like he's gonna murder him. What's your prediction? I went for Zeta on this. I think Zeta are pretty much of the better team overall and look better in the off season. But you kind of want Global Esports to show a little bit more because they're not expected to do well. But there's a couple of EMEA players in there. Like you've got Rust, it's like British Indian, I guess. Like he's dual national, so he's not an import player technically. So Polvi is. And also Global Esports, like British coach, British analyst too. Yes, it's happy time actually doing the vetoes.
Alright, it's time.
Happy time, big time.
for map picks. Let's see what these two teams have got.
So now let us know, Breeze.
Lotus, I think this makes a lot of sense in the current meta. This has been one of the best maps that we've seen for Chamber and one of the ones that's been talked about the most. And you know, when you're going up against Last, that's not one that you
I wonder what they're
going
gonna combine. Good map.
Makes a lot of sense. Breeze with some of the changes. Zeta don't want straight towards that, but we get Bind and actually Icebox picked from Zeta.
I can only anticipate that
So
there's
what,
something
split
with
Sunset?
the Sentinel lineups or Sentinel setups that Laz has that as to why we're looking at Icebox.
Yeah, Sunset's a fed map. I think Sunset's a
Not
fed map
entirely
just
sure.
is so
This is
hype.
the interesting one though that I'm looking at here.
I
It's
just think
split
it's such a.
on Zeta Division.
I think it's
It's
such a good map.
Last year they had
So many other
a
different
lot of
ideas
success
on it.
So that's on.
I just wonder what kind of cups we're going to see on this.
I think that for the Bind
And
player,
this
I
to a
actually
lesser
really
extent.
like this for Global because Zeta has always had a really rough time on this map. They either barely scrape by with a win in overtime on Bind, or they get absolutely rolled on that map. I mean, you take a look at the last few times that they played it. Yes, 2 of them were in off-season tournaments, but they got 13-3'd by Navi, 13-2'd by Cloud9. Then, of course, there was the super close matchup versus NRG back at Champions with a 15-13 loss for them.
I do hope the like production and stuff is set up. I see Agent Select, so we're at least like one step ahead than where we were this time yesterday.
On this map, so this is not one that we've seen too much from Zeta all time. They're like a 50% win rate on this map, so I really like kind of.
I think one thing that I'd be curious to make, for China especially, if they have these like UI elements, which I think are like all the same for the maps, having a like prediction thing, like just a little overlay on top to say what I went for.
Zeta, the team, their energy is completely different coming into this year. Will was joking. Laz looks
Oh, look at
happy
the
for
oh, the
first
Jet
time
cosplay is
in
good.
Pacific. But it's true. He's been seen smiling more. There's a different kind of energy about
Oh, and the
them, and they're
wingman.
looking to be more aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, all eyes are set on Zeta here because they have all of their
I'm
predictions.
like, get out of the way,
set
Jet. Show me the
on them.
wingman. Show me the little bro.
I'm honestly just wanting to see how Heron plays on that initiator as well, especially that Bind is going to be that first map. What is the big adjustment that he has to kind of set upon himself when he's setting things up for Laz and the rest of Zeta Division?
I think one of my biggest questions as we get ready to go into this map is, well, of course, Laz, are you going to be playing Chamber on this map? It's something we have seen run. I mean, even back at Champions, we had the likes of Busio that was playing it on this map.
So you've
But
got Zeta Division,
Sky's still gonna
which
remain
is
super prevalent when it
the
comes down to Bind. She was obviously a mainstay
pure
on
like
most
Japan.
teams,
Well,
most
not
players
pure
that we
Japan
had
team, but
last
they are
year.
like the like
But
number one
we
Japan
have seen some
team.
teams starting to stray away from it after the recent nerfs.
Versus Global Esports, which are the India representation, I guess.
Curious if there's going to be any big overarching
Screenshot it once to rebuild it yourself
Yeah, that's right. This is the first time
above
we're
the usual
seeing
placement.
Bind
Yeah, I mean the
all,
only bad thing is that you have like the
since
text saying
beginning
who
of this
picked it and
kickoff.
who banned it.
I know
But yeah, you're right.
topics have
Just
been
like making some little.
floating about
I wonder how
somewhere
you
across all
do it. If you could sort of do something of like
and being,
drop
kind
boxes
of
in
of the year.
Google Sheets and then
What is gonna
I
be
just wouldn't want to like
something
have to
also
export that as a
maybe
CSV and then do it because that
something
seems like a
just
little
wanna
bit
watch out for here
overkill.
is both teams still have the possibility to go for double duelists, at least in the comps, because you still have Euron, you still have Depth on global side, you have Lightning Fast and Polvi that actually
You could probably
don't
just do
really,
it in Photoshop.
steal
Well, literally just have
duelists away
all of
from
the
each other, so
layers
they
on
can
each, and then
complement
just pick
that,
the
and
ones
we
out,
have
save
seen
it, and
in
then
the
it would
past
show up
Vine
in
be a
Photoshop
map
like
that just-
that.
Sometimes if you are having struggles with finding any kind of value, even on attacking, on defending, double duelist seems like the way to go, and both teams can choose to go for that kind of route.
I mean, yeah, you could very well run the jet race for either of these teams. Maybe even throw a curveball.
But I don't
out
think
there,
it's any
bring up the
surprise
lead,
it's going to be like
a little
quiet.
flavor from the side of Paper X.
Because
I
A,
think
the game
both
hasn't
teams
started.
are
You could be
very
here
well
for another
capable
3
of it.
hours.
It's about
And
what
B,
allows it, what
these
kind of
games are meant to
style
start
he
later
uses
today,
to
but
try and
because
support
of
that
everything that
double
happened
duelist if you
yesterday,
want to run it. Is it
this
gonna be something
game
like
that was supposed to be
Viper Harbor,
yesterday is
have that
postponed
double
to
control, really
today.
just set up these multiple walls so you can just take the map a fraction at a time, inch your way forward into the site, and pick people off with
Hide it in name
misinformation?
below once you show up.
Or
Yeah,
are you
exactly.
gonna
That's what
have
I'm
a bit
thinking.
of a more straightforward approach? Is it going to be that sky? Is it going to be?
I think like everything looks good with the like Vita pages and stuff like that. The only issue is just upkeep, right?
Because again, so much time has transpired since we got to see both of these teams in their off-season tournaments, and now they have the full roster up on stage. So I think that this is going to be a very different flavor. The power levels for both of them,
Like
really
stuff
hard
like
to judge
I've seen about Vita for
where
this
they're gonna
one,
be at.
like noting it down in like a
this
notepad or
entire
something like
Group
that.
A, again, these two teams are part of Group A. I think this was a team where a lot of us are
So what was
really
it?
uncertain about because there's so many changes.
Global
more the better, like we
Esports
said.
as
So it's really hard
yeah,
to
Global
say,
Esports
what are
picked
the
first.
implications of the winners and
The
losers
Van
of today's
Descent?
Zeta
No, it was
Esports match?
Lotus and Breeze.
They'll be facing off
Zeta,
or Bleak.
Lotus,
Yes, I actually have
Breeze,
to double-check my notes for that.
Bind,
So looking quickly into
Icebox,
this, so whoever wins this will actually
Ascent,
be facing up against
Oh, here we go.
Split,
loses this will go up
Sunset.
Bleed.
I like this.
Okay,
I
so
actually
we've got
like this a lot.
solo duelists on both
I mean,
sides.
I don't
Well,
like
even
that.
though
I don't
it's
like the
time
no
to
like
fast going
brim,
to
no
Apple. It's
prop,
actually
like
going on to
no
the Viper. We have
full smoke.
double Cypher here. The Sky still does stay for Zeta Division, so Hiro's going to be bringing out that more.
I think if you get rid of something, you get rid of this. If you're running this comp, I think you could just do this with a brim. Or you get rid of this and have brim.
That wingman to keep yourself as a bait when you try to plant the spike, because usually when you're going on the attacking, the person that plants
You
the
could
spike
even do
always
automatic
gets
prediction.
traded
I don't know if it'd be
instantaneously,
automatic
whether they're
prediction. I
successful
think
with
it'd
the spike or not. So
be.
at least having the wingman when you don't have, like, let's say a Sage Wall to keep you really safe.
Like, I'm not
Like,
disagreeing.
most
Like
of
you're
the
right. I
same,
definitely
it
like
makes a lot of
could
sense
do
to
that. There's a
have
way.
this, to have this Gecko, especially when you could reuse
But
your
I
abilities
think
as you pick up, you know, either the wingman, the disease.
I like sitting and looking at the Vita and trying to work it out myself. I guess.
How is Russ going to be piloting the KO? Because it's just so uncommon to see. But
I think I run into this problem a lot with like all of the assets that I have, where I just kind of grab everything and put it in a document and I don't really look at it. So like, I think that's why I like looking at the Vita and why I'm good at reading Vitas, is because it sort of forces me to look at it and think about it a bit more and then work it out.
Today, we're gonna see who is fighting harder.
Instead of just,
Once more, we're gonna go
oh,
into
these are
Bind.
what agents
Let's go over to
Zeta play on
Helicopters.
Bind, this is their
Wow.
ACS. You know, just being able to grab that and put that in a document, and then I'll look at the document on a desk.
We're here.
Better for me to, like, I guess, like, look it up.
Day 2. We have to remind ourselves. Not necessarily on the calendar, but it is day 2.
Okay, I mean, we are starting things out with that first match, and they were talking so much about it, you know, some rookies coming in, but of course, the agent composition and the map as well. We've got
So it's
double
Quack and
initiative double
Trover
controller.
casting.
Yeah, that's some distinct differences.
Thought there were two color
and then,
casters,
of course,
but-
the Des mentioned Sky. I mean, I have my doubts, to be very fair. The Sky changes, I think, hit Bind so hard because she used to be so oppressive.
Right, Zeta is
that
on
defensive
defense.
side over on B long. What is your answer
I
to
don't
keep
know how this
control
team
of
is
that
gonna
piece and
work
get
without
that
like a main
information on the
controller, but here we
pistol
are.
back? It looks like it's going to
You
be
got the
a scat
old
push out
old
for Zeta
Viper
to take
wall
control
on
of that
A.
part of the map.
Already, and
Camera
this is such a new flavor
within
for
lamps,
Zeta Division.
usual
Going
trip here.
aggressive. Oh, this is great.
I mean,
course.
they tried it a couple times.
And then, yeah, Cypher needs to, like, get off of sight 'cause of the KO knife. Like, the ping in this, they might KO knife that off the rip.
So, it's a new look.
Definitely one that's welcome. I think Global Esports, on the other hand, though, maybe just going to take things slow for the time being. They are starting things out. This is a bit of a debut as well. Now,
It's just whether this knife hits. They got a Gecko pushing to short. The trip managed to get past it. The wingman's gonna plant. You got a one-way with the poison cloud. I mean, that one-way has to do everything, and you got a camera watching the TP too. So the flag should get one here. Rust has seen two already. So it's a questionable position now for Lightning Fast to be in, because you got depth that's flanking around this side. So they should know that there's like multiple pushing behind, so they try to flip the spawns. Fighting lies. If they get the kill here, it's good. So they can sort of play for CT. Oh, they're sticking it. Oh no. Honestly, really well played from Zeta. Like, great pistol strap.
Russ wanted to talk about firepower. He wanted to say that we can all aim and shoot. Sure, you proved that in the pistol round, but guess what? You still do have to play around the spike. I know some people like to rant about shooting guns in Valor, but there's also an objective.
I mean, I don't think that's a fault for Global. I think that's easy to clown on them because of like what Will just said of just, yeah, you need to fight for the spike and stuff. But like, ultimately, they will push from behind. If you have defenders pushing you aggressively like this, you need to flip the spawns and then take this. It's just a shame that the spike wasn't planted and Zeta had a smoke in hand. Like, Zeta made a good play. They read what Global Esports good play was good to be as a response. And like, responded better to that. I can do that if you want me to. I'm good. Like, thank you though.
Zeta division, and they are still ringing true. Benkai and Lightning Fast though.
It's been like fun to learn that kind of stuff because it would be interesting to go into like jobs like that, I suppose. If I didn't do anything like Valorant or esports or content creator related, I think I'd either like to go into like accounting, or I'd like to do some like data science stuff because I do like messing around with spreadsheets. I think my only problem is I'm like, data science is a lot more complicated and probably a lot more boring, but
what are some other hard places? I can't really think of anything.
Well, I mean, this entire
so me learning how to do interesting things like that, accounting, yeah, I like working with numbers. I like doing my own accounting too.
Just gotta walk through. I mean, 30 seconds left.
And everybody needs one, you know.
Okay, the first step is there, a weapon upgrade, and they have.
I know there's like companies that specifically do accounting for content creators, so, and I mean like the Yogscast obviously as well. Like, they do my accounting, so I could always just sit to like Anna, being like, hey, I'm interested to get involved in this. Maybe there's work I could do there.
As well, the post plants are available too. I mean, Global Esports, they don't have as much time as they think they do. Or Zeta.
I like how they're clearing their bases though, using the incendiary and everything. Now finally getting information.
I'm a bit of a Scrooge McDuck. I like counting money.
They will be able to pick up the round, but okay, almost dicey.
Yeah, I mean, I love the fact that they're still counting.
You ever want to go data science? Let me know. Yeah, definitely.
Already pushing out, already wanting to make sure because they have the numbers.
I think I just don't know what that would entail. I don't know if what I have done with like my spreadsheets and stuff with like CSV data, whether that's even remotely similar to what data science and like data analysis is. They're very vague terms, so it's hard to really know.
And this is a start you want to build up that confidence for some of these younger players.
And also, if I get better with like doing data-related stuff, it makes it better for me to get onto teams, I guess, as well as an analyst. No, yeah, that's what I thought.
That snake fight was perfect, and then just spraying things down as well. Huron, though, for the time being, that stack that you mentioned from before, still up and prevalent towards the B site.
Right, you got this bonus here. 4 bulldogs and 1 rifle for Euron. I didn't really watch the last round too much, but that's fine. Oh, it was a force, I forgot, yeah. So there's an eco here.
Don't lose your rifles.
Yeah, anti-eco, textbook through and through. No need to push out, especially.
Euron did really well, though, with all of the play to stop this. Like, he didn't have much of a reaction to seeing the GE were on an eco and then being able to get out of hookah. But also playing hookah against an eco anyway is risky.
This is just up to G on when they make
this is brave.
Playing with the timings as well. Sky Smoke well timed by Sugar Zero. Now popping over with the incendiary.
Can't plan.
Just blocks off the plant. Lance is having a field day with these shots. Step coming through from Heaven as well. There's the second one. Lance is going to be Russ, and he's pretty much pinned down up by Lamps.
I mean, so many people around the world used to dream of days like these with Zeta. Quick decisions, fast rotates, the backup from depth, the trade angles being held, the decision making so far. I know it's very early, just a couple rounds into the first map, but we like what we're seeing because it was so rare to see this from the old Zeta. And it's great to see that even with the core, they're willing to adapt and utilize the new forces that they've upgraded with.
Heck yeah, I feel like they're
It's
not
more
showing
up to date
off
from
much
multiple
of their process
sources
yet. I mean,
and
they're randomized
calculating
into positions
KPIs
as
from
well. This
specific
time
scenarios.
Lance back in towards,
Well,
Yeah, I think that's a good
and
shout.
here's the big thing, though, right? I mean, Global Esports, because of that force, we got to remember, after the pistol, yeah, the score should be a 3-0. This is where GE starts to show what they've prepped.
Yeah, this
why
is
they picked up this bind
this
with
is still like a
3-0s.
bonus. That's how Zeta are treating it.
That's going to be hell to pay, and I think that's why
And like Quack said, like the responses from Zeta have been so like snappy.
Without the information, just gets swung on
Like rotations are sort of good here. Granted, this is a lower buy, so there's not going to be too much for them to do. But
Global Esports should keep in mind that this is, in essence, the bonus for Zeta, right? So GE
yes,
shouldn't be
saving
losing
these guns
weapons.
is
I would say
important,
one at best, if you want to make sure that you
especially for people like
kind of
Polvi
catch
that's
back up
on
in the long haul,
duelist.
trying to keep hold of U-Haul as well from Polvi, but he is alone. Everyone waiting for the post plants here.
Wow. Still, though, I mean, you're absolutely right. They don't
The
want to
young
lose the
Finish
weapons.
squad.
They want to take them away from Zeta, pushing into the sky.
Nobody's
So
reacted that way to
Polvi,
Polvi before, I'd say that much.
shooting all over
Having
the
this be
place.
flawless though is good.
This is so hard to read from Laz.
Nicely done. I mean, the money is still like this is gonna bump up to like, you know, well past 4K.
I mean, Polvi's one of those members, and I think
Good
fans
morning,
from
Sophia.
EMEA
Definitely
who have been
slept.
following closely
Wait,
with
did
the
you go
Chargers
from the
seem to
Americas
have
into
their
this?
eye on
What
them.
was the break
But such an
between
unknown factor, especially in Pacific. I mean,
Leviathan
not many
on
people would have
Refuse
been keeping their eyes on there. It's just such a wide
finishing
goal.
this?
But he's proving this is why my teammates, my coaches hype me up. I'm able to lock this down, buy enough time, and then the post plan's still there.
Also,
The round
credit
is
to
all with
production. Touch wood, I said this yesterday. Ever since we had the 2 horribly long timeouts, we've had nothing.
This is the guy that we want to keep our eyes
Like
on,
the fact
and
that
it
we're
shows
straight
exactly
into this
why they
game,
positioned
no
the
issues.
Sky Smoke. I think they
It's a really
knew
big
that Zeta
testament.
going in for a slower retake, so they knew how to exploit that. Next round, though, and Zeta gets the buyback up in full.
My Ursu showed like 2 hours running, but it was 3 hours, I think. Oh, that's how we tell time different. Like we use Osu as a
keeping
watch.
my eye on Huron's movement as well. The whole jump peek over on B long, yeah, that's pretty standard. But the thing is you used to be able to play it a lot more lax because
Osu playtime, yeah.
you could really just work it off of that 20-second timer here and there.
I was gonna say I imagine like AimLab and Kovacs is a lot more effective than Osu at like game training, but I guess if you like playing Osu as well, then doing that is always good.
I think Blaze King might have heard it. That's why he falls back.
Yeah, but the thing is he basically baits out that important utility.
Why are they
with
like
Dizzy, which
predicting
he hits
now?
back in 10 seconds. I mean, Blaze King
Osu
is
isn't an name trainer
utilizing
really.
the
Yeah,
interaction
not.
from Gecko to Sky so well.
I guess it's more like reaction
Still, you gotta
training.
keep in mind, there are 3 players stacked up from Zeta Division on the
Okay.
inside, and Laz will be able to claim that first
Dev
hit.
just sitting in a molly.
But he's a
Little bit over aggressive.
Last plays are around the cyber
You've given him
defense.
Thrash
Here
too.
comes Thrasher.
Thank God the trip is
Thrasher
there.
has to reload, tries to run away, still
Ooh.
alive. Polvi going in
Don't know
for
if
the
that was on my
chase.
end.
Benkai wreaks a bit of havoc from Lamps instead, and still
Alright, nice.
Polvi, just no fear. It doesn't matter if it's a smoke or a molly. He'll just run right through it and frag you out.
1v4.
with
Hey
that,
Breeze,
Huron's the
is it
only one
Breezy?
left
Was I
for
saying
the
it right or
take.
Breeze?
Benkai
Breeze
off
knew.
the angle, just wall bangs through dice.
Oh boy, I think a lot of us are gonna have
Get to an
ready
actual
to
rhythm
eat
game,
our
yeah.
words as Global Esports. They are firing as soon as they pick up those rifles.
Alright, good response from
I
Global.
am
Some good
loving
rounds.
this. I mean, yes, we had Zeta Division and we are hyping them up, but at the same time, I mean, it's just so much going on for Global Esports. I think
Rez
we
is
had
fine.
quite a bit of doubt.
I think
A
it's
lot
just
of
because your
the
name's
GE
similar
fans
to
are
the
still
CS
supporting
player.
them, and it's just really lovely to see, we're very familiar with Benkai the Entertainer, the memer, but here comes Benkai the Fragger as well.
And he used to have those moments when he fragged, also specifically on the Cypher. So it's great to see a return.
So
to
they're
form.
fighting more
Obviously,
for,
some
well,
known
they weren't
factors
fighting
like
for Shao as
Blaze King
much.
and Polvi up to a certain
They
extent.
gave Laz some cover to put a trip in there. I mean, I don't like doing that full stop. You know that Euron is playing for this more. At the very least, if you're going to fight for Hookah, I think you need to knife it.
Once has to play a little bit careful. Can't underestimate.
Because you've just given him a gun
yes,
now.
They are eco. Yes, it's sheriffs, but going in for the one-on-one like
Camera's
that,
seen
you're
multiple.
landing
Good
shots.
clearance on Sugar Zero.
Also, on the other hand, just gonna
You
walk
need to worry
pulse
about this, I
right into
think.
his side, gets the opening pick.
I mean, listen, I don't want to run out of all of the storylines too early, but a fragging IGL, that's a rare breed right there from Russ. So
If you're gonna use Neurofeft and Null Command, wait for the Neurofeft before you Null Command, I guess.
Leadership from EMEA. Blast, though,
But I'd say
hidden.
more than most, just like I don't care if you use your ultimate on an eco. I know there'll be some.
That's a rough one.
It's an easy thing to get picky about, and there's definitely been times where like odd one out where we've had people be like, "You didn't need to ult there. Why did we ult? Like save it." But I think if you're global esports and you're still losing, that's amazing nade from Def.
And here comes Blaze King as well, going in for some of
You know that he's in.
his own frags.
We call this piss as well.
3-3 to GE.
Oh, what do people call this?
I wouldn't be surprised if a timeout came through.
Oh, you got
right?
stacks
Just
and
got
stuff
double
like that.
teamed around, you're looking to buy them again, but
It's
the
named
streak
after a
is now
player,
on
but I can't
GE
remember
side.
who.
Quite frankly, Zeta's streak from
Strong
one to
calls it after a
3
player
is
that used to be on
off of the
T1, but I've
pistol,
forgotten
right?
who
And
it
even hopes
is.
that there was a force buy from Global Esports. So I think you really want to kind of
Like
reset and
NA
see, okay,
T1.
what is it that we noted once they bought up the rifles? How are they playing? Where are we making these mistakes? And it's kind of hard to tell because a lot of the quote-unquote mistakes they're making are basically reactions to
I'll say one
utility,
thing.
but they don't know the exact result of it because they can't see.
Duels have been won out by
A little
Global.
bit hard to pinpoint that right
Tracker
now,
score
because,
doesn't mean
you know,
shit
it's
this
also gonna
game.
go around and,
Alright, there's the
just
KO
gonna
knife, but it
wanna
goes onto
get a little bit
lamps.
more information before
Quite a
we
nice
go into
lineup.
that. The flash now coming in. Global Esports with the execute. Finally sees the
Ooh,
corner and then
close on
commits
getting
the
both of them.
showstopper, but Laz goes in for the trade. Cybercage keeps
No,
alive
Theft has
for
been
another
used.
second. He's caught in a duel against him and Benkai too. He is doing a pretty good job at keeping himself alive, though.
Oh, the flash actually
Go
missed
around
him.
the trip.
Looked like
Oh, shut down.
good like coordination
Then
for
still
Global
hear
to
them
kill him
up
though.
above heaven. He's got the
Two have
operator,
gone
he's
down,
firing
so it's a
some
3
shots.
versus
You're
2.
getting one from the back face short as
Russ is
well.
2
Trying to
HP,
spot up Blaze King. The
and you only
spot
have a
coming
mosh.
has gone down.
But Blaze King's buying time for Russ. Russ is so low, but if he can get the double from behind, that'd be huge. And they just, the pick
Nicely
comes up.
timed.
There's
He's
the
got a
first.
fragment on
Viper's pit from Euron,
hand
though.
as well.
I don't know how
That's all they
effective
have, though,
he
and they
can
know
defend
he's 2
that
HP.
position, but Euron shows that he can hold his
Even got a
own.
showstopper him.
Russ at 2 HP.
He still gets him. That's a shame. Like, good effort from Russ.
As Zeta picks up the
I think
fourth.
that's mostly just the damage that
Critical
Benkai was
Critical
doing here.
Did get depth before that rocket actually gets fired off in completion, so just a trade there. But of course, the numbers on the
I think it
side
was,
of Celebration. One thing I'm noticing is
Benkai
that
got a
Laz
kill, and
is
then there was a
starting to
player
this duel
CT
as
that,
well.
yeah, the off
If he
death.
doesn't get the kill right away when he's starting to get corralled around, he says, I'm just buying time until backup arrives.
And then
Def
Euron
got that
pushes
kill
out.
as they were trying to all rush into showers to take out Laz, and that keeps the numbers advantage for Zeta Division. Really good comms.
So,
What my mission is.
are we on an
eco?
eco? Not quite. We have like lore lessons, I suppose, for Zeta Division, in case people are not up to them. Bait you tell for my 2 HP, I'll take it any day. Yeah, I mean, getting an ultimate out in that situation is
Euron, though, is, I think,
fine.
someone who's really impressing me right now. I don't know if it was the Viper's pit, and then he kind of knew.
And
that
your
he
money's
was
still
gonna
better
be
than
cheap.
theirs.
And
The
he
op is just, I think you need to be
time
careful out, 90 fast,
gun down
chill.
his opponent, but that was amazing.
There's a chance here.
Good place to peek from. Oh, you see the body.
Def, it's always risky for that second jump peek. I mean, you
That's the
almost
only
have
problem
to
with
take
using
it,
that
but
box to like
Def
off-angle
doesn't
peek
get those.
is you could get spotted hopping up on it.
Global Esports anticipates
But that's like all of
whatsoever.
your smoke's gone
Now we know that
on
their
attack.
bombs still
So
ringing around.
it's a good read from Dep. Like maybe the plan wasn't to operate it too much, but because there's only that one smoke on Viper, really,
Set him up, and he goes in for even more.
there's no counter to this.
Sugar Zero with orbital strike. It's a flawless win for Zeta Division.
And I also think with the amount of Gecko that we're going to be seeing, like clearly that we're seeing so far, just with the double initiator or single initiator on some maps, especially on stuff like Icebox, like with the Silver, with the KO. I think the thing that makes this, like the counters this pretty well, is like the op.
I honestly think Global Esports is playing to their composition strength a bit more. I think
With
they're
VCL
utilizing
Dark
a bit
and
more
GC, I don't
pressure
think there's any
and
downtime longer than 30 minutes
off the
now.
But these moments
Yeah.
from Laz, these moments from Uran actually as well, and then now here with the operator, that starts to make the
I guess they're
defense a
trying to
lot
do all
easier
of
for
game
Zeta.
changes
So
before
I don't
EMEA
mind the
starts.
timeout at all. I actually like it from Global Esports. If you can even
This is a good timeout
something
too.
like
I think they have to
5-7
eco now.
things like that, I think they should look somewhat okay.
I think this is
It's gonna
good.
be tough to just break through explosively without double controllers here on bot.
This is Carlisle, right? Does somebody like quickly check VLR? So this was the old Furia coach. I mean, he's easily identifiable because he's really fucking tall. The guy is the mountain of coaches.
Now you have to rely on the poison cloud, which means you have to get kills. You have to push out with the other utility, which there's a lot of. I mean, we've seen these combos yesterday as well with things like the flash drive and the Dizzy. You've got the paint shells. There's a lot you can do, but it does rely on.
There's a fresh. Oh, there is a buy even. They're on half armor.
The main thing. Sometimes Russ opens it up though.
You got a fresh. You got Viper's Pit.
As well. Meanwhile, for Zeta Division, I mean, you were talking about the pressure that Global Esports was trying to create.
If I was Spin, I'd be talking about this a bit. Like, we're not doing stuff towards B because we're scared of Hookah. Oh, we have utility to clear this. We have Thrash to clear this. Alright, nice from Paul V. Hero Ron's having a bit of a rough time. I think he's like 1 and 6. Great trades from Laz.
Swings, gets a double, then backs off. Lightning fast.
Forces Blazeking to do something a bit more daring. The problem here with Global Esports, the positioning is spaced out. The lurk is good. Like, at this point, Blazeking is taking a lot of attention. He has a wingman. But this is one of those moments I was talking about it with Tom yesterday. Of like doing like a fake wingman would really sell this, but Spike's been planted. Benkai's pushed up to catch them.
What a punish. Here comes Blaze though.
Just go for the TP, right?
And of course, with that, the Viper's Pit deployed as well. Spike still taking away. Depp has a chance, but it's not going to be easy.
TP would be quicker, no?
I mean, yeah, you have creds. Yeah, the show's over.
You know that he was like CT.
This is just Mount Everest to
Oh my God, look.
No one has buyed it. Everybody's full shields. There was a lot of half armor yesterday, especially for Bleed. I don't like this. I mean, there's only so much you can do, right? Because the operator's separated you up from everybody else. But yeah, because of the money is kind of like on the fence. Saving the operator here is good, so 4th on the board. Good for like Blazekin. Let's open that up.
Yes. Extra investment for Global Esports just to secure the round win. Depp definitely showing us
because your money is still good.
Right where he left off, and even
I think if you're
good timeout, right? I love that they're kind of waiting. Is there a push out? Because here's the thing, that's what we mentioned with that single initiative.
You know that the Viper was on B, so like the walk up at A was really nice.
It's going to have to be some sort of push out to get him.
Really good call from Benkai.
I actually think G might have been ready to eventually all push into B because they haven't been targeting that site too hard here in the first half.
Okay, knife is going on to Garden. It goes on to Garden and Hookah. And he did get Euron, so all of that utility goes down, and then you use Thrash on it. The problem now is picking up that Thrash again. I think it's gone down like here, so you can maybe Viper Wall to pick it up. But Thrash becomes such a good ultimate. They're even wingmanning it. And then Hero actually like triples his kill count. They were just peeking off nothing, though, is the problem. The Sky dogged long, so they see the Spike and they see nobody else. And it looks like they did pick up Thrash, so that's good. Seems like they were trying to do like 2 things there, like trying to reclaim and hold Hookah, get the Thrash ultimate again, and then these players like pushed and got caught out. Maybe they were expecting like Hero Ron and the rest of Zeta to like be a bit more passive, kind of like they are now. So they were caught out a little bit from like defensive aggression.
Is to check at some point. One of these corners has to be checked with contact, and at that point, if you're not winning every single duel, it's going to be rough.
Oh no.
I mean, this is free, right? Because it's just off of the refresh cooldown, so might as well use it. See if you get anything.
And just saving. You have the Spike. Laz knows that he's still inside. Is anybody going to jump for the TP and like turn around the face? Oh, the stim! Oh, that's so smart. That I was so worried that they were going to jump for the TP, but they realize that there's a player still in there. They throw the stim, boost up Laz, and then go for the fight. That is so clever. We finally have a use for the stim beacon.
was sick.
That'd be my reaction too, to be fair.
Yeah,
Just like a childlike reaction to such a good play.
And that's something
Holy
that
shit.
Division, I think a lot of people notice is that the energy seems to be higher. They seem to be a lot more loose.
Relaxed, yeah.
Hey, Megabyte.
While GE, I mean, if you watch some of their comms from
Teams will be
Convergence,
stealing this.
they
I mean,
have
I'm
liked
stealing
the way-
this.
I mean, Blaze King was that guy. So was Russ. He was really riling up the entire team to keep the momentum up, and they've proven at Convergence that they will never let go of their focus. So it's
That's-
not over yet.
That's why we're keeping the score close. However, with tiny little gaps, Zeta still continues.
Some of the
to
trades that are coming in from Global are a little bit
picking off a frag,
lacking
going
now.
for the trade, but at this point, damage
Everything's
is
been
done.
smooth today. Yeah,
Go down,
touch wood.
but
So far, so
look
good.
at this. Lamps
Very
around,
streamlined
turn
today.
back around. Benkai with the neural theft now
Which
coming in,
Tom's going to be
so
happy about because he's going to miss the other games, so at least he gets this one.
I mean, they have to push out one way or another.
The problem, I think, for Global Esports is that with this comp with no main controller, if they lose, they're going to be like, their fan base is already just feral, unnecessarily. So if they end up losing, people are just going to be like clowning on everybody, including like the coaches, that they went for a comp like
This one is
this.
just kind of Laz getting the first kill and just spraying down through the cyber cage. But some of these other rounds, I mean,
Like, the
geez,
comp for
you
me
see
is too
the
silly.
very beginning
I like
of it,
silly
and
comps,
it's just barely
especially on
getting
Bind.
forward.
I think
You
you have
can't
so much more freedom
finish
than
the entire execute, right? Someone
you
like Laz
initially
stays
get.
alive, Uran stays alive, and they're
I
not able to
I
keep that
used to be
momentum.
very
And it just makes you wonder, is it one of those cases where at the end of the day, you still have to get the kill?
I felt that you always had to have Viper on this map. If you didn't have Viper, you were trolling. But I don't feel that anymore. In fact, I feel that Viper is, to an extent, somewhat overrated.
Yeah, yeah. He's like grown up into the next stage, right?
Whoa.
Looks to me like Navi 2023. Yeah,
I mean, this is what we saw from Global.
but
They
like
wanted
no
to see- and yeah, you were right
Brim.
about-
Like a Harper with this comp, I think would go so hard.
Peek out sometimes, it's those tiny gaps. They leave themselves a little bit open. Just a blind showstopper commit doesn't quite kill depth though.
Like put Benkai on something like Harbor, and I think you've got like a really interesting comp.
Yeah, they know it's coming, but it's a matter of can they get the kills, because if they have to wait, if they even just buy time here for Zeta, the site's going to get taken over.
At the very least, they are
'Cause I think
very
Gecko
aware of
with
what
wall
Zeta are
flashes is,
trying to do.
like
Love the fake out.
amazing.
Buys him a little bit more space.
Oh, it allows for them to
But she sure gives you a strong
not
baseline.
quite
Yeah,
enough.
you need to be
It's
able to
down
play
to
with her
Russ.
before you can
Quick
know
work
to
pull
play
picks
without
up
her.
one. Blaze King with
That
the
makes
third.
sense.
And with that, just A short is completely blocked off. Not unless they can shoot their way out of this one. Huron surely will try. Picks up one.
I think when Sky was stronger,
Sugar Zero tries to push forward.
like playing Viper on this map was a must, but playing Viper everywhere felt like somewhat of a must. All right, good half. I think 5 rounds on attack is more than workable. Lose the pistol too, and they forced, so they were 3-0 down to begin with. So 7-5, 2-round deficit is not too bad.
Pretty happy with what they're able to show off. Rocky start, and a couple rounds they get shut down instantly with something like the spray down through the smokes. But outside of that, once they're able to kind of get into that,
That's the one thing that was annoying about Odd One Out is a map that we were almost like saving was Bind, because we had some like really interesting stuff on there and we just never got to play it.
But they don't have to worry about that for now because we're switching sides.
Absolutely.
Which I don't mind sharing because we're like
Just such a great way to start
a
off
different
this
team
match,
now.
start off the day, watching the rookies
Most
come
things you got to
through,
know principles by
watching
heart
the
to break
new
them.
additions
Yeah,
to
exactly.
Global Esports showing what they've got as well. I mean, Blaze King, Russ, lightning fast even at times. It's just lovely. But here's
I
the
think
other
that's
thing, Will.
because, you know, like I'll play with my friends and I'll say like with comps and stuff, there'll always be content creators that are correct in saying that when you're playing ranked, comps don't matter. However, I don't like that argument when it's like trying to learn the game, because I think it's
Well, yeah, this is another thing.
I think it's like important to sort of know, okay, if we are playing something different, this is what we're losing. This is what we gain from doing this. This is what we're losing. And that affects how we should approach this. If you play in solo queue, it doesn't matter. But if you're playing like 5v5, like Premier and stuff, I don't think it matters a huge amount, but I think it's the best way to learn this game and be a bit more like aware.
Because otherwise, this could very well turn into a Glasgow lurk and kill.
Reyna go pew pew. Yeah, but Reyna is good on this map too. Just because of being like, especially if there was more like Chamber and Viper, like being able to fight for this space, get a kill and dismiss is good. Like Chamber's better, I think.
On this attacking site, then maybe it's gonna be different.
Uh-oh.
Timing off the barrier, was that?
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, we're gonna have to wait for that one.
Oh, oh no, there we go. It's a little bit iffy. Usually teams would like, admins would usually restart the round when it's that close. I don't know what happened there. I think somebody P10'd and it was like, no, it's fine.
Shows their game plan. Zeta maybe a little bit unprepared for that hit, but yeah, I mean, you saw that Dizzy come
Ooh,
up,
production is a little bit like, was there a tech pause there for a second?
GE, they are well aware that
Some damage has already been done to Polvi. We're 3 over towards here. KO knife all the way from B site into showers.
Wow, counting his lucky stars.
Good hit from Zeta.
You've done a lot of damage to Lightning Fast.
Now just trying to
Getting up to here is good. I think there's somewhat checking for a camera too or trips. You have an open sight. Well played from Polvi. This is like really risky now from Zeta.
Yeah, and that's you just had to be ready.
7 hours to pick up 5 prob. Let's go, yeah.
In some weird universe. It's not like they had all the
It was quickly swept over the, like, swept under.
For Sugar Zero either. Another Sky Smoke had been used over by U-Haul and Lamps, so I mean GE, the pistol round prep seemed pristine. Should be able to.
I am surprised. Is this trip gonna hit? Yeah, of course it is.
Found it at the end.
The camera's still there. The camera, he's in the camera too, so it's just watching for out. Knows that it's a tube.
Might as well, right? Take what you can get.
No time.
A bit more damage or just, you know, mental fortitude.
But yeah, I think Global Esports saw. Well, they didn't know that they were free here, but they had the KO knife that went into showers, and they didn't see any Cypher trips too. So I think Zeta were like, this site should be fairly clear, but it's just such a good off angle for Polvi. And that KO knife coming in and finding nothing just before then allows Polvi to get onto that angle. Because if there's somebody in showers there, he's not going to take it. So that's just all of the attackers sort of funneling through short.
But that's the difference. I mean, like Zeta, you know, you got the core. Meanwhile, Global Esports, like the full team, just all changed up around. So
tried to do a TP crunch for Global. This has got a little bit like risky now. I'm glad that we're seeing at least Lightning Fast back out. With the TP, just clearing this corner. Good for Global, I guess, that they've forced out some of this utility early. We've got a snake bite garden. Was going to go up for a bit. 3 people have rotated. The Gecko's rotated over. Nothing there's any need for this yet, but he's not too far away anyway.
Good timing on the snake bite again. And it's just good information.
Fake planting. Snake bite on one side, fragment on the other. Nice. And they know that there's one hookah and obviously one site from the plant. 2 on the site. Never mind.
Blaze King with a ghost kill at the end. Minimal damage sustained. Yes, Polvi died, but you know, we got 4 guns alive. That's good.
And you love to see that from their interviews. I think it was in their merge video as well. All those team intros at VCT Pacific.
I missed the T1 Breeze yesterday, but saw OT there were no trips whatsoever. How did that go? I didn't like it as much. I think both of the comps were, again, too silly. I think that I liked seeing the Harbor. I think Harbor's definitely good on this map. But I think that
working alongside his teammates
on this retake, yeah, no ego. He's like, you know, I don't care if I get kills. I create space for my team. That's all I want.
I don't think Cypher's super necessary, but I guess it's more the lack of Cypher left flank play is really open for both sides, and both teams are punished by them a lot.
Like Blaze King, I don't blame Polvi.
Just like if you're not playing Cypher, you need to be like, again, like I said before, you need to be aware of what you're losing, and like Hall's control was a big one for both sides, and it just made it really uncomfortable to watch for both teams. Just the amount of flanks that were coming in from like people pushing out of A main, flanking all the way around on defense to go behind them on B.
Okay, what is your game plan? Good flash in from Russ. Gets enough info, backs off.
Yeah, good discipline. And this, I mean, that's enough to shove them back. It's a double member.
All right.
Just a good pickup and response from Lightning Fast. Depp getting the opening pick, but then shut down so quickly.
Oh, the snake bite kills him. Nice from Euron. 3v4. Bonus is still like The Spectre, the Sheriff for
Aware of
us.
this, though, 'cause they never quite cleared it.
Oh, good check.
Big Guy
but
gets
Les
one.
now
Don't
getting
try
that
get a
down
gun
to
upgrade.
Benkai.
Don't try get a gun upgrade.
That, the spike will go down, however. Benkai tries to
Use
pick
the
up
wall
right.
against them. You still
Takes a little
take
bit of
like
damage, but not
bit of
too
damage
bad. Still
unnecessarily.
tough, though. Russ trying to wrap back around from A short. Only has a Sheriff. The spike is down, and Zeta is holding fast.
Yeah, this
Look
is
at
all
how-
they need to take out potentially another weapon, though. And that's all GE wants from this.
Yeah,
It's
one
just
more and they'd be
damage
good.
done. They've already caught up with the pistol round win.
Okay.
Two in showers. Oh, it catches all three.
No, I think they're just going to wait for kills. The fragment, save it for another
I think the
round.
two in showers
Okay,
fighting this a bit
figured
more
that out.
is good because it baits away for Hero on.
Tap from Russ was pretty good.
It's good for the two shower players to just go and fight that and make sure the Hero on wasn't just
I
kind of baited
think,
and left on his
honestly,
own.
GE going to be quite happy with that.
But I definitely,
Take away the weapons, right?
I definitely
Got
recommend
the
watching
pistol, and
T1
then
Breeze
you went on to
game,
the anti-eco, you put
the
that
VOD for
out.
that. I think it was a really good map.
Of course, you did have the one Vandal onto Povi this time. That will be lost.
Like I think Izu's Yoru was fantastic. Seeing Ye on Neon was really good. Typical scary bullshit clutches as per usual. Like, it was a good game. Lotus was pretty trash from Bleed, but Depp has a camera behind him. Didn't matter. Just destroyed Benkai.
Okay, not amazingly defended. I love Lightning Fast's utility, but this look from Depp, I mean, just rushing in again. I mean, it's the Depp of old. It's
They
the Child
dogged
of
back
God.
sight.
And with that, they have claimed the site. Lightning Fast now trying to hold up around lamps.
I'll make my point later.
Goes back in for another swing, but then
But
shut
that's
down by Sugar
really
Zeta.
nice from Zeta.
This might have to be a save situation. I mean, I
They're
guess
now
not if
saving.
Wishton gets the kill because
Wingman's on it. There's a player piss. I mean, Blaze King needs to wait there, I think.
Flurry comes in, but then the positions held by Zeta still good, still sharp. Up around lamps.
Alright, nice
up
from Zeta.
around
So they
other-
skydog like
then
back
lamps
sight
from showers.
behind
They
into
managed to take them
lamps.
all.
And even though the majority, like the skydog went back sight, like behind stacks, and then all of the defenders like just took the space in front. No defenders went and took back sight, but because of that dog, it kept Sugar Zero, not Sugar Zero, it kept Lightning Fast stuck in like this spot.
New system as it is.
He was so worried that like back sight was now in the control of the attackers that he couldn't get out. He had so much freedom to escape, but he didn't realize it.
You know, they make sure that they don't expose themselves to anything. They are able to take these fights very favorably. So now they force.
They're gonna
Global
peek
onto
out here.
Eco. Yes, there are some ultimates, but that's not
Getting
how they
unlucky.
wanna use them, and Euron just shoots them down. I mean, is this a firing range or what? 3 kills already. We saw that.
And that's
before.
the
He's
only
going in
thing that's
again.
been a little bit
The
off with
entire
GE.
site
Like, this is an eco, so I'm not counting it as much, but the trend is just like how they peak together and fight. And dry peaking too. But again, you're on an eco. You're just trying to catch him by surprise. Like, you know, every kill this round, you had some people sort of peeking together but getting sprayed in. You had people peeking one at a time.
With those numbers, picks up the Viper's Pit. You know, it's a very useful.
It's a very, like,
for the next round.
nervous,
But apart from that,
inexperienced
just,
team
Global
kind of
Esports'
thing.
game plan,
Bit of jitters, I suppose.
I guess you could say there was a bit of lineup. They were trying to just pick up whatever gun they could. But if Euron can actually hold his own when faced against situations like that, I think that says a lot.
Well, that says in neural theft now too. Ryan, help. What's up, Pashiki? Feel like I'm watching Chinese Valorant. What is this? It's entertaining, and there's nothing wrong with Chinese Valorant.
Gonna be a huge round because we know how important that is on Bind.
And it's Polvi on the operator.
I think Zeta have been playing this well. And Global Esports,
It's the full execute.
nice trip. Great trip for Benkai.
They are good. Lightning
Read it
Fast
well.
is still here as well. The utility. It is happening for Global Esports. Benkai picks up one. Now just trying to put a little bit more
G
pressure
side all
on
these IGLs, so this is their game plan. I mean, I don't think that the game plan isn't the problem. I think the problem is just how they're sort of taking fights.
They don't know exactly how many people rotated here, how many people are still on B.
Like this was our biggest problem, I think, with Odd One Out.
Push forward, picks up a
Is,
2 kills.
and this is going to be a problem for teams that have recently come together.
Tap off the spike. Doesn't see anyone. and calls
Because
the
some
rotation.
coaches would say you need to do more like 1, 2, 3 peaks, like peeking together and fighting stuff. But some coaches would say like you need to like learn that intuition.
Up top of tube.
to not be like 1, 2, 3 peak and then you peak in a new lineup, which is what's happening to global esports. But then there's also times where they're not coordinated and they're peaking one at a time.
He continues to tap though and jumps up again, trying to play with timing off of this. They know he's weak. It's way too risky. Yep, he is weak.
But that's a good round. Like, the plan there was great, right? Benkai saw that there was going to be like a showstopper, puts a trip there, gets the punish. And everything else was like clear at that point.
Up in the sky, almost stationary.
Considering that G's comp is just pure troll, as far as I'm concerned, having like no main controller, I am impressed with how well global esports are playing.
Look at this viewing party as well. Love to see it. I mean, great to see so many fans gathered. Of course, you know, apologies to all the fans as they did have to wait until this new day, but they're getting to watch the smash, and so far it is delivering.
Such a close scoreline. I mean, both teams really neck and neck.
How about for Zeta? Both have one each left. So Global still have one. Zeta still have one.
They showed that they have a lot of game plans, a lot of executes, and it is kind of successful. It's just that Zeta right now, with their rookies, are performing a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to go back and look at things much more.
I think the game plan for Zeta is a lot more straightforward. But I think that their like fundamentals are a little bit cleaner. I think Global have a really like interesting idea and way of playing. I think I'm more impressed with like what Global's bringing to the table, ideas-wise. But I think the Zeta are being a little bit more clear about it. I need to get one of these wingmen. I think I've decided. I've seen 2 of them and it's like, okay, I want one. I need to get on a gym or something. Be like, where can I buy it or can you give me one? Paul the Operator, 5 ultimates. This would be like an eco if Zeta lose. They have Viper's Pit, they have Neural Theft. Like, this is a round that like G should not lose.
This is one of those rounds I think you absolutely have to. You want to catch up. It's not about trading ults one way or another.
Getting fresh for information. I mean, that's good, especially paired with the operator.
Of that operator on the other side as well, if they're able to just get up to it and then pit into the site, something like that.
The KO Flash to just allow the peak. I don't like this. I don't like this.
Oh, what is this?
I really don't like that, Polvi. Like, you don't have any information.
I mean, the push out is hard to read.
I don't like that at all.
But I think the mistake here is Zeta, if anything,
especially doing it alone. Hey, Sido.
Pushing out. You saw that it wasn't just Huron waiting
because you give them, yeah, if you give them, they have the neural theft. Fresh is good. Has to jump back in order to protect it. He's going to try and go for it, and there's the punish.
Still true. Able to reposition just in time to get the shot, but then not expecting depth to show up from Hookah. They have the sight. Still watching out for more players, though. He tosses out a blast pack just in case.
Try Maps.
Blocks off Benkai.
Maps is the main one. Veto works second.
There's no way. There is no way Benkai's ready for this.
No, sir. He's trying to find that opening. He's trying to wait for lightning fast, but it's not gonna happen. Oh my God!
See what I mean? Like, those kind of like that's hard for Benkai and Lightning Fast to play. Don't get me wrong.
And then lightning fast to spray through with the Phantom.
But there's like a crossfire between 2 players, and an attacker's allowed to take a fight individually.
The hold from Uran is great because if you think that
man, that's a rough round for G. I think the punish and the attempt to fight this was really nice though from Zeta.
So I like the comms, but man, that push out from Polvi, I don't mind it as an individual move, but because Zeta was ready for it, it starts to look a little sloppy just because the backup wasn't there for trade. It wasn't a hard commit, and that's the thing. You had all ults, so obviously.
Does anybody know good spots to gamble esports? No.
Yeah, it's also one of those things.
I don't mind people mentioning it in chat, but as you could probably imagine with watch parties and permissions, talking about gambling is not allowed. How the game's going? Hey, Dema. I like this game so far. It's only the first map, luckily. Am I sorry? No, it's good. It's just like, I don't know. We have a lot of people come in here from the China games talking about betting, so like I'm sort of used to it. But yeah.
It is true.
I don't think I'm allowed to share the like rules, but like you know, it's just natural stuff of like to talk about like gambling, politics.
I mean, not hookah, towards showers, but not
Don't
finding all too much. So
basically get yourself in a defamation lawsuit. Don't do a crime.
I mean, either way, they know they put.
But I don't know. I genuinely don't know.
But the thing is
Global just jiggling for info.
yeah, and they can buy a decent amount of time here with the get-go.
He was on OnlyFans now. He was, yeah, but now he's not.
Players are traded for that. Now a Dizzy and a
The Freaker TV chat was just gambling, talk nothing else. Yeah, China was something else.
No command at the ready.
Rotates are over. Good shot from Blaze King. What an angle.
In fact, one of the reasons why I think I had decent viewership for China is I was, you know how like VLR has like streams for where to watch the games. Pretty sure there was a gambling site. I don't know the name of it anyway. That had me as like the mainstream for China. So I was like, thank you, I guess. Bro skipped tier 2 completely. I mean, it's Spin that picked him up, so it's no surprise. Not saying it's like fucking nepotism. This looks like 12.
And with that, 2 players left. Polvi, he's got the showstopper though. But here come the Seekers. Blaze King, we know where you
They know that there's one backside. I would call this Gate, G-A-T-E, but it got misheard once, and I got called homophobic.
What the heck is that movement? The timing on the peaks, and then Sugar Zero to hold from
Well, I don't know if
showers.
that's just
This is Zeta Division.
I think it's a good call out, but I just said it once.
Would have thought that the orbital strike felt late at that.
One's gay, one's gay. I said it in a cast. I said somebody was playing from this gate position,
I want to point to this round.
but it sounded like, oh yeah, there's this play in this gay position. And I got a DM of somebody that was like using like gay as a dismissive sort of comment in 2022, and I'm like, I said gate. And I like found the screenshot of like the call out because it was on a website, and they were like, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry." I'm like, honestly, it's fine because 3 other people, including Mitch and Tom, thought that I said gay as well. So you're fine. I'm not gonna use it anymore.
That felt really shaky to me. I mean, towards the end of that, you can feel the pressure running out of time.
Val players are just softies. I mean, I think it's fair.
Sticking to it and making it work.
Gay is gay, like, why so dramatic? I mean, I'd say as a generation, we have got a lot better. Like, when I was going for, like, school, like, 11 or 12, you know, if your computer wasn't working, you'd say stuff like, oh, my computer's been gay, or, another one would be like, oh, yeah, my computer's, like, spazzing out. And, like, those are obviously terms that you don't use anymore and you can't use. So I'm kind of glad that we've got past that stage. I don't know if people still do that, you know what I mean? I don't know if kids still nowadays just... I imagine not, especially with like sexuality and identity. I definitely think the kids around 11 and 12 are a lot more wise than we were as kids.
But the trade's just as good from Zeta. Russ still deep in position, able to gun down the player from the left.
But also, I was from the north of England, which I wouldn't necessarily say is the most tolerant of places.
This is all up to Blaze King. So this was the entire idea, and Zeta is aware of this, right? They know they spent way too much time trapped up.
All right, Blaze King caught the flank. He expects the second, yeah.
Oh no, he did hold.
That's the pressure. I didn't realize it was just a 2v1. Oh my god, Benkai, don't do this. Oh.
Just go so close to it. Benkai a little bit more prepared, a little bit better and sharper. Keeps Global Esports alive for one more round.
Boys, definitely. Everybody else averaged a little less than it used to.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, Benkai just creeping up right close enough that it's so hard to tell.
Depends, really.
Good time.
Because my best friend, well, Beth is a teaching assistant, but she's like...
I mean, this round just came down
7, 8 year olds. But my best friend worked in the secondary school that I went to, in IT. And I was talking to him about like, because you said there was like kids like transitioning and stuff, like talking about like with like LGBT stuff. Because I was like our generation wasn't really tolerant of that, so like kids going through transitioning, I wonder what that's like. Yeah, Global Esports is India.
A lot of people said
That's
they're
why
absolutely gonna
Russ
have
is
a
on
break
this
for
team too.
VCT Pacific, and this is one of
Because
those
Russ is
rounds,
like
these are going to
dual
hurt.
citizenship.
It does flush
And
lightning
Polvy's
out of
the
position, but
import.
The main thing still is that the spike is down. You don't have Shower's control.
But yeah, he was telling me that like
But I'm a
there
little
were some kids that were like
curious
transitioning, and that everybody overall was like very
Tripwires are
supportive,
on the I don't think there's a way for him to be able to, well, now
which is
he's spotted
really
as
nice.
well.
Like,
Ooh, whoa, okay.
Orbital strike to force
This
him
is
out.
good. Orbital flush him out of corner. Sugar Zero picks up the quad, but then what it comes down to is
Ooh.
Laz and Benkai 1-on-1.
And Laz wanted to find a timing. He eats his own teammate's orbital strike to try to come through.
Benkai is just playing this so safe.
Is he going to wrap all the way around? Because that
No
would be one
way.
way to play this round.
That would be so big brain. Benkai.
Don't want to say my opinion about trans kids, probably. I mean,
Laz is ready for
yeah.
this.
If you have nothing nice to say, don't say it at all.
It just comes down to it.
Is he expected it? It seems like
Whoever
it.
fires the Trigger first, whoever spots each other out first, they know what each other is thinking.
Also,
He has the camera
like
check, but he has to stick the plan.
GC
Pressure
code
is
for
on Laz.
trans players.
10 seconds and the timer is counting down. 5, 4, 3, and here comes Benkai with the
Nice,
swing.
Benkai.
Tap to the head, a swift kill, and 12 to 10.
He expected
Global
it for a
Esports,
bit.
2 rounds away from overtime.
The craziest part is Laz
Might feel day there many
suspected
times.
it,
Yeah, but that's
Benkai
also
waits
like
so long. He
fine.
creeps the entire time, so Laz says, well, I
That was
have to
my
plant at
sort
some
of
point.
curiosity
So
of like
Laz
the
didn't
kids like trying to
read,
work out like
what
how you
a
identify
1v1.
yourself.
Benkai, back in his own
But
natural
generally, I
habitat.
think a lot of
Look
the
to-
people
oh my
identifying as
God.
various things
It's nice to see Ben
is
pick
more
up
of a straw man argument. Like in actual real life cases,
Zeta
it's not that
division.
common, and people that
How
trying
do
to
we right the
people
ship?
that
How
want
do we
to
secure that last
transition
Well, you had a couple rounds,
tend to be
right,
very
where
like
the pressure
adamant
comes
about
out
it, set on it,
GE,
and
so,
are much
you
happier
gotta
after
imagine
doing
that
it.
Zeta, their first instinct is
There's
to
obviously
say, okay,
people
slow things
arguing
down,
that like,
see
oh,
if
when
they
people
push out, right?
transition,
We hold the
some
default,
people
get ready for
aren't
contact.
happy.
The problem being now that
But
may
I think
funnel
that's
them
just
back
a
into
small
their
sample
advantage.
size.
You're spending
Start to
the
play
first
slow.
20 seconds to not take any
But also,
positions,
when it comes to
then you're
that
gonna have to start to
discussion,
creep
your
up.
best bet is
And
talking
because Laz
to
is a Cypher
trans
himself, he can
people,
really just
right?
dig all the way into a site and clear it out all on his own, especially
Like
when
that's
there's a
the
Cypher on
only
each side. You
perspective that
never know
matters
what
with this
those teams are gonna
argument.
be.
We could talk about it all day,
It's
but
Benkai playing it as well. So, I mean, sure, they had that one.
Big
round
guy's
here
been
with the
pretty
orbital
good, to be
strike
honest.
that
Yeah, he's
worked out,
been
but
like
I
fantastic.
don't remember the exact out situation, but orbital strike was just used, so they're not going to have that
What's
for a last-minute
I
execute.
thought Spin was just a regular
Not to
baldy
mention
like
economy
us.
as well, and you're always thinking, you
But
know,
yeah,
you
he's
only
gone for
have
the
Tron
like
to help you
mohawk.
initiate, so
He was
with
proper. He was
this
proper
Spin
staring at
buffing
Carlisle in the
passed
walkout.
by,
Like he was proper giving him like
really
the sort of
just comes down
crazy
to
eyes.
getting as much
But then he
points
smiled and
for
fist
that
bumped. So I
last
think
round.
like
And look at GE,
Spin
but
knew
the
the
other
height
team,
difference
this
and
time
was
it's Queen,
like,
and that also denotes
yeah,
that
I need
Orbital
to like
shows
make
solid
sure that
depth.
Well, I wouldn't mind if Zeta plays a little bit more
I get
cautious,
into his brain.
but still, the positioning. Okay, Dizzy does give off a bit of info. so
Spin's
they
giving
are
me
just
like
flushing
teabag.
through.
Is it teabag from Prison Break?
Pops off the null command and just wants to stay alive, but that right up around behind.
Do you think there'll be a champions or something in London or no? This might be the last round, so we can talk about it then. But short answer, yes. I reckon there'll be an event next year for London.
But at this point, oh my God, Will, it feels bad.
2 players are low.
This is, again, one of those situations where GE just wanted to check a little too much. You had entire B main control, and you wanted to check in front of Showers as well.
Never been to a champions game. Wanna go to the one?
Still gonna try though. Timer is ticking. HP is slowly
I got to go to
draining and
Copenhagen with an
running away.
audience.
And then just one bullet is all it takes.
I mean, good map. I think that like Global are gonna be pretty annoyed with how it went towards the end.
Still,
And there was definitely some rounds in there where like Global, like the round where they had 5 ultimates and they lost.
He's playing just as well as he always has.
Definitely had moments like
Some
that. That
people
was definitely
might have forgotten. A lot of
awkward.
people seem to go back into their memory bank during the offseason. Remember that he was
Yeah.
fragging out in 2023,
Do you know how
so
long the
it's great to
competitive
see
Val season
upgrades
is?
across the
People
board
been
for
able to
Xana
work it
Division.
out.
I will say, GE.
So
I mean,
this
it seems they showed
started
enough for
2
people
days
to at
ago.
least stop doubting them. But
And they
it's
had
also
the
that
dates
Zeta
for
looks just as
champions.
strong, if not better, upgraded. And now going over to Zeta's pick on
Is the event
Icebox
actually
next,
on here?
Another map where you're gonna have to have some good ideas on how to utilize it, because it's very tough to utilize all parts of it, especially mid, even with the map.
Oh, they're just a
changes.
Madrid.
So,
But I
question becomes,
think
Genie,
it's
did they
like
suspect that the Icebox would be picked?
September.
That is another question.
September the
Event sunset
20th,
for
the
the Saturday,
25th.
and I
The
mean,
date is in my
G's
head.
not prepared for Icebox, and this, you
And
know,
the
is
next
gonna
year,
be
the
too
season
cold.
starts
And it
in
feels,
January.
emotionally speaking,
So it's a
very
4-month
similar
off-season.
to yesterday's Gen G and RRQ match, but here goes back to the desk.
Hello. We were like kind of dancing because oh my gosh, how spicy is
August 1st
Pacific,
to 25th, yeah.
The kickoff. It's been insane, and you know what? I really
There's
like
like
how that
4
was being played.
months.
Obviously, Zeta bagged that first
I used to
map
be your
win,
Game Traders team,
but
one of your
now before
coaching.
Benkai had a little bit of something to say.
Yeah,
Cypher
I had
was
offers
a
like
for me,
to
them
go
pointing at each other with
elsewhere,
Labs, the Cypher
but
Cypher
one
moments.
I like
They kept
being on
clashing.
odd one
They're always
out.
playing around the same spot.
Like,
We saw, you know, on the defending
that's
side
my
there from
team.
Zeta, Laz went over
Secondly,
the
I wouldn't
towers,
want to
Benkai trying
join
push in, trying to get
another
control of
team
themselves. So
whilst trying to do all of
back and
this.
forth there and some nice clutches from
So yeah,
Benkai
I'm
at the
sort
end
of
to
still
keep
involved
Global
with
in
Odd
this
Run
one.
Out, but I'm not
Zeta
doing as much as I
didn't
did
come
like
out
last
top.
year because I'm
This
obviously
is a
doing all
little
these watch
concerning 'cause
parties.
this was, again, Global's map
Um,
pick. They decided to go for this. Given that it was a fairly weak map,
But
it
like
has been in the
we
division,
made some
clearly
like
work has been
roster
done.
moves.
Carlisle Jr., they have been working with this team to improve this map that has been a
And
bit
we're
of a
just
pain
like
for them in the
practicing all of the
past,
maps at this
but
point.
it still didn't have
I
to
really
be
I really
this
like our
difficult
team.
for Zeta.
It's sad to see
It was
players
a
leave,
pistol round the first half, and somehow,
but we have been playing on
round
Sun for a
defending,
while.
they still allow for a 7-5 map to come through. Global being able to get those 5
but
rounds was a godsend for
I
them,
think
and
it's
thought that
fair
might
to say that we're
be
probably the most
their
stacked
undoing here for
contenders
Zeta.
team now in Game
Global
Changers.
did have a nice rally back. They get up to
Would you
10,
consider
but
me if I go
I
they
thought that
them?
was gonna be their win
Yeah, I
condition,
know it's
being able to
true.
get those 5 rounds initially.
Teamer, like what were you on a? I recognize your name, but I can't remember if it was on a team that I casted.
Struggling in just trying to get control in terms of the rounds, but after a few more, they start to get their groove on, and it really translated into.
Oh, you're on
showcasing
Yari.
what Hovi can do as that sole entry fragment
I never
here
really
for Global Esports,
casted.
and that's why we're seeing them
Oh right, yeah,
so
I did cast
close
you.
to
Well, I
Zeta
didn't cast you,
in that
but I
13
watched
to
you the
10.
close
And we
qualifiers.
can see right here,
What
MVPs,
agent were you on
we
again?
got the gods facing
Oh yeah,
off,
you were on the
just as we were
duelist.
hoping
Oh
for,
yeah, of
and
course I
Jeff
remember you. Yeah.
is just so amazing, isn't he, Achilles?
Yeah, and I mean, this is a known quantity. For me, honestly, obviously the ACS not going to reflect
Yantas
it fully,
versus
but
Game
Jonan
XD.
was a huge factor in them being able to get those initial wins coming through. This guy was looking ever
There's
so
definitely
good.
some moments
Great
where
moments
it's
there with
like,
Sheriff as well from Yudan. So honestly,
if this happened in ranked, I'd be safety reporting. But to be fair, like what Polaris had a guy watching him. They obviously flagged it with Riot, who checked that kind of stuff.
We were talking about this in the green room
Like,
just now. Zeta was
everything was done to check he was legit, and he was. And I guess like
slow, but we saw a different sort of pacing. You were talking about possibly influence from the coaching
might have
staff.
been more of like
You know,
chaotic and more of a
changing things up
mess
for
if they
Zeta.
had
Yeah, I mean,
qualified.
for Carlisle, when you come over from a Brazilian squad, one thing that you can certainly inject into your new team is going to be some aggression, some
Weird the
higher
clips and
tempo.
shit.
While we
Yeah,
did
no,
see,
I get it.
you know,
Like
Zeta
I've
slowing things down,
we've had
especially,
like
you know,
moment like I've had
Last
moments I
round,
suppose like being on
the last
teams
few
where
rounds,
there's
they were
been
really
like
taking their time, going
get
back
the
to on site with,
receipts,
like,
send it to the
training.
admins and stuff
But
like
we're
that.
seeing a bit more ebb and flow for them. We
But,
saw they were willing to up the aggression from time to
Yeah,
time.
I
And
understand why
love to see
people
this
were
because they that
suspicious for
team.
sure.
For
There's
20
definitely like a
seconds,
lot of
pick a
moments,
site
like the
that they
1v4
went
and
to
stuff
try
like
to
that,
execute.
where it's
And
like,
more often than not, especially in the LCQ, they're
but
getting away with it,
you
but
know,
that's
innocent
not
until
a
proven guilty,
style
and
of
if he's
play
been
that is
actually
going to be
checked and it's
sustainable.
fine, then
Also, one thing I just wanted to add with how Zeta has been actually playing here is more times than not, the way that they
Only
kind
so
of
much you can
look
do.
around how their rotation and their opponent's rotation have been is a lot shorter now. So you're seeing Laz
one thing I wanted to check.
He's able to time the lurks coming in from the players of Global Esports.
Run it back. Run it back's probably the best site I think to get like the stats on.
Slow to think about that or slow to rotate, which has been very helpful in the rounds that
I think anti-cheat's really, really bad with
Now,
external
you were noting,
cheats.
Astrid,
Yeah,
how
I think as well this is
Global
probably
be a bit more free-flowing the way
something
the
I can't
team
talk about too
dynamic
much.
is. And it definitely seems so, but is it working?
Like on a
I think
Riot
it is.
sanctioned
The big
watch
problem
party.
is, and we mentioned this
But I
literally
think
just
that
a couple of minutes ago, is the Benkai versus Laz. They need some
I guess I got a little bit. I'll say that I got a little bit worried with the thing that happened in NA Game Changers with the player that was banned, pretended to be somebody else, used a different, like they were hardware banned, used another PC, used another like ID, and they were hardware banned from cheating in the past. I can't remember who it was. Was it Malibu?
Creates this kind of rift where he's all
And
he's trading plays, but the rest of Global are still somewhat lagging behind.
No, because Keensey was the
Achilles?
I mean,
yeah,
I rightly
it
do
was
agree
the
as
air
well.
photo one.
Just some
But she was banned for that, and they didn't mention if she was, because people flagged her because they thought that she was cheating in this recent Game Changers event. But the statement didn't say whether she was cheating in this recent event or not, which, you know, is fine. It's a right statement. They can say what they want. But I guess it just like raises question marks, I guess, to an extent. Like, I think that the anti-cheat Vanguard team are exceptional people. I think they're incredibly smart. I think that if these people are actually going to get a hang on cheats in games, I think it's them over, like, maybe Valve or Overwatch or other games and other production publishing companies. But I imagine the war against cheats is a hard one to keep on top of.
Best in Zeta Division to then go on to Masters Copenhagen in 2022. That was all the way back in June of that year.
How do you anti-cheat that? Yeah.
In a very long time playing this.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, the technology is getting so crazy now that
so the fact that they are willing to go onto this map after the recent changes,
yeah, it's such a Herculean task to keep on top of that shit. So when you have a lot of moments where, like, you have people like Fez's, I suppose, that goes through that whole process. People check him. He is a mod watching him the whole, like, an admin watching him the whole time. Riot check him, and then it comes back that it's legit. And you still, like, don't trust that. Like, that's a scary position to be in.
Hoping that they can outpace Global here. That seems like what Global was doing on Bind in some of the rounds that they were successful.
Right, anti-cheat whatever doesn't even work on the weekends. The system is fucking closed. I don't know if that's true. For me, I'll say that anytime I've run into a cheater in games, like in my ranked games, which, you know, is a small sample size in comparison to everything else, and especially esports, every time that we've run into a cheater and I've reported them, like, it's been like less than a day.
Which site you want to go to. So for Zeta, who
but yeah,
they absolutely could just poke and prod
like
around
it's tricky,
here with that one,
especially with so much more being online. And like even stuff like the thing I guess I'd be concerned about is like with Premier going forward. Nice talk to you, man. I run some rank now. Enjoy your rank. Hopefully see you like in the qualifiers for Polaris. Yeah, only like a couple of months, right?
Ooh, I like this. Harbor, I think, is.
It might be like if you flag people, yeah, if there's people like right anti-cheat people that have to go and like review people, it's likely gonna wait until Monday. Do you know what it is, by the way? I do, but I need to double check. It's gonna be a pain to find it. Let me just look at these comps. I like this comp actually. I think it was Global that running it. I'm not too sure. I think it's literally like the promo relo is like the week after stage 1 playoffs. Might even be like the day after. But I think it's roughly around the time where playoffs happen. But don't quote me on that, Dima. I don't know for certain.
I'm not even it's gonna be. It does feel a little bit chilly though because Zeta's
I like Zeta's come too.
Today, but yeah, I am wondering about
how are things? They're good line. How is the exams and stuff been? Oh, I should have run some ads so people don't get them now.
But I get it. It does seem to suit what they want to do, right? Get the info, then go for the call, then have these set plays. That's a nice idea.
If in doubt, ask Bodok. If there's anybody that knows, it's him. But yeah, I guess the point I was going to make is like with more open qualifiers for stuff happening through Premier, that's even harder to keep like track of.
So going in on the defense now, already committed.
Bodok is like an Atlas. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that he got hired to do Polaris stuff because regardless of like, sometimes he tweets stuff. He's like me, just a bit of an idiot, probably either pulling word stuff or whatever, or just doesn't think about what he's saying too much. Like he doesn't have context, so he's calling stuff out, and it's like, well, the reason is for X, Y, and Z, and then he's like, oh, I feel like an idiot. But like, you can definitely argue that like Bodok cares, like he gives a shit about Polaris.
Then it holds Zeta off for just another second. Last
And so I definitely had no doubts that Mist Esports would be a good partner to have. Yoran just literally ran past the player elbow. But I think them hiring Bodok to be involved like was a really good like first sign for me.
Zeta with the pistol. I mean, that hop over from depth
Because then
something else you're noticing
Mist
here on that retake. So Zeta
came to me and
early on. Obviously, the back out
asked
of
to
A
do
site.
Polaris, which
Once
I wasn't
the
really
play
that
is up,
sure on.
Then Laz suddenly says, you know what, we don't
But
wanna
like
push
seeing the
Polaris
moves that they
just yet,
made,
because
like
they're
I
gonna consider
believe
pushing out, especially
I believe in the
once Kobe
product,
gets
which I don't
the
think I
first
ever really
kill.
did with
So
Pro
he
Mod.
just wants to stay alive. Now it's the main force that pushes back in, makes an opening for Laz. Lots of good
I really like his
balance of
content
damage
direction.
with the
Yeah,
force
I like
and
that he's
shots
got
for
stuck
Sugar
into
as well.
like making
Another
stuff like
pistol
graphics and stuff, which is
on the
hard.
board here in the very first round for Zeta.
Very nice, and
I'm a very technical person. I like doing nerdy shit, making stuff, but
Wow.
graphics are just
Another force.
my brain doesn't work that way.
let's see what he can do with it. I mean, I don't mind a force if it works, right? So
We're just talking about somebody that works one of the like smaller
Got the outlaw.
like tier 2 leagues.
That's another
that
weapon
I
we have to
cast
consider
for.
force buys now. Doesn't want to show that he has it. And
You even got a little job win for me. Yeah, I heard that you weren't working EMEA this year, which I thought was
noise, it
odd.
just makes Laz think for a second. Did they go on
But I
to
guess
do
they're
it?
going to have a
Guess
lot of
not.
in-house
It's
people
gonna be
this year.
with the
Same
top.
reason
Laz
why
instead,
Sam isn't
clean
producing,
head tap,
and why Mel
and
isn't
that
there,
weekend
because
instead.
they've got
With
Riot
now,
signed
rotation
producers
pulled over
and
from Hiroron, and
observers.
Global Esports slowly creeping up towards A.
yeah, the thing is now you don't
Dude,
have the
Mel.
Killjoy either. So
Yeah, I mean,
that
it's
retake capability,
so weird.
figuring out
I
corners with
got a bit
some
more like
now
context
no
for it,
longer
which I won't say.
availability.
But I won't say like, oh, it makes sense, because I think not hiring Mel in any sense doesn't make sense. But kind of like I said, Riot have people that work out of like Dublin and stuff as observers that are like full time, that will work on LAC, that will work on Valorant. And so using them over hiring another freelance
Polvi is still favoring this outlaw. Third shot.
person is good. Nice from Polvi.
A blinded Dep tries to
Really
hop
good
over
force,
to stay
actually.
alive,
Sorry, I'm not really
and
paying attention
Russ
to this
just
game.
Guns him down with a stinger.
4 shots, 4 kills for Polvi.
Sama said it's been tough for her. Yeah, naturally.
Doesn't need to fire twice to get a shot if it's always a headshot.
But
Great showing from the duelist pickup for Global Esports.
try to think what I was saying before.
Oh my god. Had the angle
It wouldn't
going
surprise me if
that
it
was
was
a peek.
somewhat
It was already
relied
finished up, and
to
that's
the
again
Riot
one of the
layoffs.
strengths of the outlaw as well. Good pop flash
Mel
from
wasn't
Russ,
part of
too.
Riot, so she wasn't laid off.
just as quick.
But it wouldn't surprise me if they were initially going to have Mel, but because of the layoffs and because they wanted to save money places, that then they made a decision of like, let's have some of the people that we keep move on to other jobs.
Even more shots. A bit of information being retrieved by Blaze King, and it pushes Zeta back.
The way and when, yeah, leaving it that late
Valorant.
is definitely
It's very
shitty.
loud. The base is very deep.
And it just
But also,
Yeah,
well, they
look
didn't
at
talk
how
to me
much
at all
space
this
they got
year
off of
for
that
doing
warning shot.
Valorant
It's
stuff.
almost scarier than an operator. Just listen to it.
But last year I was told late I wasn't like really involved.
Asteroid's gonna appreciate that one. Anyway, toxic screen down, and it's gonna be Global Esports just trying
Yeah,
to
the
play
Jet
safe
has pushed
because
up
they
all the
know
way
that
here.
these
Sabenkai's been
pistols
caught
gonna be
out.
lurking right around
So
the
that's a
corner.
gun upgrade
Benkai
already.
caught out by Dep. Not what
Don't
would've
really
happened.
like this kind of default when you played up against the Deco.
Yeah, with that snake bite down.
Not with a shallow alarm bot like this either.
In the default position. Laz a great shot, and so is Uran. I mean, they're all peeking out at the same time. 1 shot, 1 kill.
I need to see their POV on that.
Has the
one.
scary thing in esports been so reliant on companies? Yeah, I mean, that's just been freelance too.
4 barrels staring down right at him.
30 seconds left.
Goes in for a big of a quick peek, takes down a
I mean, I've been
first player,
freelance all my life, so
tucks back around.
the
20
stress of
seconds
dealing with
remaining.
that,
Has to kind of either
I'm
going for, well, at this point,
used
he's
to.
kinda going for all the kills.
And this is one of those situations where, I mean, sure, you had 1 outlaw, but you've got these stingers in hand. And when it comes to the B site, I mean, you're not the one with the harbor. Those sheriffs are going to be
Can't
just
believe
strong,
that.
if not stronger.
T-base and the
The problem
Thrifty.
being, Benkai, I believe, was also picked off in the middle of the
Really
round, so
like
not much
no
of a chance
buy
to
up at
rotate
all.
to A, and things fall apart. They already had to commit to the plant. They fake it off the snake bite, try to draw them out into closer range, and they're just prepared. Wow. I mean, this just about shuts down everything. This is why they commit to the B
Seems like a
side.
much quieter day with like viewership for Pacific, but I guess that's everybody assumed that it might be a late start, so
To give you an idea of what both teams are capable of,
they
Benkai
basically
has been for
just
these lurks,
were like,
but at the same
nah,
time, my goodness,
not
those
for me
teams from
today.
Zeta Division.
Placing swamp grenade.
So Eco off of Ecos, we got the Thrifty win right back in.
What's the sound from?
And now Zeta's got
Is that just
the
my headset?
rifles and
Yeah, I did.
Outlaw hero
My
rifles.
headset's been like cutting out with some noise recently. I don't know why.
But some have armor.
Right. Both teams have a bye at least, so trolling's over. Alarm bot more towards like elbow. Like the fast push, is it? That's again the problem with that alarm bot. Nice for lightning fast. Literally in the name. You gonna watch Talon game? Yeah, I'm watching all the games today.
From South Asia peeks out, picks up the triple, and all of a sudden Zeta Division are left wanting more.
I'm watching all of Pacific unless it clashes with China, in which case I'm prioritizing China. There's one day where Pacific starts at 6 AM and China starts at 9. So I'll probably do the first Pacific game then. And then, like, an hour, 45 minutes, half an hour before China, I'll probably just dip off and be right back. I take a nap during Talon, not gonna lie. I'm very wide awake. I actually slept really well last night. I only slept like 5 hours, but I also woke up in the middle of the night and I was just so warm. I mean, it was raining a lot last night, so it was quite warm anyway.
Zeta has a bit of thinking to do.
But I was just... I think it's probably because I got a shower before I went to bed. And I was just, like, emanating heat.
His team already creeping up into the site. They make the call, of course, as they're jumping in with the drone, that, okay, site is empty. So Lightning Fast knows
that was
that
John
means...
Big behavior, okay? That was John Big behavior.
John Wick. Oh, right. I mean, it was a Vandal. It wasn't quite a pistol that we're looking at, but it was a great lurk there. Gets the 444 himself.
Alright, recon for close to see if anybody's going to be aggressive. Got the alarm bot just off of the ultimate orb and the turret all the way back here. So a lot of space is given up in mid, but you got 2 players fighting for it, and even Owl's running to clear it out. Lightning Fast has got one, and actually, Deb just walked straight past him.
Things just start to fall apart for Zeta Division, not getting the right reads, peeking into lurks. And at the same time, not quite able to make this retake happen just yet. I think they're opting for that save, but
You should definitely get a bit more sleep. Yeah, I mean, most times I would.
That's John Wick behavior.
Like, I'll probably get an earlier night tonight because Beth starts work again tomorrow.
Just pick up frags. He needs 2 more. If he gets 1 and dies, he still gets a Viper's Pit as well. It's not a bad. It's not a bad shout.
Good luck. Lightning Fast is just everywhere on this map.
Now, eco damage already done. Just falls back. Polvi, who is on the blade storm, to go for a little bit more.
He's still going. I don't know if I like that. This. Oh, never mind. The spike was planted, of course.
Yeah,
Silver on split. They played Silver on split. Christ.
As well. But hey, damage done to the economy a little
A
bit.
lot of teams at the moment are like
Also
cooking some really
picked up
interesting
by
things.
Lightning Fast. I think you see it on his face, like, okay, maybe that was a little bit too much, right? Once we didn't get the counter peak, but you know the teammates are there as well, and that's something they're going to notice with Global Esports. Is that obviously his team, the comms are good. They're all players who are used to calling and sharing ideas, leading the team in one way or another. Lightning Fast enjoying the time on the stage. He talked about how he wanted to be part of the main roster. He wanted his chance on the stage.
Yeah, so Lightning Fast was like a 6th player last year for Global. Like, he's the only one that actually stayed, so now he's in the first team.
Every single time. How long can you help extend the tournament life in a setting like Kickoff?
I think he's going to extend it pretty well. I mean, off of this map, off of that performance from round 2 and so on and so forth, he is definitely showing us that he is back. Well, at the same time, though, for Zeta, I mean, this was their map pick. The start is not great. It just feels as though, although this is a different map, the ideas...
Streaming life's hard. The thing I need to keep on top of is just making sure that, like, I roll ads in the break so people don't get ads when they tune in. Also, I haven't checked in on YouTube today, actually. Now's a good chance. I probably should have gone for a Wii as well.
IG starting to get very well aware of that. Of course, the force buy helped kind of even out the rounds early on as well. So I like this timeout because now Zeta should have some other ideas in the works, and it's going to be a push out down 2.
Well, the stream actually doesn't have a thumbnail, which is kind of good. I think I prefer it that way. I don't know if it does better on YouTube or not, but means I don't need to worry about grabbing the thumbnail from another stream and putting it on.
just creeping up onto A site. The 0 point clears out the entire thing. Nobody's here. We get a free plant.
Yeah, now you know, okay, site's empty again. Surely it's another
Put both Nano Swarms on the spike already. Good damage on Polvi from the Nano on Dice.
Still good for the time being. He manages to hold his position and crucially this angle on towards Rafters because that's where Laz wants to be.
And Zeta, this time they're not flanking early, right? They're just putting that pressure in that this is what we always do. They're looking to go in with the main force.
Oh, trying to switch things
All right,
around.
nice
Still,
Polvi.
holds his ground.
Scary on Eco. They did get the flank as well from Depp. Is the RX today? Yeah, I think it is.
And then comes Euron from the front.
It's Talon and Team Secret after this. And then, yeah, it should be DRX DFM.
I don't know how much the Cove can do because they haven't quite tapped the spike yet. Those lineups, they are making it work. Euron able to pick up one more, but then that's about it. Sugar Zero.
That's match today, yeah. Because the games tomorrow are all... I don't think they're elimination games. They're like the first qualifying games, right?
To activate their abilities for a long time. They had to fight through that retake. Couldn't set up for something like a Cove, stick the half, and pressure a little bit further against the attack.
So we should have some like assets to play with tomorrow.
You love the energy from this team. I mean, surely they will continue to release some comms throughout the year, and it is great to listen. They've got such good energy across the board.
Two names really stand out right now, Lightning Fast and Polvi. The snake
Good
bite,
flash.
the opening frags.
Aldra gets so much information. Nobody breaks the recon on attack though. And Laz has somehow managed to sneak forward. Oh no, Heron's got two.
Guns down with a bit of a lineup on towards Ross.
I was a little bit messy from both sides.
Cannot do all too much now as he's
I was thinking about staying up, but that's 5 AM for me.
I mean, this crazy aggression from
I mean, for DRX versus DFM, I don't know if it would be worth staying up for. I guess we'll see. But I do think the Team Secret Talon could be a good game.
Another member like Huron hiding right around the corner, able to hold his aim for a triple. That should stabilize things. That's a 4th kill as well for Huron. Climbing right back into the game. Hunter's Fury available for him to counter out and maybe push them back out in the next
So yeah,
round.
Monday is all the elimination, all the qualifying games for first seeds.
I mean, this is
Tuesday is the elimination games, or 2 of them.
It was a little too late. He was still ready for it too.
And then Wednesday is
Very good discipline.
2 of the
And these are the moments
well,
we saw from him in just a couple rounds
I'm not
during
too
the
sure,
offseason
like
as
deciding
well. Very
games.
sharp shooting when he's
I think it's 2 deciding games, 1.
That's what we need to see from Zeta.
I don't know actually, because I think Wednesday and Thursday are both 6 AM starts.
Maybe the answer was just to really
I feel
get
like I'm talking out my ass.
Global would push out and then to peek off against that. But here it comes now. Off of those wins from before, Global picks up the operator. Polvi is in a damn good position. Here's the Aldrin, wants to shoot it down. But nothing doing for the time being.
Yeah, Zeta heard the
They're worried
option,
about
right?
B.
That's why they're not giving him the time of day.
Put the
They
Harbor
say
Wall
keep
up.
him trapped in mid. We've still got utility from Killjoy to get information to
They really aren't bothering with putting like the alarm bot in mid. Like the turret's far back here. Now they have the operator watching it.
Problem being, they haven't ever retaken under tube or into tube. So this is something that Zeta will have to keep in mind.
Well, the alarm
going
bot
into
here
the time.
consistently is interesting.
Just trying to stay hidden. They don't want to give out too much. And
I guess it's
meanwhile,
because they're not really that bothered about taking the
Esports,
op themselves.
They've managed to get openings before.
They don't really have a
Always
comp that
put
can
a
go
good
and
predator
take
in
this
with
aggressively.
Physical
I mean,
Fusion. They
that's
pull
not
some
true.
of
You
these
have
defenses
the
away, but this time
Harbor
without
with a
the
Cascade.
that Polvi was definitely looking for.
Like Euron could have got his ult, for
They're going
example.
to take a little bit of time. There's 30 seconds left, Will.
Yeah, they have to go in. There's the alarm bot. Now you know what's coming through. The Nano Swarm does enough damage.
And a snake bite
KO
on the
Knife
other
gets
side.
2 on
Time to
site.
rotate if you go now, but they're not going to.
Gotta commit. And it is
This is
time,
like really
but
iffy
Lance
now.
just stops you
20
in the
seconds, the
nick
spike
of
is on
time
here. You
as
still
well.
have 2
Here
players
comes
pushing
Step
up to
with an
B.
operator of his own. And guess what? The Reckoning
You
committed
just got to
too.
save. Like, you can't go
13
anywhere else.
seconds, and
That was a bit of an odd round from Global.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, just gotta make sure that you're.
I think doing this is
Yeah,
good,
gotta keep
but
up the
not
operator
with like
build
30
towards
seconds
that
left.
Bladestorm as well, 'cause you're not looking too
Like these 2
healthy.
players need to like at some
But
point
a
group up.
save, I mean, you got trapped
But I
in
think
mid,
so much that
and at
was
that
done
point,
here
this really comes down
was
to, I
off
think,
this
to
alarm
Zeta
bot.
also just saying, okay, we have
Because
no
these guys were
information.
already
So
deep.
instead
They
of
were trying to
creep
fake
back
towards
out, we have all
B.
these ultimates for the retake, right? You have
And
the
if this
Reckoning,
alarm
you have
bot
the
wasn't
Fury.
here,
Let's actually group up
then
and make sure we're
you
not getting
probably
flanked
could
at any point through mid. Multiple
see the
members watching
defenders
for
rotating
angles
over,
in
but because
mid.
that alarm bot
You
was
got
there and it
Killjoy
got those
Harbor
players,
utility blocking off the main entrances. And then they say, as soon as the alarm bot rings, send
I
the
think they
rest
stopped
of the
making
building
noise.
up
Yeah, I
front
mean
to
this time
rotate.
that was
We still have
perfect
members
because that
still
last round was
anchored
not it.
down on B, and Global good time out.
If they are still just
Try and
alarm
say, okay,
botting
this mid
like
pressure,
the
unless
orb,
we get the
you
first hit,
can
it's not
just
working.
shock
How
dart it.
else
There is
do
like a
we get
lineup
from
to
that?
shock dart
Hence the
anybody
timeout.
trying to
So
go
it's
for the
gonna
orb on
have to be a bit of a
defense.
question.
You can stay by it as well if you want to like maybe get a
Big
kill,
time.
but
apart from that,
the
at
one
the
shock
same-
like
it's
the
also
one
pure
alarm bot should be
vision. I mean,
enough.
it's just I like their composition. It's one piece of utility, but the Reckoning does so much. And now with Laz's kills coming through, you're
Do you dislike how Zeta play? They gamble push and gamble 1v1 so much. They fake a lot, just a weird playstyle. I'd say that that's. I feel like Global is
There's a
more
reason this was the comp that
guilty
started
of
to
that
really
than
rise up once a
Zeta.
couple teams showed it off, you know, like the GRX, because it's
I
basically
think
the harbor
some
for the
fights
seas,
Zeta
right?
just
But now you
lose
have a little
out
bit
on,
more
just get
flexibility.
kind
It's
of
not just force to
stuff.
plant, then hold for post-plant lineups. You've got a little more.
But I'd say at this
different
point
ways
that
to
Zeta is
explore,
playing
take
better
the map
than
over
Global.
Piece by piece, and GE, they're the ones who are experimenting today. We'll see if they have finally figured out. The
Zeta win because they have better aim. Yeah.
It would work better if maybe some of these initiators can open things up for Polvi because
Yeah, every character outside the deadlock is
still has the
competitive.
operator.
Maybe
Now
not
here's
Reyna
the
either,
shots
but
towards B. Okay.
I'm pretty sure there's a better recon to do than that one. I haven't learned it though. But it's not as risky. You don't have to peek out here. You do it facing this way,
So that's
and then
why
you
they're
bounce
coming
off that
so far
side like
back.
that.
In the meantime, Zeta pushes out mid on their own. Doesn't find much though, but it is a good angle for Depp.
Yeah, I mean, Depp could stay, or yeah, they could back out, because that means GE, if they want any variation, they're going to have to take time to take over mid.
Did they break the alarm bot? I don't see it on defense. Oh, Laz still has it in hand.
And Benkai as well. Surely this gives the call over to
Benkai's lurks have not found much. Also, having your IGL on the Killjoy away from the rest of your team, I don't like.
Out from Euron. A bit of a jiggle, and that susses out Polvi's position. They
Like,
know
it's hard to call
exactly
around
what's
when you're
about
doing
to
that.
happen. The Cove trying to play off
Or maybe he
the majority of
doesn't
the
need
swing,
to.
but not quite the shots to make it work. Blaze King, Polvi.
All
they
right,
are
3v2.
cutting down Zeta. Laz, however,
Lockdown is in use.
manages to pick up one from mid, but that's all he
Not a
can
great
really do.
ultimate,
Angle being
honestly,
held now by
and they know where the
Polvi.
silver is too.
Committed, but
This feels like a little bit of
the ultimate's not
like
really
iffy
on
round
time
from Zeta.
enough, and still aiming down his
Getting
sights.
caught out,
One shot through the
what
engine
it
while
like
Global
fine,
Esports
whatever.
9-4.
But I think using the lockdown there and using Hunter's Fury there was just not the
Bait out
play.
First piece, couple pieces of utility, then you cut all contact. You had the turret watching for mid as well, so it gets contact. You don't see it get broken right away. There's no further push, so you have to presume.
Well, Polvi's
Of course, and
doing
then you
good.
hear
He's
the
11
upshot
and
as well that it's
6.
going to be the operator coming through. Still on the lurk on A.
Big Kai's 1 and 5. That's the only thing that's not really working about this so far. Depps have a bit of a quieter time. He has the operator. There's a Viper's Pit. You're going to try and push up to A, which I think is the right play. Polvi, like, sitting up and fighting this, I think is really nice. Because Big Kai's kind of just been getting ham-fisted, so having the operator to go and help is good.
I don't know if they can suspect Benkai here. They have some inkling. They heard Polvi drop.
There is a chance that if he was looking towards where Laz was, well, Laz just peeks out. But there was definitely a point where the barrel was showing. Who do you think Talon, who wins, Talon or Team Secret? I'm going for Team Secret. But I think that Talon as a team is better than people are giving him credit for. I think Talon are not like DFM global level. I got Team Secret beating DRX though. Like, I'm a big Team Secret fan. I'm a big Jesse Vash fan. But like, I don't think the Talon are complete ass.
Position themselves around the site. Now that it's surrounded, now that it's a little
So I don't know
bit
what take is controversial.
They're still aware of Benkai as well. They haven't spotted this kill.
Look what Zeta are doing here.
Laz is watching too.
I mean,
They're waiting for it,
this...
but now they know they have the numbers advantage.
Watching more closely from now, this seems fine.
Here comes Ben.
Seems great.
Oh, no. And
It's so
Laz
risky
just
against a
turns
more
around at the
disciplined
right
team.
time. Defuse comes in. Let's get it over to
Uh,
Ron. We've got a 5-5.
I see what you mean.
On a tightrope, both these teams bouncing back and forth across the two maps.
Like, for example, the play that
And neither of them looking dominant on their own map.
Laz had, Laz or Depp, whoever's played the Killjoy.
Had another double
Like, this play
initiator
is risky,
on that first
obviously.
map. They brought it out
But you're in a
first,
player
which is
deficit, and you
fine.
know where the
She
operator is on
picked up,
attack. So you can, like, maybe
but
punish
Are you
it.
cooking or are you just dawdling around in the kitchen because so far we're not finding the answer.
RRQ is very overrated. As a team, I don't think so. I think they're just very green. I think yesterday they just lost confidence, and T1 have that kind of like confidence in droves. Like losing a lot of important clutches, losing important retakes. Like RRQ, I really like their team. Jemkin, I think, had a good debut. It was very hot and cold at points, but like he seems to be a good fit for the team. But I think that T1 just really came alive. Leaders, the most overrated team. I mean, having EA will do that to you. I don't know who the most overrated team is. I think for
if they held control of Snowman, either you plant the lurk there, or you
I'd say DRX. I feel at this point.
Depp, very well focused.
Yeah, Depp always holding his own out towards the A side, especially with that operator.
It should not have been favored versus T1.
It covers up just enough that he can actually peek out.
Sorry, it was RRQ losing to Gen G.
The idea, and now with that space, Depp repositions, tries to land the shot. Not quite.
I don't think they were favored. I think it was just people been skeptical about T1. Like Platchat had T1 as the second best team in the region, which I fuck with. You know, I'm like, I don't think that's wrong, in all honesty. Like, this T1's team's ceiling is massive.
Lightning fast definitely does. Goes in for that jitter peak, but it doesn't quite work out. Lasts that much more decisive.
DRX is very overrated, but they should be top 10. You said that they should be top 10 in Pacific, which is 11 teams.
Good peak though, but not
I think
quite
Global
enough.
Esports should be top 10.
So
You know?
Zeta goes up ahead.
But if you mean top 10 world globally, I don't agree. Like, I think that they're like probably top 16 in the world at this point. I think if there's a year where they miss an international event, it'd be this one. Especially something like Kickoff, where the format isn't perfect. And for stage 2 with Shanghai, strength of schedule is a thing. I think this year there's going to be so many teams, like both the teams here, Secret, Talon. Everybody's going to feel like they're going to try their hardest to beat DRX. But I will say to like take my opinion of Pacific with a grain of salt. I'm not as well versed as people like Tom, I guess.
This is Polvi not just creating space, he is actually fragging out. Oh no, but lined up. They hesitated for a second.
And also, like, I tried to do it from a coach POV, like tried to give the players the benefit of the doubt. You can't get the second player that's detained, so it's 2 versus 2. No ultimates for the last round.
How do you retake, Zeta?
2 shock darts, 1 nano swarm still in hand, which I like for Benkai. I don't like that he threw 2 nano swarms on the spike one of the rounds, and I think the reason why he's keeping one is because Laz still has a nano. There you got one more. Cove is there. Nice one, Blaze King. The second nano swarm comes in. Nice round, 6-6. Leviathan will be top this year. I did see their series yesterday because it was late. And also, I'd say for my priority of watch partying, it's like China, Pacific, which I should do. I'm doing all of China, like 100% of China. I would do all of Pacific unless it clashes with China, so probably like 8%. I don't think it's much. EMEA, I'm not sure on at the moment. Depends how late the games go and just like, what production is like. I don't want to dedicate to it, so I'll say that there's like a 40% chance. And then America, just 0. The time is too late for me. And then international events, I probably will do, but again, I guess it depends on time.
And sometimes, you know, it's also a bit of confidence. It makes you think like.
But yeah, I'm going ham this year, I think. I'm gonna miss the pistol because I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick.
Now, with
Hopefully I
the
don't miss
initiator
much.
composition
The
for Global
pistols. Be
Esports,
right.
how do they want to play that defense? Another map like mine where there's a lot of post-plant utility lineups, a lot of those types of plays. So at some point, you're going to want to at least pressure the flanks so they can't just sit all the way back. But the problem is if you're pushing out with your initiators, unless you're getting some sort of contact or really just closing the map into half, that utility just, it doesn't feel like it's bringing home as much value. So,
I don't know.
yeah, I mean, I'm curious what they're going to do. Obviously, in the pistol, it's going to be a stack.
The other thing is also just that they might not push out all too much because it's the 0 point and the recon vault. They can just sit back and, you know, let the utility gather a bit more information from them and then try to, you know, make guesses off of that. Obviously, not the safest. But
Sure. So, but that's my point, right? Is that you can sit back, but then your retake, if you go for all the flashes, they just hang back, and then you just got to deal with the post plant. So it's this rock paper scissors, but Blaze King still on fire from the first half.
Definitely throwing a rock on that first one. Here comes Hiroran up towards screens, and Zeta has found their opening. Has to gun down Blaze King, turns back around because of depth, and that is that double kill that gives them the sight. Lightning fast, tries to wrap back around, checks in, but doesn't expect Laz up by the window. Man, that new spot up by Icebox is just showing us so much today.
Yeah, we're seeing a couple good looks around it. I think teams around the world trying to show us there's multiple ways to work that. Obviously, the pure threat that you can watch it from Boiler makes it a little harder to dig deep on the attacker side, but then you can still hold from under the window on different angles. There's a lot of ways you can use that to just plant, you know, the seed of doubt into the opponent, into the future rounds.
Especially for attacking teams too, I think. It's just another additional angle. Makes you think about the defensive side, like whether or not you want to invest a player to watch that spot. On the other hand, though, right now, with the buys, no force from Global. In fact, they're just kind of playing these unorthodox, really close-range positions. They heard something and they peeked out, and it lines up for Deb. The stack gets knocked down. Sugar Zero, Hiroran picking up more kills. It's all down again to Benkai.
It's an eco. You do what you have to do. Those are the plays that either it turns into greatness or you get lined up.
But I don't know, like maybe you just don't peek or like hide or.
Well, you have to go for a timing, right? Because
Yeah.
I think if you're waiting, unless you have like all Buckies and such, they're gonna check. There's no way, right?
Of course.
And I mean, sometimes some teams don't, and they pay for it. But I don't mind the peek. Here's the thing: you're not supposed to win that round, so you have to throw. If you're going to commit to something like a stack like that, you got to throw a curveball. You got to go for the wild card. And yeah, it looks silly, but sometimes it looks genius. And there's a fine line. There's a fine line, but it's not a round you were supposed to win. So I think those are the times where I don't mind it. You know, you let it pass. Now you got your rifles in hand. These are where GE can start to showcase what do their defaults look like. It's going to be the two initiators on one side, the Killjoy and Viper on the other side of the map to anchor.
When you're right, Will. And here comes Polvi. Oh, instant pick off and backs off with the tailwind.
I mean, you already have the numbers advantage. Got control of mid as well.
Might as well let them trickle in, right? Blaze King hearing the footsteps, gets the timing on the peak. Sugar Zero continuing to push up front, manages to catch Russ, but how long can that really work out until Euron? What is the... I can't see that. You managed to find shots with a Guardian of all things. Here come the rest of the players from Raptors though, and they are still peaking a little bit too fast, a little bit too much. It allows for Euron to pick up yet another double. 2 + 2, that equals 4.
A great 4K, and you see him slowly getting that energy up.
Quick maths.
Yeah, on the stage. I'll leave that up to you. Not going to do any of my own maths here. But a great round from Uran. Oh, Depp smiling as well. We often see him just kind of being zoned in no matter what. But the vibes on Zeta are good.
Oh.
I mean, it's just a wraparound from both teams, right? And that's good movement from Uran because you note that GE is trying to play around your double controllers. They're trying to find the timings into your smokes. So then Uran says, well, I got to counteract that by continuing to take over space. Once you back up, if you've already gone for your execute and then you stop the momentum, you lose control over the entire site. You have to come in at that point, and it's good that he goes for it. You know, maybe the taunt was an overheat. We'll find out after this timeout.
Hopefully. But it's also like kind of nice to see. I mean, not last, but Zeta division taunting a little.
No, it's great. It's great. I mean, I don't think it also wasn't anything too crazy. I like that he's riding the momentum. Both sides, the coaching staff racking their brains. And a map like Icebox, I think it's very difficult for coaches to really pinpoint, how to adapt.
Because it's always that push and pull again. You pull on one side, another side gets a little bit more open, and sometimes that's an opening for Global. But at least for this round, we can say with absolute certainty it should be Zeta's pickup. So the timeout being called, invested into future rounds.
Yeah, and GE, they have enough creds on Polvi to go for that operator in the next round as well. So that's something they're going for, right? Even if it's the half armor. Once you get that operator, things get a little easier.
It makes you think, right? Is this Marshall position up on top of yellow something we want to condition Zeta into thinking? But the shot was already
What was the score at half time again? 6-0, wasn't it?
Just trying to just get one hit. All right, just a quick reaction.
So what, Zeta won the pistol, they won 8. And they won the bonus as well, so Global after Eco.
Heard or sensed it.
My stomach's bad this morning, sorry. I might have to
run
run away again.
That you'll be ready for the execute.
I don't know how other streamers do it. I don't know how I don't know how Sliggy waits until the breaks to go for poos if they, especially like early morning games, right?
I mean, I don't blame GE. This is just Laz making a great
How do watch parties do it? How do they schedule their poos so well? I don't understand.
And now it's just the site free.
That's exactly what I mean.
I'm missing some chat for what people said.
To the mastermind of,
I mean, this is an eco ride, so I don't need to watch this closely.
You're on with the timing on the poison cloud towards mid as well, so that Benkai doesn't see anything on the crossing, and they managed to cut noise.
So yeah, like DRX not consistent. When they play their best, they look crazy.
It is near impossible, virtually impossible for Global Esports to win.
Zeta DRX had problems. Vietnam will be on top.
We really want double digits, don't we?
Yeah, I think for most teams, I also feel like positive.
Sure, it can
Eat less, poo less.
crazy,
I guess that's true.
This is also a different Zeta division. Continue the lead when you can. We've seen so many teams in Pacific last year that try to save it for the match points.
I guess it's more to like, I didn't have any breakfast. I didn't have like any caffeine. I've just been drinking like water with a little bit of cordial in it.
Again, I gotta say it. Brand new Zeta division. Global Esports.
But
to get that round
I think for DRX especially,
does, again, extend that gap.
Wyatt put it so well. I've said this already once.
How do we claw our way back
Where
those timeouts
for
have been
DRX, I was much like Wyatt. I was so happy to see this team make changes, and I was so in love with the idea that they had made roster moves because I think that was needed, that I didn't really care nor pay attention to what those roster moves were. But I don't know much about like Flashback and who's the other player that they brought in. But I think that dropping RB and who else did they drop again?
But if they're coming out of garage, yeah, that flick is not an easy one. So Polvi's really playing for maximum contact and maximum info.
Unless there's some players who are out for DFM, DRX should have it. Yeah, I mean, even if DFM were at full strength, I don't think it would be anything but a 2-0.
The previous positions that Global Esports held. So without finding all too much this time, they're kind of assuming and setting up for that.
Yeah, what I've seen from Flashback has been like good.
Yeah, the high tide doesn't
but yeah, I don't know. I just kind of feel. I just don't know. I just don't know what their ceiling is. I think the biggest surprise is that they've kept their coach.
He's already made it up on top of screens, and with that, Circa Zero conceals the plant, gets it through. A bit of a wall bank coming out. Doesn't quite connect, but Hiroron's still just as good on the
really, like it's the Guardians are going to win out, and then it's just an operator. I think they have to go for it. They have to go for it.
Feels bad, but you need this off to make anything happen in the future rounds.
Oh, he's going for it. Doesn't know the angle from below. Lick spotted. Okay, now we save.
Yeah, now he's saving. Nobody offered themselves up to him.
Chase. You got so many creds. Trap him in.
Polvi tried to pull us.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a Zeta who is on the hunt. They are out for blood. They find the
They
shot.
know he's going to be kitchen.
Huron's already here. Oh, he heard him. No. Well, he was ready for it, but he just wants to run away. He just wants to buy time.
Nah, okay, he's managed to run away.
They pinged him too.
Great
They knew where he was. They knew exactly where he was.
Well, will it lead to anything? It's the one ray of hope
6-11
that G has now.
I mean, do you push out with it, or?
It's an option, but I think it's an obvious one. And I think there's got to be some sort of stack, some sort of push out, because, I mean, if it's just there. Okay, they will just buy up with half armors as well. So the
All right, sorry, I'll
so that just
pay more
means
attention to
you're
this
still able to hold this one angle.
this
You're able
round.
to push out onto pipes.
Global
They're
Esports
actually
being aggressive.
setup here with
Harbor
Rust.
Cascade to stop some of the
At a certain
sightlines.
point, surely you shift the weight. Very greedy from GE. with
Cascade
Lightning
is good
Fast
too
pushing
because
this
it keeps
far.
like the
No one's
focus.
gonna watch
Yeah, like
that.
this is such a good default from Zeta.
Maybe.
Like light it
He has to
fast.
escape. He's gonna get one. He gets the spike
Yeah,
at the
he's gonna
very
get traded no
least.
matter what.
Good heads up duel, good information. The
And that should be an
rotation's
upper B
coming through,
site.
but
Like the
Zeta
Cascade
being
just
able to
keeping these two
defend
players
and
focused and
defend
over here,
is
and
so
even with the Sova,
important.
like good
Now
default.
with that
Benkai
spike
unlucky
goes
with the
down,
timing there.
Blaze King tries to hold it off with the shock darts, but out in the open gets caught out by Depp, who I will not mention the play storm. Moving forward now, still the retake's underway. You've got mid, you've got
Nice
Snow,
shots.
not Snowman.
Does he need like he's had this Guardian for ages?
Benkai tries to
Like
open
he's
things
just
up.
been
The
holding
Viper's
on to
been
it
committed
for
to secure match
3 or 4
point.
rounds now.
Do you still go through or do you save? I mean, so much to consider.
It's this or match point. No matter what, you're not gonna have a great round the next one, but you're not finding the early picks. It's just not doable anymore.
Colby's
Yeah,
gonna
just
do
saved
the
the up
same thing,
again.
Trying to hold on to this operator. Zeta can definitely chase.
He should be all right. Should have it going off here soon. So the operator stays alive, and Benkai sacrifices himself.
Money is
for a
like
shot at
basically
that
capped on
lockdown, and
free
he'll-
players.
He'll fill it up. But now, you bought up those rifles. Obviously, you had to, because otherwise it's a guaranteed match point. But it's not looking like a great round. You have the
Looking rough.
lockdown. I mean, as obvious as it can be, yeah, maybe a push out with the operator, go for a lockdown retake.
So it was 4.5 hours for one map yesterday.
I
And
think
this
that's
series
the
might
thing,
be
I mean,
done in
with
less
the
than 2.
operator, if you're playing defensively and you don't find contact, it just kind of becomes diminishing returns. Right?
Oh, they had just enough.
Past 2 rounds now.
Yeah, they had just enough to sacrifice a couple utility as well. Just go for the half armors. You got the Hunter's Fury too.
So
That's tilt, I think.
Set up for the retake. It's a bit risky, a little bit gambly. Rush tries to stay a second longer to find
Like he
that
didn't really have
but
the support for Rust there,
not
just a
quite
little
able
bit
to make it
disconnected.
happen. Zeta very controlled. Getting pinged and then just holding back for a second. Laz now watching mid for any crosses. This is Zeta on a whole new look, whole new level.
Laz is on the move. Lightning Fast heard him. Gets him on the flank as well.
Good pickup, and then Depth to come back in. The spike is down. They know they're good. Everyone's in position, not to mention Euron, who is holding such an angle.
Recon is really
But
nice.
good swing off
They're
of the
perfectly
recon.
placed.
Blaze
Okay,
King
nice. This is good from Global.
managed to shoot them down. Rush trying to dance back and forth.
Might be...
Stunning there.
Oh, he just got it. Holy crap, that was way too close.
Able to hold it all the way through. Manages to make use of that space from Russ and Blaze King.
I queued for run game where this was almost at the half. I'm done
Okay, so
now.
you get the
Now it's 6
round,
runs past.
but what
It's been no
cost?
timeout. Like, there's been no tech pause
Dropping
even.
all the weapons all the way to the end.
A lot of saves, I guess.
Oh. I mean, you have to
But then
buy
it was like a
whatever you
3-minute
can
break
every single round now, but
for the half.
I mean, you can't afford a full
Well, it depends how long the
No,
ranked
you
game
can't.
was,
I mean, 'cause
really.
You barely bought up half armor with full rifles. Now, sure, they'll get Bulldogs and Guardians, but it's one shock dart, no fragment on Russ. Some very crucial things that they would want on a retake.
Well, you do have the null command.
13-5.
Ah,
That's...
but how long
might be
can
why.
you really extend this map? That is the question. 12-7 right now. All Zeta needs is 1. And they are looking mighty decisive. Dep 1 point away
Almost
from the
200
storm.
ACS
Goes in
on
to
a
take that space up around
13-5
hill.
loss, though. Isn't that bad?
Timing peak off of the recon clears out the early half of the site.
So Pulvi's aware that a lurk is
ADR,
on
not
the
ACS.
side. It's
Oh,
either
well,
different
yeah,
Lightning
that's-
Fast, I can hold that. Pulvi's gonna leave it up to his teammate, regroup on B.
shock darts.
ACS was probably high then.
Just to fend them off.
Oh, he was ready for it.
Laz wanted to make it happen, though. If he did, then there may have been some rotations. But here comes Polvi and Lightning Fast now.
I don't know if Depp suspects.
Had
that this is gonna be
285.
low.
Yeah, that's very good
Just
then.
a chill.
Not your fault.
I don't mind it. Doesn't greed for the kill.
Oh,
But that means they're trapped in B.
exactly.
Defense knows.
They have to push up front. And as long as Russ, Benkai, and Blaze King can defend B well enough, they're going to run out of time. The pressure is on. And off of the cascade, they push
Oh my
up.
god, that's
Yuron
just
and
so
Yuron. How
clean.
do they make it happen? All three players down. Depp now coming through.
I don't know who was it that was saying like about like the
And
undisciplined
Russ
element of Zeta.
that is
Like I
running
think
out
it's
of
been
battery,
so
running
much
out of
better on
juice.
like attack.
Finds the angle, finds the shot, but oh god, Bladestorm now propped up. That's a tough target to hit. Okay. Just a bit of a whiff here and there. And
Very
Huron to
clean.
secure that final nail.
So I,
In the coffin, 13-7.
How many series have we played now? 1, 2, 3, 4,
One of the teams that just did
5.
not make
I'm
it, did
4 and
not
1 on my
push to make a
predictions.
roster move for so long, but they start the first chapter of a story about building up talent in your own region throughout your own.
Yeah, Zeta's
academy
attack was really
roster.
solid.
I mean, today was a
From the
story
bits that I
of
saw, at
Huron.
least.
They topped the board on this map as well, but both of them performing quite well throughout this entire series. We all knew. Okay, firepower upgrade for sure, but are they ready for tier 1? And Zeta says, why do you think
Trying to think
we
of,
put them on our academy roster to begin with?
Yeah, chat. Why do you think? And this map just says it all. You saw it a little bit on Binds,
And I
but
bleed
this one
T1's
even more
games.
so because Yuron and Hironon just absolutely held down their own on sites. When they pushed, they did so much. Not to mention Depp and Laz, though, who are still firing off.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing.
I think
is
on
that now they're a
Binds,
little bit eased up. They don't
Global
have
didn't
the
look too
hard
bad.
carry every single map, and that's what a lot of people that have been cheering for the
There's
Shabby
definitely
squad have
some
hoped for.
moments
A great
where
first show.
it
It's still a
looked
long way to
really
go.
rough.
Quite a convincing
Like
one.
the
First
coordination of the
division.
team playing together wasn't quite there. I think that was the main thing that was
This
missing.
is the new
Whereas I
relaxed,
think for
loose,
Zeta,
aggressive
that
Zeta, and it
was
feels good.
one of their stronger
Meanwhile, for
parts.
Global Esports, I mean, I still gotta say, right? Polvi, Lightning Fast,
But the idea that they brought to
players
Bind was an
who
interesting one,
and
though.
they can
Global.
perform as well.
Yeah, I mean,
And it makes
Fast,
sense why they might go
that
for some
spot
more
onto
like
the main
interesting
roster, got
comps
it.
if
That's a big
their
plus. You call out
way
Polvi
of
as
playing
well.
was like
Save
that.
Russ, actually, in the first map.
Thank you,
Good
Tom,
shots,
for the
but
host.
they'll have to wait for another
Perfect game, I
Time
suppose,
for
for
an
you to
interview
start
with
with.
our winners.
Hello.
For day 2, VCT Pacific Kickoff goes to Zeta Division.
I don't think the result was too surprising, right?
Some nice people.
Kind of felt like, I mean, Zeta just
Yes,
cleaned up on the
congratulations.
attack half.
It's good to see you back. 네, 오늘의 우승, 데이 2 첫 번째 우승은 제타 디비전.
But I liked
라즈 선수 만나보겠습니다.
what Global were cooking on Bind.
As a key player from the
Literally just saying that, like, I think it was a lot of the
you definitely proved it today.
recent team put together coordination. It was off for Global, just peeking one at a time, or a bit rough around the edges. But Zeta was like a lot better at that, naturally, because they've been playing together longer. Played some tournaments and stuff. But hello, everybody. Thank you for the sub as well. Yet to see you play the guitar, mate. I would now. I've been called out for this as well, but it is 10 to 8. There'll be chances. Because I think Beth's still asleep for one. You know, I want to listen to this interview. This interview would be nice to listen to if the music wasn't so loud.
네, 개인적인 제 전략보다는 팀워크가 정말 돋보였던 게임.
I don't know why they turn the music down, you know.
서로 많은 협력과 함께 대화도 잘 통하고 그래서 이 게임의 승리를 이끌어낸 것 같다고 말했습니다. So I'm seeing new players, new vibe, and new strategies also. So how is your teamwork in specifically to the details?
You think they're afraid to touch any audio? Yeah, I don't think that's also not a surprise.
Today's match.
A lot better this morning, though. Hopefully it stays that way. Are the next 2 games worth staying awake for? Well, you have come to the stream of the biggest Team Secret fan, so fuck yes for the second game. I think this will be a lot of fun. Like, I like Team Secret. I think the way that they play is good. You've got NDG joining, and Talon. I think that they have like a lot more to offer than people initially. Like, I don't think this is the second worst team in the region. I think there's like potential for this team to do some like crazy good stuff with some of the players on the team, like Cruz, Jit Boys, and then you've got Surf coming in too. And I kind of like Frost as a coach. I think he's good at getting the most out of like young players. Granted, I think he's a little bit unhinged, but we live for that. For DRX Detonation Focus Me, I wouldn't say as much, but you never know. Could be the day. Minus Benkai plus Jamie Redknapp. So we'll see if I pass out. I think definitely stay for the first half of Team Secret Talon. Also depends on how long this break is going to be. Yeah, 2 players left Talon. One of them was Patty. Garnet's left, Zeus is the head coach left, Foxy left. Both Foxy and Sushi Boys were doing quite a lot in the... oh, what teams were they on? Forgot the name of it. Full Sense, yeah, Full Sense for both of them. Because they played ESL tournament, didn't they? In Thailand. And they beat Talon. Yeah, Patty, I think Patty benched himself, like semi-retired. But also, I don't blame him. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if Patty's just a bit burnt out. And then you have like a coach coming in, like Frost, that's like, maybe like you were going to do a lot of order review, we're going to do a lot of theory, a lot of server time, and Patty's just like, nah, I don't have the legs for it anymore. But is it match history? So he's on X10 again? Or is this him playing? Is him as a player? Yeah. He's on MKT now. I feel like he was on a China team for a while as well. But I might be wrong.
You can do it wherever you want. Maybe on the side or the middle.
Sushi Foxy, was that with Scary and Patty on X10, right? Yeah.
Perfect.
I mean, yeah, like that X10 Xersha team.
Nice signature. And then 2 fans. We have one
The
right
plushies
there.
are so cute. I definitely need to grab one.
I think that part is the most interesting. And from the back also. It's up to you. Yeah, you can throw it to the fans. It's your present. Who gets the present for last? The winner's present goes to fans in the back.
Who is it
Yeah,
that
you
just
can throw it to the
yeeted it
fans.
yesterday? So, like, if that was in America, there'd be, like, fists flying to try and grab it. The fact that the wingman was able to hit the floor is the most shocking part of today. I'm pretty sure he also, like, hit and... Oh my god, production is just...
Yes, we are now going to look at the viewing party. Yes, there are many fans watching here and outside of Seoul.
Production, hello! Did Riot literally fire everybody after yesterday?
Yes, for the viewing party, we can see fans all around the world.
Oh, I'm actually dying of second-hand cringe.
We are going to look at fans in India, Mumbai for global esports. And
These are-
fans in South Korea. Oh yeah, hi guys!
I wonder if this is a VOD or if it's them now.
We can all hear you shouting way back in India.
I guess if this was live, all of these guys would be on their phones on tracker.gg just being like, see, I told you.
Match of the day. We are waiting for TS and Talon.
They export the EMEA production, hopefully. I have, like, faith because it's now, like, in Riot's hands and in a Riot studio the production shouldn't be hot ass like it was last year in some cases.
You know, the global esports fans, I love them. They've got so much
This place will get
energy.
really
They
quiet if
just
100
empower
Thieves are losing.
No matter what,
The hot
result.
mic.
And
I mean,
honestly,
he's not
global
wrong.
esports has some really good foundations. They kind of just need
There was a hot mic
harness
for
that
Brendan's sideshow
energy
as well, wasn't there?
and that power they have, especially with Polar.
I think it's on Reddit. I saw that stuff was posted on Reddit, but I didn't see what people were saying. Said post-match tweet. Yeah, okay, Sentinels is always pretty good. Oh no, they're not doing Havoc like this. I think he only got like 2 kills, right? Is it the music as well? Oh, shit, yeah. Why is that so loud? There we go.
GB and the analyst desk are going to break down map number 1, and we'll see you in just a few. That was sick. That was a really good map. Dude, our power ranking was correct. 2 best.
It was a sick map. I saw the first one. I didn't see the second.
Well. A lot of the highlights that he's gotten as well was off of just his teammates being very confident in him making that. They were baiting for him a lot.
I mean, to G, watch Price really coordinate with the audience. Like, oh, we're going to be on cam, we need some chances. Yeah, I know Fnatic did it as well. Maybe that's why people just weren't ready, necessarily.
Absolutely, totally covered for depth as well. I mean, they played off each other really, really well. Polvi, I mean, we got to mention that one round in the very beginning.
Oh, yeah, I mean, a risky play, Global deciding to go for that force buy once again.
What was it like in general things for the series?
Phenomenal when it comes down to the sniping, that, you know, that outlaw in his
A little bit better, I think, on Icebox. Yeah, actually, Global had the majority of them. Probably did good with the AWP. I don't like this page because it's not... I don't think it works with attack and defense. Just to say... Oh, no, it does. Whoops, never mind. My bad. Like, on defense, Global had good, like, A main control, A mid. And then they just struggle to get out of A. And like, just over on the A site, which is not a good sign.
In a considerable amount of time, and clearly they've been workshopping it a hell of a lot. Sugar Zero.
So the only time that they actually got kills was like if there was any like aggression. But they only died once there. They died 3 times on the 410.
I think he's only played twice in any sort of track capacity coming into this series. So this is his 3rd showing on that agent.
Oh yeah, I forget that this is called Boiler. Actually, having a call out here is nice. Gen, backside, top site, nest. What's his website? I'd love to check games in this much detail. Let's just run it back. I wouldn't say this is perfect. I was just more like, oh, they actually have like call outs on this too. Like, because this is, people call it jail, don't they? What's on like garage, the elbow, tube, kitchen, snow pile. What is snowman? Snowman and snow pile is confusing, I'd say. Orange, because this is orange. Snowman, B-Link. Yellow, B-Main. I'll use VLR Liquipedia. Yeah, I mean, like, run it back is good for like API stats and stuff like that. It's not quite augment, but I don't think anything is set up for augment for this. Nobody's imported anything, I don't think. Because we looked at crew yesterday.
This will be really interesting as well. How are you feeling about that?
York University, let's go.
Super excited because again, Zeta, you already see how far the
do that, and then Pacific. I wonder if the China events are going to show up on here. Like, if we don't have any API data on China, that'd be a shame. Somebody's fucked this up. Match is stuck in processing jail. At least these games work.
It still was them having a really big showing in that first series.
But it's a little bit like iffy, I guess. Breeze, Ascent. I guess we could look at like NRG's Ascent. See what cool stuff. Why does EMEA start February the 20th? I don't know. Probably because LEC's on at the moment, I guess.
Give me the chamber matchup right now. Show me Laz versus X-Grid, but that's for a future matchup.
Is there a way for me to turn off like the little UI highlight from like Raider from Tombiz? Because it said it for Sido, and Sido was like here before.
Tell us what you think, your reactions to all the games that have been happening so far. We're gonna go on a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we're finally gonna see a bit of Group B.
As in Tom's chat too. Yeah, but like you're not. Well, I guess you kind of come from the raid, obviously. So I wonder what like they were doing on defense. If it was anything weird or unique. I don't think so. Jet mid, usual stuff. Ethan. By Switch. By Tree. No KO knife showing up. He did use them on the retake. Did you just not use them early round? Victor in mid a little bit. Where are the alarm bots? In mid. And then camera on switch. Camera turret on switch. On the top box. On A. Was there any other like having the alarm bot mid and then having this turret is a bit interesting. I don't think the loudest set game is nobody's tried uploading it. Yeah. And the ones for Pacific didn't work at all. Why is it the Breeze shows up, but the Lotus doesn't? Where's like the Lotus game in the API? They've just forgotten it exists. I guess it is like, it just happened yesterday, so people haven't woken up, because these might be some of the like America's teams using this to anti-strat or keep it up with it, so maybe they're going to do it in the morning blinded, and then Crashies is just on B. What about on attack? Was there any cool stuff? They went A. They'd leave Victor here. Did Ethan here sometimes? Was this some sort of like anti-eco setup? Yeah, looks like it. Having a KO here and then having Victor play here. No turret or alarm bot, but I don't think they show up on attack annoyingly. So they probably have like the anti like shark attack triangle thing going on. Just towards A. And then B. Might should be like if we do this. It's still the same. How much did I miss? You missed the first series, which I think the first map was good, the second one not so much from Global, at least their side. But yeah, no issues today so far, touch woods. It's been a good watch. So there's this. I think B seems to be a lot more like slow. Red Bull gives you wings. So I guess the other thing that you have is like on B executes, which was only 2 that they planted. They just went straight B. They didn't really do much mid other than Crashy, so I assumed Eldrund from here. Then we matched 1. There's 2 more. It was good. We could also, like, I guess just... There's a recap for Americas. We will watch it in, like, 2 minutes. So they fight Tree, back out, force utility, break the alarm bot. Trade fights. You got late Crashies play here. KO knife on dice. Execute on A. They either get a kill on the late rotate. Red Bull gives you wings. And then they fight on site. Did Tom get up early in the end? He did. He made it. I don't think the series could have gone better for him, really. Just nice and quick. But still, like, fun to watch. It wasn't a complete waste of time. First map was good. Second one was Zeta just been too good. So that's a like anti-eco setup. Maybe you could sort of do it as a
everything you need to
I
know.
did. So it was literally the only round. Oh yeah, that makes sense actually.
VCT Pacific will now have
And this, so that's why it was weird of Ethan just being here on his own. Because that's how this round started. Because they play off this turret, I guess, and then there's like a peak flash. Or KO knife to force him back.
This year's journey begins on February 17th in
So okay, that's fine.
VCT Pacific
Round 2
is
again.
3 stages: kickoff, stage 1, and stage 2. 2 Masters events are held in between.
I don't know how he managed doing that and then Polaris with all of the timeouts there.
Global competition for 2024. VCT Pacific Kickoff will be split into 3 phases. The first phase is a GSL format.
But yeah, they just go there. This is their bonus. Everybody top mid. Typical A split. Aldrin for A main, and they just get forced out and fight. And then here, what was this? Just a main aggression to get the jet. Tried to take mid. So was it just Fury just winning a lot of fights here? Seems to be.
Alpha teams will fight against the Omega teams in a single round robin. The top 3 teams who emerge from each group advance to the playoffs.
And the late rotation from the Killjoy actually for Fury has been pretty good.
The top 3 teams will be punching their ticket to Valorant.
They're on an eco. They are.
VCT Pacific Stage 2 has the same format as Stage 1, but this time the Alpha teams will compete against
Right,
each
so there's
other in
that.
their own
It really
groups.
was
The
just
Omega team.
Fury looking so much better on the defense, but I guess that's no surprise, right?
In Stage 2,
Just this ascent.
VCT Pacific
Both teams are playing the same usual comp.
The top 3 teams in playoffs and the 1 team with the highest championship points will earn their ticket to Valorant Champions.
K-Knife gets a lot, they smoke it.
Championship points are a fresh addition to the VCT
Oh, saved a lot
system in
down.
2024. Teams will earn
Actually, I haven't closed the
points to qualify
door.
for Valorant Champions at the end of the year.
Were they just wallbanged here?
Teams earn 1 point whenever they win a match during Stage 1 and Stage
Good
2.
thing about it
They
is that
earn
we can do
3 points
this.
if they win kickoff for Stage 1.
Oh yeah, Odin.
Earn 2 points if they win a Masters event.
And then, yeah,
goal
the stream's just
ultimately is
freaking out a
to
little
reward
bit.
Teams who have been the most consistent throughout the year. Only the best of the best will come out on top. The tide is rising and teams will collide and define
So
their
they
destiny.
smoke.
Valorant Champions
2 smokes into boathouse, now they're buffing them there. Retake, nice.
South Korea.
This was on an eco. That actually worked. Aldrin cleared. I think they even got the tag onto the Killjoy, so they jumped here to Odin spray. Fighting from short again with the KO and the Omen. I guess this is the operator, yep. Peek out, tried to fight it, and then there's just this late push from Victor. And is it just a save call? Yep. Here you got the shark attack from DRX. So they're going to quickly just go A. But they're going into the Killjoy, which the Killjoy did have lockdown. So actually a good strategy from Furia to go aggressive on this side. Have the Killjoy here. Lockdown if they need. But I don't think they did need. They just played retake on it. And they go for the same play again. So I guess if I was anti-strike Fury, it's like, alright, if they have Killjoy ultimate, they're going to be aggressive on... Like, literally the same play, but this time with 4. Same thing. I think this play is, like, very underrated. I don't see teams do this an awful lot. Like, the Omen TP to just Heaven and then fight. So that's good. And then just defaulting around. Crashies likes to play the spot with the Eldron. Probably some fragment lineup that you could do here. From like CT or somewhere, surely. Everybody just tries to fight it preemptively. When they had ultimates. Okay. I think it's pretty much about to start up again. Cool. Right, I am going to make a cup of tea. Run some ads so people don't get them in the middle of the game. And yeah, be right back. Yeah, ads. I mean, you could avoid ads by getting like Twitch Turbo, subscribing, ad blocking, don't really care, but gotta run them just so people don't join in and they're just met with the annoying stuff. Just rather do the annoying stuff now. Actually, I'm gonna save the ads for a little bit longer because I don't know how long this desk is gonna be. I don't know what the ETA is for rotations of series because yesterday couldn't really get a gauge of it, right? Naturally. I can also change the title.
But we're putting up a solid fight.
Team Secret versus Talon Esports.
So now with more time to develop, we should expect a much stronger performance out of them here today.
Yeah, similar with Team Secret here.
Let's do it like this. Open up OBS and do it that way. I think that's how I do
So
it.
there could be something happening there in terms of the narrative. But yeah, excited to see what the newest player addition for Team Secret is in NDG. He's been on for a couple of months now. Team Secret were happy when
Yeah, I'll still go make the team now, so be right back.
The vetting process, and now he's here in the Pacific League.
And we can see the players now. You know, Team Secret, they looked really good, especially in the early part of the season last year. And they ended up finishing around 5th or 6th. And they actually faced up against Zeta during LCQ and lost that spot to Champions. So we're really excited to see this new iteration of Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, that was unfortunate timing for Team Secret because that was right when that chamber came back through. Laz just had an absolute pop-up performance. Def as well. That duo was going crazy to be able to get them through that LCQ. So Secret is catching that power spike that Zeta had hit right at the very end. But I'm curious to see how they really fixed up some of the flaws that we saw for them. Because yes, we do have JDG coming into this one. NDG, sorry. That's for a different tournament that's going to be starting in a couple days. But with the NDG coming into this one, that means that we have one duelist player here. There's not that kind of fallback strategy that Secret did have last season, which was, okay, we're moving over to a map where the operator is going to be important. We need to put Dubstep over onto the Jet. We need to flip around our roles a little bit more because we just don't have the comfort there otherwise. They don't have that anymore. So how comfortable are they going to be? How much flexibility do they have in this roster is what I'm really curious to see from Secret.
Now, Talon, this is a bit of a painful graphic to be showing off. They finished 9th in the regular season last year in LCQ, around 5th or 6th, but they did show one surprising game. I'm going to say one map that they took off of Paper X last year, but it was on Pearl, which is one of Paper X's strongest maps.
Look, I mean, as much as we can compare and contrast Talon last season to this season, it's ultimately, it's not really worth it because A, the team is so very different. There's plenty of new faces that are coming into this Talon lineup. I mean, coaching staff has obviously been changed as well, so it's basically a completely different team. But the other thing is that, yeah, Talon, like, they had some moments last year, but they also had plenty of blunders. There was tons of series that Talon were playing in where it seemed like it was going to be winnable, where if they had just done one thing a little bit differently, maybe they could have closed out the map, maybe they could have won this round that would have then given them this momentum. But so often we were seeing them experiment with random things. Patty Pan was playing 17 different agents, never really getting to play anything twice in a row. Changes up on who was going to be playing in the lobby at given times, as well as just wild and bizarre strategies with the triple duelist attempt over on Split and that sort of thing. So with all of that going out the window, hopefully, I think that we can expect a very different display here from Talon.
It's going to be hard. They faced off a lot last year, but like you said, it's a completely different roster now for Talon, or almost anyway. But Team Secret, let's get a real intro to NDG. Asarai, you know, you're from the Philippines. Tell us, who is NDG and why should we care?
I feel very down if I actually don't give him any information whatsoever. Anyways, NDG was a former now esports player. He was very high in that particular team where he was duo as well with Mojo. Both of them went into the free agency. And like
I'm gonna do this one standing up. This is usually where the monitor turns off. It didn't. Let's go.
Team Secret roster, and real quickly enough, he was very
Hey,
known for his
Senkwenki.
or even his Sova. So him slotting into Team Secret when they needed someone to be that anchor.
My headset is dying, but I can charge it.
Now
That's
we're
fine.
looking at Lenny. You had mentioned this. He was a sub at Team Secret, and now he's the IGL of Talon? What?
Yeah, I mean, this is a really wild arc for Lenny because not only was a sub
The glow up.
once, and it was critical moments
I wanted to look at Reddit because I was looking at the comments then,
wasn't put in a position to
and I
have
sort of
really
I'm surprised. Well, I'm not surprised as such. But people are really going in on the quality of the series. Like, one of the worst series I've ever watched. I mean, some of the rounds, yeah. Some of the rounds were awful.
Fairly loose. We know that he likes to play the Sova. He likes to garner information for his teammates, but we don't really know what to expect from Lenny.
I don't know whether this is just like elements of like global esports fans coming in.
He is so well known.
I
in esports.
think that the no main controller is wild.
Yeah, true. And again, it's already said there in the graphic that.
But yeah, I don't know.
The ins and outs of how Team Secret are thinking about, but Team Secret, they're a team that I feel like still.
I didn't think it was last year at DFM. Yeah, I mean, I think there was some rounds that like global esports straight through, like Paul V pushing down long alone with an operator. But like the fact that there's so many deleted comments says enough.
Soaring with talent today, but the rest of us is on the Team Secret.
Oh right, that's yeah. Yeah, I don't think the Russ played the IGL bad then.
All right, Achilles, why are you voting for Team Secret this time around?
I think that Secret still, even with the flaws that they had last season, have a solid enough foundation to build off of, and they don't have to make
I don't think the casting was bad.
changes to basically integrate.
Right, I wasn't really paying enough attention to make Quack's just going for Talon. Yeah, I don't think like the casting was bad at all. I mean, especially because I think it's just one of those like. I think Chobra's done well with like some of the analytical stuff that he's done recently, and like being on Plat Chat. Like he's like, I would love to see Chobra at an international event, like as an actual like sort of expert on Pacific and even China like levels of like analysis. Because usually you just get like Achilles and Paperfin on the desk doing that and casting, but I think like Chobra in the mix of like international analyst talent is probably not a bad show.
I mean, Cruz could also be teaching them
what else was I saying? I think the casting was just like fine. Wasn't crazy, but it wasn't a crazy game. But realistically, are you going to have a world-class performance from anybody casting that game? Probably not. People are tired of Pacific Desk after. I mean, the cast Galv. Desk is good. I'll say one thing. I think Achilles on the desk is actually really good. Like he's got so much better. Like when he was sort of just doing it a little bit as a caster, like in like early, like maybe like Champions of last year. I remember it was just everything, even if it was a series where there wasn't a. If there was a series where there wasn't any DRX, it would always seem to come back to DRX or like Korea as a region because that's the one he was casting. But since he's been doing it a lot more, like I think he did Lock-In as an analyst, he did Istanbul a lot as an analyst as well. I think that like Achilles' like charisma, I think just fits so nicely. It's Frost. It's Frosty at.
Hello. Oh, that was a sweet hello.
2 NA coaches.
Okay, from first, Warbirds from TS. That's your rematch with Talon. So how do you feel? Because you have won at the previous season, at the first match.
I think I know why I like Frost. Because he's just the middle-aged guy wearing snapbacks. And I'm like, I see you.
We're pretty confident in the matchup. Obviously, it's a whole different team.
Yeah, hello, Galv.
Whole new everything. So we're just focusing on ourselves and hoping that we can have a nice, close, and fun match.
모든 게 새롭게 바뀌었지만 더욱더 자신감이 있기 때문에 더욱더 재미난 경기를 할 수 있을 것 같다고 답변을 들었습니다.
Frost is a good old no BS man. I mean, I think the only thing I can sort of remember is.
I think it's really unfortunate for me because I was formerly GM. I hired Warbirds. I have a lot of love for Warbirds and the players, me and Jesse Bash. I love the ownership of Warbird on Team Secret. They're super great.
I didn't realize that Frost was GM.
Happens to be people I like, but at the end of the day, we came here to do a job. We didn't come here to lose.
It's nice to actually have like coach interviews, I think. Because I think the coaches are often just like underutilized as personalities. Like, it'd be nice to like hear more from them. Like the PM interview from KC last year. I don't know who organized that. I assume it was Sue, like in Sue. And it was probably one of the best bits of content I think we did that year. Because there was so much clowning on KC. So actually having an interview with a coach that was just constantly losing and seen negatively like that, like humanized him and the team. And sort of showed that like, you can clown on Scream and you can clown on like upper management of KC for like making this team and just the way that it ended up looking. But like PM is just a coach trying to make the most of what is going on there.
So for our perspective,
You can't keep getting the keys to all these projects if you aren't doing right. I think like his time on 100 Thieves was great.
we kind of had an idea of
There's definitely some interactions that I've had with Frost personally. I did a video on like Hiko way back when about his clutches. Frost followed me, messaged me, was like the video. Here are some of the elements that you got wrong. I'm like, all right, fine. Actually, that's good feedback. And then I was talking to him about Asuna, like when Asuna was like one of the better players in the world. And I was talking to Frost about it. It's like, I don't know if I kind of want to do something on Asuna and show like why he's one of like the best players in the world. But Frost was like, no, don't do that. It's like, wait, why? It's like, because he wants to keep the ego for Asuna down because it's easier to like he has the potential to be the best player in the world, Asuna, but if he gets too cocky too early, it's not going to like happen. We're here to empower and enable Scream's vision. Yeah, exactly. But like, no coach is going to turn down a T1 job for, especially like a French-speaking team, as a French coach. Like, they'll do what they can. Oh, that's nice. I'm not used to seeing Jesse without like bleached hair or anything like that. Oh, lad there, or should I say, yeah, Mo, exactly.
Or like a minor baseball league, and your brother's on the other team, and you have to play against each other. That's kind of what the vibes felt like between that one. I think we need to.
What was I going over? And yeah, obviously there was the whole thing with Frost and like the drama with the ping situation for 100 Thieves and Sentinels, was it? And it was like a full like 1 hour call that was recorded and leaked of him just shouting at admins.
As long as that's not triple duelist nonsense, then I'm all for it. I'm very
The
curious.
admin's done enough, yeah, exactly. And just hearing things of like international events where like he's been not weird. I don't think that's fair. But every time I was like, oh yeah, I met Frost and I wasn't sure how to read him, I guess. Which I don't blame. Like, he just doesn't mince his words, but I fucking love people like that. The problem is, I think with people like that, I kind of, for like feedback and stuff, I go to them too much. Because I'm like, this guy doesn't bullshit me. Like, I feel like I could go to somebody like Frost and be like, how can I be a better, like analyst on the desk, and he would just be like, you're shit at this, you're good at this, do this more. I'm like, all right. But then you just end up in a position where like you keep going to those people and you kind of just always get negative feedback, or it's just the feedback of one person, and because they're being honest and saying it how it is, that doesn't mean that's how everybody else sees it.
Such an incredible map for Team Secret. What kind of maps are we expecting?
That's a brutal honesty. I mean, yeah, just as an example. It's why I liked working with Jess, like, in the first, like, couple of years of, like, Valorant when she was on it. Because I felt like she told me what I did well and what I didn't do well. And like, she wasn't afraid to just be, like, honest with me. And it's nice, I suppose, to, like, be like that with people. I think my problem then was kind of like, just because somebody's being honest with you with their feedback doesn't mean that their feedback necessarily is always correct. But I also think that as an adult, you need to be able to like get feedback from people, just as well as really direct. I guess it's like nice to be around people that don't bullshit, I suppose. Like, there's always some like social political stuff that happen in a workplace anyway. Can pros bet on other pros? No. As talent, we're not allowed to bet either, naturally.
sneaking around out of aim, main gets himself.
But I think in every sport, pro players are not allowed to bet on the sport that they're playing. Because a lot of footballers get into trouble with that. Same with managers and stuff. Like, can a tier 2 player from America bet on Talon? I'd say probably not. I wouldn't risk it. If it's from your POV, Taiso, I wouldn't risk it. If it's somebody else that you're like asking hypothetically, I'd say probably. I wouldn't try it. Even like getting your family to bet for you is also like, I've seen people get in trouble for that. If you do ESIC will get your ass in 7 years. I guess it's not ESIC though, it'd be Riot, right? Of course, hypothetically, lol. Because it's also like if it was you and you said like, you came into a chat and said, is it okay if I gamble? And I said no, and then you did it anyway. Like, then you're in trouble.
Unique strategies and witty techniques.
Right, I'm gonna run ads just before we get into game, and I'm gonna finish my cup of tea, so be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, Talon Esports.
For the second match of today.
Just in time for the veto.
To determine the higher seed, heads will be Talon and tails will be Team Secret. So it's going to be tails. So Team Secret, you may now choose whether to be Team A.
All right, well, now we can get into this one. See where exactly we're going to end up. Talon does have the first ban.
The Talon, Team Secret. They ban Icebox because they're chads. Team Secret. And Split. Interesting ban. I actually don't hate that as a ban if it's like a permaban. Breeze for Talon. Oh, I mean, Talon when they played the ESL event looked really awkward. Ascent as a pick for Team Secret, I really don't like.
During Pacifically was actually a set. It was the only
Sunset's third map.
Where every single time they played it for like 5
I would 100%, like no matter what, I'd go for Sunset as a pick with these two. I don't even know what comp. I just don't think that you should ever pick Ascent. And I don't think you should ever ban it either. It should be a map that you're comfortable to play. You don't need to be amazing at it. It just needs to be like functional. Because picking Ascent means that Talon gets to pick defense, and your attack side needs to be like superb.
Every single time was catching teams off guard a lot of times when it came down to his timings with the darts and whatnot. And not everybody really understood his timings nor his lineups that he was going to have.
Thank you, Sido.
Leave Sunset out in the open for them, so it would be a debut.
So what did Talon run? I don't even know who's going to be playing on his team because of Surf coming in. Right, let's get rid of these. GG. Talon. They played Breeze. Did they play Ascent at this event as well? Don't know if they did. Oh yeah, they did. They played against Oasis Gaming, and they were 3-9 on attack. They had a good defensive side. So, and they played normal comp. Breeze, they played Sova Sky. This was before the nerfs came in. So I imagine if they're playing something similar comp-wise, that they're probably just going to switch out the Sky and put in a KO. Governor was on the Jet. With Surf now, I imagine that would change.
But I mean, it is just another one here where
You could put ban on Harbor, actually.
Can find an immense amount of value. Marshall, Outlaw, whatever it may be, having that long-range scoped-in gun.
Oh, you removed it. I see. You can add it in again. There's like a command stream element if you go to advanced that like allows you to add variations of a command. So that's probably like the thing to do, I think.
I mean, like you guys said, what I'm very curious about the team comms is Team Secret going to lean heavily into their comfort picks. I expect Jesse to remain, the Sova king as he is.
Especially on this map, you pretty much have to go for that one. The Sova still finds an immense
just like the Vita to maps, I think it's easier. I think that's what I did, yeah. So it's probably just deleting those commands, which I think are like general ones.
Shocking thing if we go into Breeze and Jesse Vesh is not playing that Sova. But it's
who else is like streaming with watch parties in English today? Oh, Talon's on. Curry's on.
We also saw an immense amount of impact yesterday from Izu. Is that something that Talon have up their
John Seki, I don't know.
Messing around with some stuff. They've got some tricks that they're going to bring out here onto the stage.
Oh, it's recommended for me.
Really mess with Team Secret.
There you go. That's a bit better.
Part of the formula.
And of course,
Curry,
we're
Sluggy, obviously.
very curious about stylistically how Talon's going to end up performing. I'm expecting a lot more aggression and a lot more cohesion coming from this team this year around.
Yeah, and I mean, it's something that they need. Everything that you could list was basically...
To watch party. I mean, it's probably not the smartest thing to do, because I'm effectively saying who else could you potentially watch instead of me. But like, I'm curious. Seems like a quiet day. Oh, what are the comps? Oh wow, Talon have gone for a very similar comp to what we saw on like Bleed and T1. Like a mix of the two. And Team Secret running this. Governor's on that, Band's on that. So they have Surf as a sub, they're not playing with Surf at the moment. Very different comp. Very, very, very different comp. So this was the pick for Talon, and Team Secret picked to attack first, which is interesting.
That being said, there's also the nifty combo between the Yoru and the Sova that we'll probably see later on when they have their ultimates, but yeah.
My friend set up watch party in the watch party Discord. I ended up sort of doing a mini watch party for Americas yesterday. I was just streaming it, and then people were watching like my stream. But I didn't need to talk, which was nice.
Will and Quack are going to take us through all the action.
Thank you very much.
All right, comps. Very interesting. This wall again on the defense, similar to what we saw on the pistol beforehand. Good because you could do the hard wall as well. It goes across here, and then you got neon stuns, and Yuri's fighting for holes a little bit. They just shocked out in this, or is this a shocked out maybe for like a trip or a camera here? Team Secret's default is an odd one. I mean, it's just like a normal full buy kind of default. Oh, Envy just gets fucked.
What a way to open your debut in VCT Pacific. Governor, a lot of people had questions about the pickup, but trying to
Still haven't made breakfast. I haven't had any breakfast today, but wasn't really that hungry. Alright, so Ban just pushing on his own gets caught out. NDG going for the lurk. I didn't see what they had the shock dart. I don't know what they used it for though.
Yeah, good back out from Governor. Of course, a bit of a mishap coming down from Halls, but
that was broken very quickly.
Should still be able to find some good shots. Cruz will eventually clean up that kill, and that makes things a lot easier. The door open is a good sign for Governor as well, and just Jesse Vash left.
From Bridge, nice run from Governor.
But Governor will find the headshot.
That's just a quick
I mean, that's maybe like the biggest win condition for Talon is just aiming. I think that these guys like mechanically are pretty sound.
Asrai mentioned it a little bit as well in their ESL Clash of Nations games, that this entire roster was built around him. They want to
But I
support him.
I didn't really like Team Secret's pistol all that
And
much.
this first round says it all.
Yeah, I mean, even in the Emerge video, Lenny talks about how he was actually impressed with the playmaking and kind of.
I think you got to cook up some stuff, and also like if they're not running the Cypher, playing a gun fast B seems like a good shout.
Had a decent opening match in terms of his own performance.
It's Jesse Fesh again. Like this is kind of free. You have the KO knife too, so like KO knife in this early should be like an easy fix if you need to.
I mean, it's just starting things off. You're already picking up the Phantom round 2.
This Team Secret sort of playing very fluid. They're on an eco, and they're about to push into a play with a ghost. So they do trade. It's unfortunate that Lenny gets one. And also the defensive default is kind of interesting. Having the Euro here and then the Silver here is... Like, sometimes you'd have the Silver here usually.
Yeah, you might have questions about it's a Silva, etc. But at the end,
But like, I guess having the Euro centrally set up with quick TPs is good. So you got to kill, you got to plant. NDG is the one that plants. You get a kill onto Balkan, which I think was here. Envy's on a late lurk. It is being sort of watched by Cruz though. They were watching it, but now they're not. Now the time is really rough. Envy's too far away, so he's just gonna rotate, go tunnel.
Might not be able to do all too much. High tide blocks off so much. Governor.
Alright, Governor has his ult almost. Are they gonna give him the defuse? Yeah, he's got his ult for the bonus. Perfect ultimate, I think, to have. But honestly, for Team Secret, you get 2 kills and you get a plant on an eco. That's pretty good.
The importance with the Phantoms, and then you actually have the overdrive on Governor now as well.
Pretty from Hype Train yesterday. Yeah, Geekus gifted some subs again. I don't know how many it was. I think it was 15.
Lenny was holding onto a ghost. I mean, economy just looks great for Talon in round 3 to
like it's crazy, crazy.
So question is for Team Secret. I mean, what is their
edit
game
layout?
so far?
Is it going to break everything? That is going to break everything. Don't do that.
Especially when Governor continues to push out into A shop.
They're not going to push out
right
away.
Filter, there we go.
Like the patience from Talon. Wait for some early contact. You
and
know that the opponents have to play a bit slow. They don't want to take any big risks just yet.
This looks like a wrap, surely. Yeah, 2 rounds in.
Yeah, they've adapted to this already.
Oh, and look at this. They pull back. I mean, second Cascade used, maybe a bit of an extra investment in terms of utility, but the point is they pressured and they let them know that it's a Neon.
They're pushing and exploding out mid. Luckily, nobody's there.
Just checking around. Nobody's here though.
I guess smart from NDG to just not, because he has been lurking mid, like on the pistol in round 2, by taking this space. This round, I guess because of the Neon ultimate, he's like, alright, I'm just gonna like hold for aggression. Ban gets a kill. Jesse Vash, 2 first deaths so far.
And with that, maybe a bit of an opening. Cruz hiding inside of the cove though. Turns back around. Doesn't expect
a nice push up from Envy. I mean, if you're played solo duelist, I don't like that they're the one that's lurking up here.
Already a lot of damage done, and if Talon very easily could get at least another kill with Jeremy.
That's good. He's not sure if they're stairs or not. Really nice for Jeremy. Clever.
Jeremy potentially still being around the switch.
A bit of that mix up of a 50-50 angle or something. I'm not too sure, but whatever it is, it's all down to Governor's shoulders right now, and with a 1-on-3.
I think maybe if you're Talon on that bonus, you want 1 more kill, especially with dedicating a Neon ultimate.
Into things too much too early, but of course, I mean, they've talked about how obviously great credit to Jet Boys, who is the one who mainly has to try to catch up to this language barrier.
Well, what is that in like first kills?
Calling. Everyone else has experience calling in English.
I think it's like
so it could be part of that.
Talon. It's also TLN, not Tal.
Bit of a mishap, but at the end of the day,
Secret.
Round, you're still getting away with a Vandal.
I think it's like 3 so far.
The result is not poor, but we'll see if those kind of
Jesse Bash has been 2 of those first kills onto Jesse Bash.
Team Secret too. I mean, what a way for Envy to
so doing all of this without your IGL, bit of a bonus because the IGL can see everybody's POVs and make calls and stuff. But you're doing it without a Silver, so you don't have those recons.
And that's the other thing too, because although it's great early round aggression from Talon on their defensive side,
Governor's still not died. They're 1 orb away from having Reckoning. And pretty good like ultimate process on Team Secret, but they're not got anything for this round. This trip is also too high.
too high. He sent it up from a little too far. NDG, welcome to VCT.
Yeah, that's not a mistake that you can make. I think that's also Governor spotting it, like maybe seeing that it got placed too high.
That's a rude awakening. Team Secret just trying to find ways.
I'm very
feeling some of these old patterns.
very harsh, I suppose, on teams that like if my friends play Cypher and the trip's too high that somebody can crouch underneath it, I get very mad. And like there's no never an excuse. I don't care how like rushed you are. If you don't do it right, it's as good as nothing. I think Balkan crashed. Yeah, he hasn't moved in a while. But did he DC before the first kill came in? I assume not. That's criminal is happening at this level. I mean, it happens all the time. And day in LAN. Yeah, but he hasn't moved, so...
Probably good enough. However, with the Aldro being committed, it's an easy frag kill for Envy.
So there'll either be a reset. I guess we could check it on YouTube in a second. But this might be Team Secret, unfortunately, losing this round.
This guy who's just walking out every round up to a certain point.
I guess we can quickly check. I'll get the YouTube stream up for a hot minute.
And so far, I would say successful. Even if he doesn't get contact on a map like Breeze, if you're able to dig deep and the gate crash back, a lot of information gained. Works very well in timing with Governor's pushouts in these first kills as well. I mean, whatever.
Yeah, it's going to be a replay. Bockham hasn't moved. Like, he got to here. Pretty much as soon as the round started, he hasn't moved.
Yeah, it did look a little bit weird, but whatever it is.
So that rebound, luckily, maybe that's why. That's maybe why. I'm going to give NDG the benefit of the doubt. I think the reason why this trip was too high is because there was like some chaos in the comms being like, Bockham's not here.
And that's the only way you're going to feel comfortable at your defaults on a wide map.
So I am going to give NDG the benefit of the doubt, and that should get replayed.
Now, obviously, you got to be careful how you put up your tripwires. But Team Secret, they do have tools to answer to this, you know, one way or another. Whether it's you always going as 5 and you start
that's the word of the like the law of the land, I guess. 1 sec.
Or do you always wait for the early picks? And that's up to you to decide. Obviously, they can't just.
I'm gonna have my blinds open whilst I can. Because tomorrow they're putting a load of scaffolding up outside my balcony, so I probably won't get to have some sunlight.
Gaps to really exploit this game plan that Talon has, because although you are pushing out a lot, although it can be really successful, there are little bits where it still leaves a little bit more for Talon to exploit, and we saw that in round 3.
Luckily, doing round replays, I've forgotten what the term is in League. It's so much easier to do now. I didn't actually realize that they had made like a proper system for it now.
Because the attacking side, I think we have some good ideas on how Talon expects to play around it, and that'll come down to execution. Of course, the Yoru can continue to kind of poke and prod, kind of mess up the Cypher setups as well, and then the Neon's still there available for the actual...
Tactical misplay to get them thinking they're fools because it would be a remake anyway. Yeah.
They keep getting away.
Like, just do some weird stuff and see if they, like, overthink it.
Governor's just getting the first kill.
It just is Governor getting that first kill. I mean, repeated so many times. This map could be over that quick.
Luckily, I don't think this, well, with any luck, isn't a long timeout. I think it was just somebody, like, crashing maybe, and then just replaying around.
That we've come to know and love. And Team Secret, they talk about it themselves.
Yeah, it's welcome.
They were so close, and not necessarily in terms of scoreline at the very last match that always mattered, but they always got to the match that mattered to get to Masters, to get to Champions, and then they just weren't able to clinch that ticket. Now, they say, we don't think our ideas were wrong. All we need is to kind of just, shore up a little bit more firepower, just one change on the roster, and then we want to push in. We want to make it to those international stages. And
what was the comp that was ran yesterday by Bleed? Bleed ran Yoru. No, they didn't. Immediately wrong. Neon.
this first kickoff match. There might be a lot that changes up. There are some snacks in the crowd because of
I actually can't remember what they ran. Obviously the Viper.
Yeah, there's pizza at the pub downstairs. So if you are here and for some reason listening
Was it
to us
KO or Sky that they ran?
Here at the venue, definitely go down, grab a slice.
I can't remember off the top of my head. But they ran Jet, Yoru,
solo cast for a little bit, especially during this pause. I'm all for it. A trial by fire. Let's go for it. I've done my share in my past years,
Viper.
Sure enough, and then I get rewarded with pizza. I think that's a pretty good deal, right? Right?
What
okay.
did the IGL play? Was it Sova? Was it Cappy on Sova? I can't remember.
But I mean, main thing is still, yeah. Is it gonna be enough?
It's all kind of like blurred into one. This is the problem. Like, this is what I need to keep like doing for myself. Is testing myself on what comps people are running.
Or, you know, on the other hand, for Talon, is this whole team...
Cappy was on Sova, and then, yeah, they had Harbor. I don't think I would... yeah, I would have had to think about Execute a bit more.
How much can change around?
Yeah, I'm
yeah,
curious.
Egoist was on Sky. Crazy Guy was on Sova.
That Team Secret can't answer back. And we're starting to see a lot of teams...
Oh my god, this copy-paste is so...
I'm pretty
long. Hey, Oriel.
Shouldn't be too surprised by the Yorus anymore, right? Surely, if multiple teams are experimenting with this, you've seen it in some scrims.
Second day VCT Pacific, and you have another tech pause. You didn't fix yesterday's issues when we had 6 hours to get through.
As well across different tournaments around the world. So the comp itself shouldn't be
GG Riot, you stink.
Of course, the combination with Neon, you know,
hey Colin, hope you're having a good day too.
Not something we're used to seeing.
I mean, this one's going to be a little bit longer, I guess. Hopefully it's not crazy.
Blue Breeze sounds nicer, actually.
It's not an audio issue, I don't think, because Borkum just didn't move. Like, from the start of the round, it seemed like he just DC'd, crashed, whatever. Maybe not DC'd because, you know, it's on LAN, kind of like Lion said.
A lot of mind games, and it kind of forces you to play defense while you're on attack. Timer runs down. It just doesn't feel comfortable.
I like being stood up more. I feel like I feel a little bit more like animated with what I'm saying too. But God, it hurts my like legs so much after being stood up for like an hour. Feeling it a lot more. Like just stood up casting and then I stood up a little bit for yesterday. The aim for me is to like sit down for the first series, stand for the second, sit down for the third. And then maybe flip it, so I stand for 2 series. But I think for standard desks, you're only supposed to like stand up for like half an hour each time. Like apparently you'd use it as a standard desk for like longer periods. Like it's not good for you either. Ryan, you jinxed it? I might have done. Honestly, might have done.
I think it's a really interesting thing. Here's what people
I'm glad I left like running ads till the very last minute, so
VCT Pacific. That much is true. We don't know what he plays or what he's capable of. But coming from the Malaysia-Singapore scene, I can tell you that Lenny is a very
I've said a lot about like tip pauses haven't been a thing.
Just remind me, like what year, what patch are we talking about?
Really long ago, 2022.
Okay, because if we were allowed to talk about that, I'm allowed to talk about the time Jemkin outfracked something, you know, back in like patch 4.11 or whatever it was. So.
I mean, I'm just saying because we haven't really seen too much of
they replayed it.
But those, you know, skills, those.
I mean, that's the right call.
Still very much prevalent in tennis. I mean,
been telling you're gonna be a bit annoyed, but like,
at the same time,
I don't know.
Studying under Team Secret, under Warbirds, under Jesse Vash.
That's why you got refs and stuff on track. You probably checked the footage as well to see when they DC'd and when they reacted.
Don't worry. No deja vu. We don't like to live in the past year.
And NDG not running the same trip because he got punished for it last time. But they still have 3 defenders over on B.
Now buying up after that bonus in the previous one.
You got the Viper wall over on B.
Started to play things a little bit more slow as we move forward into the next round. Team Secret.
I think they had the snake bite in hand for like waiting for the KO knife. And all of that focus just like baits away from Governor. Like that's a good setup from Talon. And that's like what? 4 first kills? I want to track these a bit more. I can't really do it though without like
really sure where to
Clearing
hold
it
his
each
angle 'cause he's
time.
not gonna be able to swivel on a beat, which he's very
But that's
well
like
known
4 and
for.
0 now.
Shuts him down. And Governor now already taking mid control as well. NDG just can't find a beat against the duelist of Talon.
Now 2 players left. Talon star duelist looking to line up even more heads. One more to get that quad.
Alright, Team Secret, I don't think look very comfortable.
Well.
Maybe a timeout for Team Secret, either this round or next.
He is 10-0-2 in his debut at VCT Pacific.
Not just some pickup from NA, not just some tier 2
I
guy, whatever.
I'd hate to see Team Secret lose, and it's still early in the day.
Talon Esports. Over 2 kills per round so far. Sure, only 4 rounds.
But I do like, I think this Talon team can do a lot.
Taking fights and taking names away from Team Secret.
I think that's the other thing too. Right? He's not overheating all too much. He could have, pushed even more into B, but he just held his ground.
Recon on the other side of column. And yet again, like, they're not really clearing like piss at this point. They went in before the recon was ready as well for Jesse Vash. Flawless too. They're getting destroyed. Talon picked to start this. Sorry, Secret picked to start this side. Talon might be cooking. They've not had to do anything yet. Nothing that they've done so far is like crazy clever or unique. I mean, it's just Governor just being really proactive as a duelist.
No timeout. So clearly, Warbirds has faith that they're able to figure this out in the server.
I mean, the Neon. Yeah, I like Neon on this map. Neon and the Euro, but the Euro's not really done much yet. Alright, now they get a first kill. Recon's actually really good to get onto Cruise. They actually do kill him for it too. Alright, so Team Secret not afraid to take these fights. They didn't take a timeout as well, kind of like the caster said. That's, like... Jesse, I don't like that. Also, can this, like, not... Can I turn this off, like, full stop? Because it's annoying that it keeps cropping up. Overconfidence, maybe, a little bit for Talon. I mean, it's not done. It's 3v3. Oh, the snake bite in Piss is just too good. He's 24 HP. Like, even if Talon... Well, they can win this round now. They get it. I mean, what the hell is Jesse Vash doing here? But the retake outside of that was really nice. It's like if the Jet was here and the Sova was in B main, that'd make sense. NDG dying there isn't too much of a problem. Like, maybe like Team Secret can play off of each other a little bit closer there.
Yeah, I mean, playing to his role strength.
That's very fair.
You're there to scout, but once you're on the retake, Governor down, now you're the one who's there for the
Don't know why Team Secret aren't utilizing the tube knowing there's no trip there. Yeah, they're just kind of going B. I think they're more like there's no cipher there, so we're gonna just keep trying to go B. But there's like a 3-player stack over here. You've got Yoru that can fast rotate 2 if needed. And then what, Harbor alone? Like this whole defense side is just fast rotations. Like fast responses on either side.
But Talon with a clean retake, one by one, eliminating angles, and always making sure that they have a trade member ready.
Yeah, now that it's down to 5-1 as well, it's just...
And it's more like talking from Frost and Warbirds. But I think Warbirds has said what he wants to.
And what we're seeing from Team Secret, that blind kind of diving in from Jeremy.
Also, the fact that the camera's turned so much, I don't know if he's like smashed the desk or something, or just cheered so much. Like the camera is so wonky, so some coaches maybe got upset.
Coach Frost in any of the previous teams has been on, or even during the offseason, like he will always have a lot to share. He's just ready to just pump out the information.
No, no, Nico, now they have 4 ultimates. Trying to do something a bit different. Talon have read it. And even if they haven't, the Euro can TP to here quickly, and then obviously the Neon can run. But they have 4 players here already. And Envy has died for a smoke against Governor again.
bolt now just to keep them at bay. And
Also, the call for the Outlaw pickup is a really smart one too. Because Governor could have bought one operator, but going either up against an eco or a half buy, like Talon looked at the money and went, okay, can they half buy? Is it worth picking up the Outlaw?
Talon's Governor is here to stay.
Alright, at least they punished that.
You look pretty menacing in that video.
Jesse Vash is the one that's picked up the gun too.
All these extra content. If you look at the surf announcement video from Talon, Governor's shocked face is like legitimate.
They used to hunt his Fury just then as well, didn't they?
Yeah, not to mention the one where we go through like all of Talon's roles, the hacker, the
Aldron used to sort of clear that.
everything. I mean,
You got a flank going around, but there's a camera and a trip here.
He's not going to need that backup plan for his career because this is a great first showing and a good call.
So even though you can't really push any further than this, you just get all of the information. So these players are basically boxed into this.
You know that they don't have full buys this round.
Yeah. Also just a good call.
Even just the spray damage there just does so much. Borkum's 14 HP.
So probably they're going to go A, and it's a good call. It connects onto a third. Jesse Vash now trying to go for the close range duel, but Governor and Lenny swapped over the
Money is really starting to pile up for Talon.
I'm going to take you down. Oh, it doesn't matter if the Outlaw only has 2 shots. We'll just add 2 more to the shorty. That's 4 shots always.
But I don't think there was too much riding on that round in particular.
2 + 2. A little bit of a theme today. Oh man, that collab hurt.
Just because they're on like a half buy.
Especially for the player.
But it's more that like Talon just has such a good read on it. And notably like Governor is just in the right spot every single time. Where is he on this round? He's like playing towards doors. This has been pinged heavily from the attackers. And Euro's over on B with a TP to rotate fast on A.
0 KD. 7 rounds into his first match in VCT Pacific.
Pretty soon building up to his next ultimate.
See some info mid, harbor wall across. And I just both watching name in.
So that kind of cancels out any potential.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why they did that really. Alright, the attack hop is an interesting pickup.
And then the trade.
Yeah, answer right back. And Jeremy was trying to get ready for it too, but Ban's just half a step quicker.
The problem is they haven't just lost their smokes though, because you still have the harbor alive. There's no reckoning either, because Cruz used that 2 rounds ago. And as his ultimate as well, if he wants to get information. Viper's Pit, null command, so you just got to go for an A execute. Seems that this has been read again from Talon. Look how much space they've given up. So they expect like a null command execute on A and then a Viper's Pit.
You're right, the null command's still available for Envy. That's an option.
Now they're starting to like eke forwards.
There it is.
And they're just facing. Wow, just Governor sprays again. Like he's just getting the timing so well. And it's also like Envy's flash too. Jesse Pash picks him up. You still have a Viper's Pit. Where are you using it? They gotta use it. Borkum is lucky to be alive. Why are you not ulting?
They picked up the spike, but here comes Ban. Oh, dimensional drift. What is this quick switch up? Back to the shorty, but then
oh, go on, Jesse.
Vash, the veteran, the experienced player, and he's still here to frag. Cruz though tries to fight back with the op, has to reload.
The recon is cleared though. Cascade is good. Disrespected. Oh, and he just whiffs at the end. Oh, this is hard to watch from Secret.
Yeah, Cruz, a good read in that very last second. Expects the possibility of Jesse Vash trying to get ahead.
The age is showing. I don't think he's like mentally in like the clutch there. I think he still can win it.
No, from the leader of the Filipino squad. Good shots from Governor and the decision from Ban. The quick swap over for the operator over to Cruz, immediately ults, and then just comes out of it, goes for the shorty, and if he dies, he's still there for the trade. A great decision.
Definitely.
How's it go for Team Secret? Not great.
Feel a lot of pressure.
I just don't know. I don't think it's like a confirmed round if they do Viper's Pit, but I'm trying to like fathom what would be the reason to not use that ultimate. Because they were on site and they had a Viper's Pit. Were they just worried that they were just going to get pushed?
Right? I mean, you could really gel, but you could all really start to get in each other's ears, and the chemistry's not there. But so far, they are in sync. This new Talon roster.
Yeah, and look at these ideas too.
Oh my god, this is so brave. You got the Harbor in here too.
It's a little bit risky given the Algro now. He tries to back out of it, but still
And Jesse gets him still.
Anyway.
But that's the problem, isn't it? It wasn't the Viper. The pit's still up.
Jesse uses both of his shock darts. Doesn't do any damage to Jip Boys.
Just another sentry there to get one.
Governor's pushing all the way around. You got this mid push as well from Ban.
Neon's all the way out in A main. They have full control of this map. And the double as
They
well.
had rifles, right? Like, I thought they were on an eco for a second, but they were bundles. Why is Jeremy Jeremy's like lurking almost?
But how much is going to be enough? Oh, Governor's just going to let them up?
Yeah, I mean, didn't spot him. And the thing is Team Secret also doesn't know that this would have been the Neon pushing all the way out, but now they say we don't really have a choice. Yup.
There we go.
Spotted him as well.
Now it's a 3.
Oh, because the Governor pushed up and then just waited for NDG to be taken out.
So he needs to hide from the operator. He needs to get the plant.
Oh, it's because it's Neon too.
Yeah, he's trying to get the first pick. He's crouching down, but it's not enough.
Look, because he was watching the angle.
Governor is 18-2.
He had no idea that Governor was already onto the other side. The high gear sprint just kind of throws off the timing for a second.
Oh my god, this is so good from Talon,
since round 4.
but it's so bad from Team Secret.
From Talon Esports. Now,
Yeah, like the Neon here, like the Cypher goes down and then they push up.
From last year, where they also had a great showing at lock-in, and we had high hopes. But I would say, I mean, yeah, you are insane. I agree. I mean, these guys are looking so sharp in their aim, their decision making. 18-2 and 5. The number just keeps going up for Governor.
Man,
I mean, the buck just doesn't stop.
Alright, what do they have? Hunter's Fury again. They still have that Viper's Pit from Borkum. They managed to push past the Harbor Cascade. Okay, they actually do punish Governor, but now Ban's going to go for a peek with the Flash. Borkum manages to just play anti-Flash, I think, on it, and with the Bulldog gets one.
Borkum going up on the aggressive. Jeremy trying to go up front. Shut down by Cruz thanks to the recon, but then Envy on the trade.
Alright, this is good. Neuro theft on the last player. Maybe it wasn't needed, but I don't hate it.
Secret finally answers back at the same pace, right? They say, okay, we'll drive it up to 11 as well.
Right after I complimented them. Yeah, you should maybe just stop talking, Galv, because you're just jinxing whichever team works side by side.
And gets the first pick in return. And that's a good answer. Maybe a little late, but if they can chain that into 4...
That's a Team Secret like ego answer. That they just go and take those fights.
Just getting an idea.
I guess it's a little bit like
Talon's game plan again. I mean, because
overextending from Talon, but at the same time, like, they haven't been punished for anything like this thus far.
Now they start to slow down a little bit.
And like good mid lurk from NDG.
Of course, we've got viewing parties from all around.
A lot of people.
Yes,
Busy.
That was a lot of people. And hopefully, of course, the teams are able to deliver on their expectations. But Secret so far, a shaky start, but they are on the attacking side. Again, 4 rounds. I don't think that's too bad. They have the Cypher on the defense.
Metro Marley passive default. They still have a Hunter's Fury, still have a Viper's Pit. No other ultimates have come online. There's a Reckoning on the defense, which I think Cruz has had for quite some time.
Talon switching things up a little bit. We still got that.
And Governor has his 3rd ultimate of the half.
Also used an early drone to see. Oh,
that's big info.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, at least a position of 1. So you know how to just target that guy.
Oh, he missed.
Man,
EM too high.
Jeremy.
And all of a sudden, Lenny tucks away. Just jiggling for info outside mid, but here comes Bash.
Dashes in. The wall. He's dashed in before the wall's ready.
Going for the Hunter's Fury in towards B instead.
And then another Hunter's Fury that doesn't get any tags, I don't think. No, everybody's full health. Trade's at least better for Team Secret this time. I mean, that's a great recon. Alright, everybody gets a kill. Lenny's utility has been a lot better, like, this map than it was in comparison to, like, the Thailand event that they played. I think he was struggling a bit there, too.
Honestly, Lenny's had some incredible info gathering on the side of Talon. That previous round as well. And this one, he gets some solid pings onto Envy. And Envy tries to pop flash around. He's still tagged, gets shot through the smoke. Backup already. There, Governor wrapping all the way around the back of sight. Talon's comms are good. I mean, I don't know what else to say. But all the concerns that I personally had about how does this team gonna gel in the very beginning.
When he used to play for Team Secret, right? Yeah, he was a sub.
Right on the bin.
Oh, the Recon dart actually goes onto the satellite dish. Hunter's Fury just on Jeremy as he's dashed in. Now he's got the Reckoning as well. I mean, the Recon's good because it's ping 2. Ping for... Yeah, just ping 2 there. Alright, Ban gets 2 still before he eventually gets traded. And then Governor 1 versus 3. There's a Viper's Pit. It's the last round, Borkum. Just use your ultimate.
The way he's playing today, I say you hold your breath. Okay. Good reposition for Jesse. His back is covered by Jeremy as well.
Trying to bait out peaks with that fast lane.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Borkum.
Maybe like 25 seconds left. If he wants to wrap back around to B main, that's not going to be enough.
It's just too many.
He dropped him after 1 map. Maybe. 9-3 though is tough. Maybe it's like the defensive side for Team Secret can be good.
Still a good half nonetheless, but great recovery from Team Secret.
He bought too much. Yeah. I've said it before, I'm just repeating myself now.
And Team Secret, I think a big part of it is that they weren't quite sure of how to deal with Governor being so hot right off the rip.
Like, what were they waiting for is my question more so than anything.
Another time it was another kill through smoke on A main, getting these first kills, and then the fast rotates from both the Neon and the Yoru. It seemed like they just didn't have quite an answer for that. The couple times they went for the execute, I mean, we saw it in the last round as well, but what I will say is that last round, the Reckoning comes out and they recognize if we don't just pile
polls
right
and
now,
predictions, yeah.
Jeremy's dead. He's on an island in the site, all on his own. So they go in and they say, forget getting worried about getting stunned. If we kill and move forward, we won't be in the same position for the Reckoning. So let's just plow through.
Yeah, yeah. Team Secret, like
precious third round win.
There was like a clutch that they maybe could have won, but all of the rounds that they were losing were rough. Like, there's not really to say.
There are some issues that they're trying to figure out. How Talon plays, especially now that they're going to swap over onto the attack. Warbirds looks serious.
See if Governor can do the same thing on attack. 19, 4, and 5.
I mean, I think attack is where the Neon fast lane can provide that much more value. And on top of that, you've got Cruz, you've got Jit Boys, 2 more walls to work with.
Frost is laughing. This is done.
So again, Governor has been...
Yeah, it's the side and a half that Talon Team Secret picked that they get 3 rounds on.
Just wondering how much more they can do if they are to close out this.
And they picked Ascent as the second map too.
Crash after ready to join his teammates. Takes out the cam, and
Does the combo hit? No. I mean, if it did, somebody would be dead.
Usually on the B side.
Interesting wall.
That draws out at least one more member, right? Cypher not as safe, can't get as much info without either one trip,
Some good space taken from Envy, but Jeremy, sorry, but it has been pinged.
Jeremy's position though, just watching in case anyone does peek out, or if he wants to try to find Van. A little bit faster, and then Van.
Yeah, comp is like very generalist, I suppose, but yeah, it should be pretty good on the defense. Right, Envy's in a fight now. He's sort of isolated. Right, nice, nice, really nice. I don't like the overpeak there, because it sort of forces Borkum and Jesse Vash to go for fights too. And then Borkum goes down to 4 HP, so that could have gone really wrong. I mean, a lot of damage has been done. Like, Borkum's 4 HP, Jeremy's 50. Alright, Envy. Much better from him.
Team Secret picking up the pistol in the second half.
These are the clips we remember from 23, Envy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's just the 180 headshot as well. Lets the Neon pass, then walks out on a timing. Through, you know, just
yeah, just gives it a good amount of time for the Neon to run past. Even gets hit by the ping.
So controlled. I mean, like, oh yeah, throw all your utility. I mean,
and then Jesse's just plays this really nicely too.
Nice. Jesse finding shots too, all the way from the back of bridge. That's what you need from Team Secret. Now they've got the outlaw at the head.
Still a long way to go, but that's the start that you want. You got 3 over towards B with the Cypher Camp and the trips. They're going to stay by this. They're going to get pinged. Any damage done to either of them? No. Oh, they even see the like body just through like the arm, through the high tide. And now with this Viper wall, because it's quite shallow, it makes it a really awkward plant. Like Jesse Vash has like good sight lines. Jeremy from backside is a lot. This player from Bridge might see stuff.
Just to set up for Jeremy to find a little bit more. Envy coming up from behind too.
I mean, Talon getting a plant is still fine, but
I'm telling you, it's far from over.
Team Secret playing is good.
Carry over the four weapons
Much better, much better.
Into the bonus now.
I'm happy with this.
The greatest, but you got to remember again, this is a different comp. They've got the Cypher. They can really try to anchor around the site, work around the trips and the cyber cages, things like that on one side. Then you've got the Outlaw potentially on the other. A bit of a mishap there with the spike showing through, of course, the smoke. But at the
I mean, it'd be fantastic if Team Secret could win this bonus.
Came down to the buy still, and Team Secret
Because Talon only need 4 rounds on this attack.
On Talon to really push up, and it's a little bit more difficult.
Is it set up in the right place? You got the KO there. Is the KO got like a flash to go through? There was a flash used, I think, from Envy, so maybe. And then Jeremy's just peeking out. Some pressure elbow. Aldrin gets that information, and Jesse's fucking going for it. Does the shot actually get any damage? No. K-Knife gets info on 2. Did they know if the Neon's there? Have they used anything? No. Might have had some running. But too much information is given away to Talon after like reset. For the camera being able to see both tunnel and B main. You don't see if anybody's like crossed here though, I don't think. So there's definitely like a big question mark to worry about here for Jesse. But you got 3 players on the A site. And the Outlaw only hits him.
Doesn't look like the first shot quite connecting. Not able to finish the kill, but the Spectre's here. The decoy
still manages to burn down.
Oh, I don't know how Governor doesn't get the kill there. Welcome's 5 HP on site again.
Somehow Talon losing out in terms of numbers advantage. Still though, trying to go
great read from Lenny.
Lenny just holds out and swaps over to the high
angle. Oh, he sees the back.
Wow, through the toxic screen though. Jesse Vesh with the Sheriff still able to fire.
All right, this is pretty good for a bonus though. Still for Team Secret, you get 3. Nobody's really looking backside. Oh no, never mind. Sorry, Cruz was there.
Cruz watching from double doors, who barely saved the round for Talon, carrying over 2 rifles.
You can anchor, but can you clutch? With a Spectre, it's just that much more difficult. So it is what it is. But Team Secret managed.
All right, I believe in the comeback.
Fight. Talon, on the other hand, though, still. I think Lenny getting those 2 kills, ban as well.
That second one though is really nice from Lenny. He just read that somebody was going to try and peek him on top of the wall on stairs.
Communications again. It keeps the team alive, it keeps spirits up.
I said 1 more round. I mean, if they win this one, it puts Team Secret onto Eco, so that's 12. Ultimates though, not quite there. Just the recon data goes here. Welcome's actually doing so well fighting for the site. This is such a late recon. Like, there's one that hits this a lot faster, like backside. But I like that recon because of just how long it takes to actually land. You just don't expect it. Aldrin sees 1. Doesn't tag, but sees 1.
No reason to greed this. You have control of double doors. You have control of the site. You can keep them trapped.
So you get the 2 A main. And rotation's moving towards B. I mean, this is just why like the Cypher is so good on this map. Just one agent is holding down like all of this.
It's not quite gonna happen.
Oh, I don't mind this. The shock dart.
And also even trying to go like elbow when you know that the Silver's going to be up in here is tricky, and especially when you have like the KO knife that constantly goes in here. But I think Talon the call is to sort of try and do more mid, try to put more pressure here, try to like have a lurk happen in halls, try to scare this.
Yeah, 30 seconds, and look at the setup on B2.
They're just trying to take all of this, I think, is like the play for the attack side. Because you can sort of see that Jesse Vash, like, it seems from the sightline that this camera only sees to here. So you probably could walk past. There's like a glimpse, maybe like a pixel of seeing people cross. So like going for this space is like maybe a shout. No good for Talon. I also think that one thing that needs giving credit for these teams is just like the first map, first series jitters. Especially for the first half, like for Secret there. It was really like disjointed and people didn't really know what they were doing, so.
But if anyone's gonna do it, it's gotta be ban on that Yoru.
It might seem like copium. However, yeah, I just think that like
So back
the
to
mental
drawing
side of
board
it is
for
going to
Talon now.
play
Team
a
Secret
thing.
starts to catch up. Jesse Vash kind of catching up in terms of kills too.
Shook that an elbow. That's mostly that if there's a camera there.
Into elbow. And Jesse's making the same call again, right? Just let them know that we are looking at elbow a bit heavy, and then let's try to reposition ourselves, shift the weight a little bit. But I think he correctly recognized the situation here. No solid info that they're working off of, so just a 2-1-2 default.
Swapped over with Jeremy too.
Nice for NDG.
Good to anchor, just as Asteroid said. Crash.
There's only so much that you can
Now
do.
suddenly pushing into it.
Jesse's on wall, but he's the only player over here. And then you got this late lurk from Jip Boys in elbow.
Just as you mentioned, Will.
So this has to be really careful from Borkum.
Jit Boys still holding up around elbow.
Has to hide behind the box so he doesn't get wall banged.
Cruz, as long as he
And then
stays
Envy's
alive,
trying to play off of it a little bit. There's a Euro flash
still got the
and then a
reckoning
TP out.
available. There's so much that Talon has invested
Oh,
in
that
this
ping
round.
actually like
Another
takes the
shot.
attention away from where
Jesse
Cruz
back out in
was.
the open. Borkum revealed by
Good
Talon,
round from Talon.
and that's
I mean, good
Talon
call to
back
just like, let's just
into
try
the
B. Let's
game
see what happens
just when
there.
they left.
Money is still like good for Team Secret to buy again, but they really don't have that many rounds to work
Right
with.
before he's able to set up the rest of his teammates. Obviously, the distance from each other, not exactly the ideal. But this gate crash was brilliant. Ban gate crashes into the site, so NDG has to wait. But then Cruz holds before pushing out of the cyber cage, as they know that he now has to pick and choose the 50-50 between the Euro and the decoy. And then they just pinch onto him. During
Is that
all
ban
that,
calling
they
them
still get
shit?
the first kill onside as well. And now, because they have that successful B execute, I mean, Team Secret, they can't really rest on their laurels.
The recon just on top.
Yeah, just trying to change up everything now.
No
And
timeout needed for
swapping
Talon
out
either.
setup on towards B side
I
as
thought they might
well.
have called one
Jeremy's
just
trying
to kind of go over what I said, but they're doing it anyway. Like the recon to sort of
something cheeky. Again, this
pressure
hindsight
this.
just makes him question a lot.
But I think the Team Secret are more
Guess
just
what?
like
Talon's
faking pressure towards
being
mid.
corralled up towards B instead. Just
And
watching
now they're
elbow.
starting to be scared of like a Halls lurk. Like they went for the kill trip set up on B, and now it's much more like passive. I don't know where the camera was for NDG as well, but it got
Because they
broken.
just pressured B successfully as well. Talon's read is that Team Secret has to push out to get it.
Aldron on A. Does actually get a tag onto Borkum.
Apart from that too, I mean,
But that isn't really changing too
now they wanna
much.
get their own info past enough time.
Getting the Euro clone to activate the trip, that's
Clear
nice.
out a lot, so NDG
And they see that there's one wall.
relinquish the site.
Pretty much on him. Oh yeah, the Leon is just following up.
Ooh. Comboed with
Van is still
that
going.
dimensional crash.
Trying to get
Ooh,
out,
set
but
up
Jesse
another
does get
one.
him.
Jesse Vash making a trade happen, so not impossible. for
Hunter's
Team
Fury is
Secret to
just a
come back.
little bit late on the plant.
Jeremy on the flank, but so is
And then
Lenny.
Reckoning on
Now
attack,
this
which
cuts
is
the
being
time
somewhat like
quite short,
respected a
but
little
I don't
bit
think they're
by
aware at
Team
all, so
Secret.
if Jit Boys can stay alive
And
for a
then
second,
like look at
there's
Lenny's
shoot.
lurk.
Here
Gets
comes
one.
Lenny, all right. Managed to pull attention away. Envy turns back around. Toxic Screen back up, and Jit Boy still
Nice
trying
fights
to
from
keep things
Jeremy.
alive.
Actually a really good
Hunter
like
and Envy, though, suddenly
adjustment.
pitched down.
Lenny gets a
And with
kill.
that, the spike
Lucky that he
available.
didn't because he had
Knew
Hunter's
where Lenny
Fury.
was. They knew where he was about to show
He gets
up,
a kill.
and
Hunter's
Envy
Fury
come
from
waste
here.
another
Just
round
stole the
for Team
plant.
Secret.
Might be enough. There's still a lot of time
Team
left.
Secret immediately ups the tempo.
But I like that when you
Soon as
had this
he
lurk from
recognizes
Lenny
the
that catches
first
Jesse
kill,
Vash out,
and
these two
instead of
players
trying
that were
to save
flanking
one
B
person
main
watch for Lenny, the rest
immediately
was to go
like
in and go for 1v1.
like
So you're
double
saying, well,
step.
He's still pretty far out. He would have to walk all the way up to Arches to be able to combat us and provide backup. So let's just push in.
'Cause I think both
win these
like it was
fights.
just
And
the
Jeremy's
Jet
lurking
over and then the
in
Viper
mid.
joined them
Managed
later
to
on.
sight alongside Cruz. They see each other in mid, and Jeremy just follows all the way.
Really
Good
nice.
call.
So kind of just like forgetting for a second that
There's the
although,
timeout
yes,
from
they
Talon.
might have been pushing out on defense, Team Secret, to get more info.
Still a long way to go though
They could also
for
put
Team
themselves
Secret.
into deeper positions to lurk, like what Jeremy did.
I think that
And
this
gives
like
them that 7
I don't know if this
to
is going to be an
11 now
eco
following
for
their first
Talon
timeout.
actually.
Trying to
That's what
collect
I'm
on those
curious
last two
about.
rounds.
Talon, they seem to have the number, especially in the first half, but
Did they even have Euro
the
Flash
attacking
lineups?
side, I like the attempt
Haven't
to
really
make
seen
the
them,
defense
although it is
successful
kind of
with
hard
their 11th round win.
with like minimap watching or just watching the game
Not
generally
quite
to see
as much control
when and where
as
those lineups are
yet.
used.
I mean, on defense, they were running amok.
You have to be like
They
looking
mid,
at
they
the
don't
UI
clear,
to
they
see
don't
it
look
constantly
sides,
show up.
they
Yeah,
don't
look at the
main.
fact that like
Sometimes they push out a B main, get that early pick.
the whole camera looks like it's sort of slanted to the side.
I mean, mean, first of all, not too many answers about pressuring mid,
They
right?
put the camera here initially, and now where are they putting it? What is NDG thinking? Oh, is he going to do like the deep one? This should get broken instantly. I imagine this is probably the camera that he put last round too. So is there going to be a punish from Ban? Like, what's Ban planning here?
Well, this is going to be finally the Yoru trying to shake up the utility.
Oh wow, great kill. He gets attacked too just beforehand.
NDG was ready for this too. I mean, Ban got pinged by the cam,
so Team Secret were faking a lot of pressure towards mid. After the timeout, now they're actually starting to do stuff. Like Jeremy is just kind of doing stuff on his own a little. But he just gets a player right at the top here. Lenny too.
Well, two-pronged attack. So they've always got a backup plan.
Did they clear this box?
All the way up and through halls. Jesse Vash is right on the other end. Gets the information. Jeremy still staying tucked away and hidden.
So Talon seems to have heard and or seen Jesse
Balls,
Vash on the
Recon
back over to A. Now,
just here.
Recon just comes out, so they're both stuck in their own position. But the real question is can they break into B? Because otherwise Jeremy's just holding mid. And Talon doesn't have proof that Jeremy's
He's not watching
here.
it. There we go.
Not even a guess, it looks like.
And then there's the Euro top mid. Falcom's watching.
And with that now, Team Secret very much in control over the map. Van trying to fight back, but not for
Falcom's
long.
been absurdly good on this defense.
Teammate and the spike dropped.
Like, it didn't look like he had working hands in the first half. Especially like a disposable thumb to press the ult button.
Yeah, I mean, only 5 HP and your econ's not exactly even across the board.
And Ban's 5 HP, and with the money, saving's a good shout. They probably have to like half buy / eco hero rifle here.
Carrying one Vandal over.
But that's kind of it.
A lot of steam.
Feels like.
And this one, it could have very well looked different had Lenny been alive, right? They could have pressured a lot more with the Sylvia utility, but now Jeremy seems a bit more warmed up, a bit more confident, digging deep to really cut up the forces from Talon Esports.
That's what we need to see them do, especially on this defensive side. If they can repeat that formula, it's going to be that much more difficult for Talon. NDG going back to the slightly different setup still, but heavily anchoring on
Get to see like some really ratty setups for Cypher on B. Knife gets 4, I think.
And they get the ping onto pretty much everybody, if not literally everybody, on the side of Talon. So
The only person that didn't get was Ban.
I mean, Talon, yeah, you have to
Yeah, everybody else has to reset.
Yeah, retake setup too.
I think Governor walking up elbow isn't a bad shout, really.
Given the time passed, they never
And Jeremy with the AWP actually in A main, I think is a nice adjustment.
They suspect something.
1 pixel is all it takes. Shot hasn't been fired off.
Oh, great from Governor. No, he's just like, get out the way, guys. If you're not going to peek him, I'm going to do it.
And carry the momentum through. Jeremy re-peeks though. Is that good?
He's blade storming too. Oh, he gets the neon ult. I think that's still kind of worth, but it's so risky. Ban getting Balcom though is a problem. You don't have that wall, but honestly, that wall isn't too bad. It's more for mid. Aldron, do you have any ultimates on defense? No. And the Viper's Pit too. Hunter's Fury for Lenny late if he wants it. He's actually going to try and go A main just in case he needs to.
Wow, and all they got to do is to protect the Viper right now, up around the edges of this Viper's Pit.
I mean, Secret wants to attempt this so badly, but it just looks nigh.
I mean, their money's good. It's worth going for.
So many layers of
No point saving because it's just 12 and you can still have a full buy anyway. If anything, you like want to get like Lenny managing to pick up the op and go back is really good too.
Yeah, looking at their creds, I don't mind that they attempted to go into the pit.
So would that be like a Ban attack op on Euro? I imagine, because Ban's been the one op and then Governor has been just like rifling when he was on defense.
But not in that one. And Talon goes up to map point. Lost a lot of steam in the second half, but it was only a couple steps up to.
A little bit of pressure on Jeremy.
I mean, again, it might just also be Breeze on defense, and you got to figure out those openings, and especially with Talon. I mean, Team Secret now starting to peek out a little bit more. They had to adapt, and adapt they did.
Yes, this should be.
Thinking if I want to walk my dog to the park, maybe it'll dry up in a little bit.
A bit of a nightmare flashback to when DRX just couldn't figure out.
Unless Fury and a Reckoning almost for Cruz. And Cruz is just doing his default wall again. Oh, and the attack up from Ban gets Jeremy.
Great opening kill, takes out the operator from the opposing side.
Don't just combat the setup, right? Combat the players.
Well, okay, sure, yes, combat the players as well. But what I'm trying to say is you want to work the map, right? If you're just saying, okay,
this is a good work of the map though. You get the first kill towards halls, and now you're gonna go for B execute.
Have to not only win the fights, but they make one micro adjustment, one
Ban's one away from his ultimate.
throws the entire thing off.
And they're showing mid. Actually, they maybe wanted to, they didn't really make any noise towards B though. Like, they're kind of going back into the stack. And Team Secret didn't panic and start to go B. Balcom just caught sleeping a bit. Scared of doors. And then the Ural is on A. And now they're going for a B split. I mean, it's 40 seconds. Like, time's not an issue. But it's more like NDG. Oh, really well played from Governor. I mean, he's not trolling, but he's taking it easy there. Just bunny hopping around.
This first map goes to Talon.
A huge showing.
But yeah, really fast first map. Is there a way for me to turn this off completely or not?
North America, and they're here to say that talent is not lacking on the other side of the globe.
Let me mute.
A great debut for Governor, but it is a best of 3. I think a lot of us perhaps expected a bit more from Team Secret in terms of the mid-rounding, the adjustment, the synergy even, but just not able to do that.
Yeah, and I guess we're gonna leave the rest.
I don't know if that's more Team Secret looking bad or Talon looking good, to be honest.
Showing what they're made of on
The fact that Team Secret managed to get more first kills, considering how bad the start of this was, says a lot. Yeah, it was a good attempt of a comeback, but 9-3, and you win the pistol at least, but that's kind of been it. A lot of retakes, I think, all things considered.
This is really strong when you have 2 players that are also very well versed with that operator, which is snipers in general in their
See what Run It Back has.
Just a very fearsome double duelist setup that Talon has right now.
Yeah,
hasn't updated yet.
Right, from the start of this entire game, especially with Talon's comp, it's very specialized, and you immediately see the big win.
Last time they played was in 2023. Oh yeah, naturally. I was more thinking of like the teams of the players specifically, but of course they played last year because they're both partner teams.
Which means that a lot of the pressure relied on Jeremy being able to.
They won 13-5 on Ascent against them last time, but again, like this is like a very different, like Talon team. Like, what is this comp for one? And they run just the usual stuff. And they're going to put Jeremy on this, and then NDG on Killjoy, and then everything else is effectively the same. I mean, that's probably the nicest way to, like, look at it.
I think there's still certainly an opportunity for them to rally back.
That's not what I want. That's a bit too much.
But, I mean, if Governor is going to be playing like that, playing like this with the
Did they show map dominance? I mean, it's loading, so yeah.
It's still a very scary prospect, because you can very easily just flip over onto that jet. Hell, you can even have Ban play the jet. And
was it the attack side that was good last time? I don't know. Rounds? Talon attacked first, and it was a 8-4 half.
Now, what kind of improvements do we want to see from Team Secret?
And then Talon only won 1 round on their defense, so maybe there's a chance. Maybe that's just pure copium though. NDG, not the best debut that you'd hope for. But you're like mostly playing Cypher on attack, right? Like there's, you can't be that involved. And then his like setups on B were just not really that used. Like Talon never really went there. Could have been less interesting for my taste. What, the map?
That's not going to be enough against Talon, so they, at least in terms of improvement, they really need to have that support system for Jeremy. He can't just be alone when he's going to be having to go up against.
There was at least like a readjustment from Team Secret. The first like 9-10 rounds were awful. And Governor really like started off nicely. The fact that like Ban's been able to overtake him on ACS and kills, considering Governor was what, like 18 kills in 10 rounds or something like that. I think that's shows that like Ban and Governor are actually doing so much work here.
Also just some of these shots that he absolutely should have when he set up over there in A main, staring down over towards the defender spawn.
Crazy, really.
Jeremy should have that shot pretty much.
Can one not hope the Team Secret would have cleared this? I mean, I hoped for more, you know?
It's just, we need to see those shots coming through. I mean,
but it couldn't have started better for Talon. We're just getting kills through smokes, getting the first kill consistently. And just like things like this, like you've got the KO knife that's sort of going towards left side, you've got the recon dart that's going here, nobody's like checking nor clearing this. And just like bits and pieces like this are just very late. That was an eco, I'm ignoring that. Yeah. I'm not going to say lucky for Talon, but a lot of things went their way.
No overheating happening on, at least on his side, when they got like 6-7 consecutive in a row.
And that's what they kind of want from an IGL, right? You were talking about how in the green room, wow, it looks like they were overheating a little bit, you know, chasing the kill.
Yeah, some odd fights.
Governor. If they have somebody like Cruz to reel them back in, it's perfect for this Thai team roster.
I think a lot of teams that have lost that have disappointed. I think like confidence has been such a impactful side of it, in all honesty. Like I think RRQ on some of the maps yesterday looked really lost. It's also on maps that... Wait, did RRQ lose on their map pick yesterday? Because they picked Icebox, I'm pretty sure, and then they won on Split. So maybe it is just like the pick of a map and then not doing well on it to begin with and then losing a lot of confidence. I don't have to stay impartial. Neither do I. I'm a big Team Secret fan, but I like Talon too. Then I think that they're going to still be in a really strong position. For Team Secret, right now it's more about... Okay, yeah, I could be very, like, wrong, I suppose. Started getting the gears shifting in the right direction. Can you carry that momentum forward going into... I guess it's for both Team Secret and for RRQ. The problem's the same, that we just haven't seen them like, off-season events all that much. We saw Team Secret at a point, but it was so long ago that... Yeah, I don't know if you'd sort of see that much from it.
Especially Talon, especially teams that have a lot of changes. But with Ascent and with Team Secret, we've seen...
Right, I'll run some ads so people don't get them in the next map, because it's like we're probably going to go into it at some point soon.
Has gotten probably their most successful games on the Ascent map, probably because every single time that they've played it, it's always the same composition over and over again.
Your guess is well casted were as good as mine, and that's telling. I mean, we're like not being biased.
The Jet and everything, but I mean, at this point, they might just have to think about Talon might have a different approach in this one, kind of
I'm just checking on
the status
YouTube.
quo, and Team Secret might not be aware of this, but
No,
what
really.
is going to be at least better right now, at least compared to Breeze. If I'm just, you know, hyper-analyzing
And
a
if it's
little
because
bit,
there's no thumbnail.
NVG and Envy, the two most recent pickups for Team Secret, weren't really given a chance to do anything on that first half because it feels like they had to always follow up on Jeremy.
Tell me it now. It's 9:30. We're almost like 2 series in.
On the second half, when they were on defense, you saw that they had more chances.
I think at this point we hadn't even seen the first map. I can't remember. Well, it was about now that it was starting up, I guess. And at that point we've seen 3.
I'm just curious, you know, is well for Secret, do they have something up their sleeve when it comes down to Ascent? Because
so Ascent comps, I mean, I would be shocked to see something wild on either side. It would have been very akin to what old Talon used to be like, but I don't think for like this new iteration it would be.
The slate has been wiped clean. For Team Secret, if it's mostly just going to be, okay, we're going for Ascent because historically we've been very good at this, then Talon...
I think you go 4 hours in. Yeah, I mean, it's also like 3 hours before it started, and then another hour and a half, 2 hour tech pause in the middle of it. I need to like actually like look into the VOD and work out how long it was.
And they are definitely trying to, you know, break down each other's mental and get into
because I lost a lot of like context of time, I think.
and that is definitely a lot of fun between Frost and Warbirds.
And again, it just puts that much more pressure on Warbirds because he is the one that's working with a much more known quantity here.
These,
So
I can add
has
these
a lot
in now
more
at
onus
least.
on him that he has to try to really reinvent this team as far as what they're going to be doing. And we'll go
Yep,
ahead and
normal,
take a look.
non-silly
Well, look at
comps.
that.
We love to
It's
see it.
good old Ascent.
They do not change the status quo, so it's going to be about how the approach will
And Team
be. I
Secret
will say this,
Talon.
though, at least looking back at
A
Jeremy's
lot of Sunset
performance,
third maps, I think, so
not the
far
anti-fragging
this
anymore.
tournament.
He's lurking on the second half. He was actually pretty successful at creating those 1v1 duels that favor him. So maybe he was able to isolate a couple of fights, or he builds up on that confidence of his, make it into
So Ban's on the KO, Governor's on the Jet.
That really is something that is going to be
That's a good point, actually. What was the comps when they played last
goes
time?
back on having to have a very reliable duelist. And Jeremy, even though he's gotten top frag for Team Secret, it wasn't the top frag that they were kind of
Ascent.
hoping for that will get them that game.
Oasis Gaming, who's on what?
That impact wasn't quite there as much as it was for
Jib
Talon.
Boys was on Killjoy, Cruz was on Omen. So it was the same.
Talon. Are we going to go to a map 3, or does it stop here on Ascent?
I guess that is the question, right? Chubby Ninja asked, right? Achilles. I mean, it's going to be
30
We've seen this so many times.
seconds.
It's the exact same composition.
This
for
is a
both
pick
sides.
of
What do we
Team
think, Will?
Secret, so Talon chose to attack first.
Neon and Yoru on Breeze.
Talon chose to
Saw,
defend
right? Talon's
first, so
cooking.
Team Secret attacking,
And they
sorry.
said even Ascent can't be cooked anymore.
Is this just going to be like a paranoia flash knife
Let the steak rest
aggro
forever,
combo?
as it is just
Because
the
if
same
so,
old composition,
NDG has to be
but,
very
I mean,
careful.
even whether it's the shots,
Standard
the
Ascent,
confidence,
yippee, I love Ascent. I don't mind it too much because I can like, I kind of know what's happening. When it's like Breeze and there's some kooky comps going on, it takes a lot more like focus.
waiting for a mid push out. I mean, you know, these days Ascent is really just kind of this rock paper scissors among teams, right? Everyone knows each other's
And
plays
then
books.
they were just holding for that aggression. There's no aggression, so they're going to push up. The alarm bot's going to go off.
Well, might not know too much about
And then
what
3 people
Talon might
fighting.
do.
That's a good response from Team Secret.
Pushing out
Really good
the
from Jeremy.
lane that way. Not quite finding the shots, not
They're just trying to,
making
like
it.
Governor is just trying to bully
Governor's still
NDG.
with that sheriff trying to make it
Don't blame him, but a lot of
work.
damage was done.
Take down NDG now.
NDG just wanted one piece of the action. He can't land
And then they're
enough
just going to go
shots
for
get the assist
A.
there, and Jeremy
Any
just cleans it up, but
smoke? No,
not quite
Balkum's
safe in the
dead.
sight.
So that
Chip
peak from
boys.
Envy is poor.
That's a good enough
You got to
pick
respect
give
that a
them
bit
the
more, I
advantage,
think.
even though Governor is
There's a recon for Lenny.
Spike plant goes down,
Put the turret by the
and at this
switch.
point, just a clean retake is all it needs.
Oh, the turret.
And then the Eldron to just clear all of heaven.
Everything counts here in a pistol round.
See a lamp on top? Or it even pings where Jesse is.
Yeah.
I think the drone just gets him. Oh no, it was the recon, I think, that got him at the last second.
Can't find
Oof.
the headshot either. Oof. Listen, I mean, I was one of those people that was hoping that Germany would come in this year and fire right off the bat because, I mean, he kind of needs to for himself. He needs to find that confidence on the stage. We've seen peak moments.
They kind of did just leave NDG alone.
Team Secret, but the operator looked a little rough. And
Oh no, it
shaky
was a ping from the
on Breeze
Eldron.
and
Because it was on a lot longer.
Not finding it just yet in the pistol, but still many rounds to go on Ascent.
Yeah, Lenny jumping.
Governor's got Vandal already.
Throwing him off a little bit.
Stinger, Spectre,
Now we've got the setup
Guardian
for Talon,
Ares.
though, and it makes you wonder, are they going to push out again?
Still like stacking
With these
multiple
weapons,
players on
really
B.
not.
I mean, they've read it well because
Although
this looks like
forward
it's going to be
on
like
they do have the Ares, they have the Paranoia,
typical
lots
pressure
of
there.
setup.
Recon dart on top of Archers. Governor's going to go fight. Everybody else is going to back off because of the recon.
Okay, seems like Talon did have a
Paranoia was
discussion
used from
about
Cruz
overheating
too.
and overheating for stats, obviously just a second round. Need for a skill.
But they're dashing and rotating away.
Backed up, and they know
But
that
they
there's
are not
so much to go, and
convinced
there's no
that
reason to give the entire area for free, and even
there's a
if
rotate coming
turret
in.
and nanoswarms there to just chip away at every member.
Could be also baiting noise, like dashing away, hoping that they would come out, and then you've got the Killjoy with all of the swarm grenades.
However, the 0 point does connect.
Yeah, and they were also
Nanos
all
gets a
pretty
lot
much
done,
through, right? A
done
little bit of
damage to
strategy here and
Envy.
there. Actually, Envy taking a bit
And
more
there's
than I
free
thought he
CT,
would.
they're going to clear market together, which is
Gives it away,
good.
At least they get the spike plant.
3 on site, 1 in B main. Jesse Vash giving it a lot of space. Great paranoia. Especially because that recon hits so many people. Any more damage done? Balkum's quite low. NDG gets a nice kill. And Governor is almost as his ultimate. Again.
Lenny with a ghost. Why not? 4 out of 5 weapons. saved.
Governor's 5-0.
That's pretty good.
So he's just sort of like this round 1 to 4 god, I think, with the amount of kills that he's getting.
On the board, putting them back in discussion for VCT Pacific. We'll see if he can continue. You know, the desk talked about a little bit of overheating towards the end, trying to pad those stats. But I mean, with these kind of performances, as long as it, you know, ends on a happy note, I don't know if you can blame him too much. At least for today, he's riding that momentum. And this is a player that came in and just started confidently talking before even playing one official in Pacific, right? Said he thinks
Still like a good eco. You get a plant, you get a couple of kills. Still trying to make like a paranoia play in B main happen.
5 kills already in round 2. 1 point away from
Got the recon still, got the KO knife. Talon been really like passive.
Not much of the same can be said for, unfortunately, oh dear Jeremy, just for the time being. They are trying
KO knife for Bell doesn't get much. NDG is just losing out for Governor again.
NDG was not expecting that. Team Secret needs to find another option into a site.
It's going to be a smoke to try to block off main, but they do know that it should be a split here.
Ooh, okay, Jeremy got the movement, tries to bypass the space. It does
Trying to spray on that side. They sort of expect him to like re-peak this a little bit more.
Just firing off.
But I think that's a gun upgrade too. For Cruz.
Doesn't look like it, so just a two-way retake coming in through tree.
I mean, this post plant is playing like you're on a bonus, right? So close. Great dash from Governor, Bladestorm as well. Just wow, he's just clean through them. All right, Jesse, come on, win a clutch. Oh, I almost get it, but like that is an absurdly strong bonus for Talon. You just bring it to a 1v1 clutch. Maybe gonna be a bit annoyed that they didn't win it and like dedicating the Bladestorm, but
His movement was good onto the retake.
it means the buy is gonna be awkward.
It would have been the thumbnail of the highlight for this match for sure.
Cruz with his gun out too. Maybe an overextension from Governor. Maybe it's a little bit of a giddy overheat for Talon. They probably should have won that, to be fair.
Players who are able to just kind of calm things down and stop the bleeding, buy them enough time to regroup. That's
Swarm grenade to break this turret over here.
And it might not seem like much, but it is just enough.
Yeah, they
Does clear it, does break it.
know, like, hey, calm down, it's all good.
Aldron all
They
night.
can still bring things back. Now
The Aldron doesn't, well, sorry, the server doesn't get hit by the KO knife, so the Aldron can get a lot of information, but it doesn't see anything.
That's not what you want to see on the third round on your
JDG, NGG. Can't talk now. It's a good paranoia. It's kind of an awful teleport for Borkum. Good ult from Jesse Vash. He finally gets a kill with it.
Now the rest of them with that Odin almost trying to connect.
I feel more than anything, Jeremy's playing off of his teammates more than they're playing off of him.
Not quite so much door, but they have no idea.
I'm not saying that he's baiting. I don't think it's that. I think it's just like he's not going in first.
Yeah, I'm not surprised it's saved. Sure,
And Talon is saving.
But
fair enough.
yeah, you would need to use it a bit further back if you don't want to get spammed out, as Lenny's pretty low. And then you would have needed to jump right on it. No flashes as well. No information on tree, like you mentioned. And NDG was there, so good positioning by NDG.
Did I change the title? I
Very
did.
quick on that backup, should the retake have come through. Secret looking a bit more alive on one of their favorite maps from
What are they like for ults? Not really close to anything.
That much rehearsed.
Money's rough, so they got an eco. Jeremy's one away from Bladestorm, but that's not really relevant. 4, 5. And then Jesse Vash uses the Hunter's Fury.
When the pace gets switched up against them,
Some of the paranoias that Cruz has been doing have been good.
hold it down all too well sometimes.
Yeah, and this is actually why Team Secret had such a good win rate, right? If you think back, this was another team that used to just say, okay, once we figure out where they're weaker, we just keep going.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Don't fix what's not broke. The same thing happened on Haven, of course, a couple of times, especially against teams like DRX. Happened on Ascent. And they just know that if you're going to still go for defaults, we will always have the numbers advantage. Let's see if that continues to be the trend today.
Right here.
I mean, again, we keep talking about one of the teams that made the least changes coming into 2024. So you imagine the calling, the philosophy, the speed, everything should.
Envy's there to help JD. I keep calling him at JDG. It's not JD Gaming.
Pace just for now.
That's Thursday. That's China.
Good round.
NDG.
Some mid control. Put some pressure. See if you can get sight of those alarm bots. Not gonna dig deep enough, but
I think they break the recon.
there's so many members wrapping all the way around him. From short, they don't peek out all the way.
I think that the caster made the same mistake. I thought that this was a flank. But it was a teammate. I mean, I made that mistake like last week of just seeing somebody and being like, oh, he's on the enemy team.
Great save. Oh, I was going to say earlier from Jesse Vash.
Governor is kind of single-handedly giving Talon these rounds, I think. All off. Just turn them all off, please. Good lord.
Just might be able to prevent teams.
KNF gets the killjoy, but then now swarms are put off early. Recon Dart doesn't get anybody because they're not. Oh no, it gets him on the second pulse, and then Jit Boys is just holding it.
Triple kill back to back. Governor
Effectively flawless that one.
Jeremy. Everything lines up for Talon.
Great hold. The recon at an angle where you'd have to get pinged to clear it out. And then you have someone still holding close, a bit of an off angle with that Vandal, not holding close to the wall, not holding far out with an Odin. Try to go for a peek, but good reset
nicely
after the first
done.
kill for Jit Boys. And he was one of the members that we all thought last year showed so much consistency, so much just good value for Talon to build upon. It's great to see him return in form.
Especially on this Sentinel
On
role.
Eco on
this
attack?
map too, he had
Not
some great
yet.
moments.
It's got the Eldrin in hand.
Very much in the game.
Gonna get broken this
Jeremy
time.
with the Blade Storm. Let's see if he can make some magic work.
But I guess it takes the knife away from where the Blade Storm could come from. Oh, he's seen the Omen.
Did see him on the minimap, so his teammates get the trade, but gets stuck on the door.
A little bit
Recon's good. Oh, Borkum's TPs, man. Like, ugh.
But it's just a trade. 3-on-3.
He is also like nearsighted, so he's not that far away from you. NDG is still in mid.
No wall banks just yet.
Like, is he just scared of Governor at this point? Because Governor's now heaven. So now you can go for this late lurk. This is going to get cleared. So this NDG, if he's might be able to get it, but it's been really carefully cleared by Jit Boys. Yeah, well played from them. And then Jesse Vash is kind of just out in the open. Another one's hell. Really nice round from Talon. But man, I don't know what Borkum's doing. I can respect one TP out into the open, especially when you're paranoid. But doing it there, tricky. I guess he's seeing it more like a duelist of like, if I can take his crosshair away, I can get traded. Which in that sense, it works fine.
Roster, right? Only 2 members, so not exactly a core moving on from last year.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of performances.
Yeah, Governor is 10-2.
From Jit Boys. I'm telling you, don't doubt Lenny.
In total,
there's no way that Envy could have made it out of that one.
Team Secret of 14 kills, Governor is 10.
Falls down. On to the next round, though. Again, Talon.
This buy is a bit of an awkward one. I mean, they have a... Wait, they don't, because NDG is bought up. Like, the money is awful for Team Secret. Like, some players have, like, sort of E-codes. And then NDG is bought. Like, the rifle for Jeremy here is alright, because you still have money for next.
Response from Envy.
Have a smoke. Yeah, there it is. For B main. Governor gets an opening shot.
Paranoia is, again, so nice, actually, from Cruz.
And then Cruz just to decimate anyone hiding inside of B main. Talon makes it a quick
Like, what is this? Like, the money difference.
Round and a retake.
I mean, forget the frags itself. Lenny's calling has been very solid on the defensive side of both maps. I mean, this one, it's one of those very standard things just because Ascent is such a known value now across the entire world, but you keep tabs on the ultimates, right? You keep tabs on what the ping pong has been across the sites, and you say, MTB site, we've got more tools to go for retakes. Now, obviously, if Envy had used null command to start with, it's even more value that they get out of it. But since they don't, they immediately pop their null command first, a little bit early, to deny that response, so they're able to go in a bit stronger.
They have a buy here, but like half armor Bulldog. NDG. I don't think it matters too much because he is sort of just playing like on the lurk or flank control. Null command on A, just giving up on the A site.
I mean, Lenny is reading Team Secret's habits.
anticipation.
I mean, I think this is just a common play, right?
Anything, and as soon as that timer runs out,
I think Team Secret are kind of just doing the more generalist things, and Talon are responding to it well. Just gets such a good timing on Jesse. Even gets information that there's one more, like NDG. Alright, Envy, nice. Traded by the op. Oh, Jeremy peeks it too. He knows that the operator's in short. He's going to be able to break it. But now he's just like sandwiched between two players. Oh no. Didn't even really get to do too much.
It does seem like at times that NDG isn't quite able to get a hold of himself. You know, it looks like it's just a bit too chaotic. It's just a bit things.
Yeah, NDG just looks fucking
a little
lost.
Overwhelming, perhaps. Obviously, a big debut stage for him, coming up onto a big land stage against VCT teams here in Pacific. But we're not seeing moments that live up to the hype and expectation a lot of people had.
Really nice, good reads. Timeout. I mean, I feel like with how this has been playing for Team Secret, this is a really late timeout.
Especially with Talon now retaking sites, the post plants.
You know, I just don't think that this is like.
With the score 6-2 right now, if Team Secret doesn't fix.
If you can get this to like 5-7, it'd be good. 4-8 maybe if you win the pistol. You won't want another 3-9. 6-6 would be an actual godsend, but I don't know if it's happening. Especially now because I think the Team Secret's money isn't great.
Good reads on to Jesse Vash and Team Secret. I mean,
yeah, Talon look comfortable.
What a way to prove a point for Lenny. Sitting behind this five-man roster all year last year, only getting one chance, and not exactly a fair one, when you had to play the one map against DRX.
Oh no.
Yeah, he's finally getting his chance. I mean, round 7 and 8 says so much. But of course, now off the timeout, what does Team Secret have in store for us?
Well, first of all, they got to quiet down Governor once again, 14-2-1. Still with the op on that jet.
Okay.
Aldrin coming through. All right, nice from Lenny.
Yeah, and that spam, it just comes up every so often enough that you almost forget about it, right? The B main one is there every day, all day, but the one in
Can you imagine if Talon beat DRX? If they meet in like the qualifying game? That would be an actually like insane qualifying game. Seen him behind. All right, NDG fighting a little bit more. I think the only thing that like NDG is missing is just like a nice multi-kill, you know, a nice 1 versus 2 fight that he ends up winning because he like spaces himself well. I think that would make the world a difference. Paranoid connects perfectly onto Envy. I like Envy in these though.
The best option he's had.
Oh, he almost had it as well. Observer switching away there was almost a crime.
I want to see that swivel from Ban because it just looked like Jeremy was going to have the kill if Ban didn't peek out with a pre-fire. Not sure if we'll get a chance to see it, but Ban, he's been free. Another, and this time it is on the KO.
14, 17, 19 kills. 19 kills for Team Secret, 14 kills for Talon. 14 kills for Governor on Talon.
We got to remember, Governor says he was the one who suggested and fought for Ban to be brought on board to this new roster of Talon Esports, and it's paying off.
There's that bit of a duo. And it certainly
Recon for stuff close. Nobody's on site. It's just the operator from distance.
Apart from that, I mean, just
Just the disrespect. It's always NDG as well. Like that head-to-head between Governor and NDG must be so one-sided at this point. It's not even funny.
But not all too much. 3 on 4. Spike getting planted, but retakes are underway.
You know, not to say anything about necessarily the cleanliness or whether you overheat.
I think Talon is looking really sharp right now. The patience as well. Like, you're up against an eco. You're happy to let them plant. And your utility is this good. Oh my god, you just dash in against an eco and you still get everybody like that.
And the interesting part is
Ban is insane. I mean, Cruz is like the utility that's coming out of Cruz and Lenny, especially, is so good.
Going to drop a weapon. There are rounds where maybe the updraft is a little too
It's
eager,
personal
but
for
the
Governor at
trades
this
are there
point.
that
I
either
mean,
keep
yeah,
them
people were
alive or
shit
even
talking this
guys.
team
It's
a
very
lot.
clean win for the team. And the pace
But hey,
that
is
Talon
it
has
Zay,
right now
XA,
is exactly
Shay?
what a player like Governor would want. If he wants to go in and take every fight, assume that he's going to win. He wants backup to be
I
there
mean,
immediately,
it's
and
a perfect narrative. If you're working on a desk, you're going over like Governor's debut and NDG's, and you're comparing the two. Because one has had a dream debut, the other one has been awful. I don't think that NDG is a bad player. I haven't seen that much of him to really comment on it though. But this is just a sentinel with no confidence.
No one was watching mid, by the way, so keep notes on that.
And this was their map pick. So this should be where they feel the most comfortable. And Hunter's Fury gets Borkum.
That's smoke down.
And that's another thing about
Great flash. Great fights. Oh, Lenny, the cancel of the ult, I think, wasn't it? Was it him that was Hunter's Fury and then cancelled it? Because I know that Jesse Vash used it too. Because they tried to push up onto Heaven quickly, and it looked like they were ulting. I could be wrong though. I guess we'll see it now. No, he was ulting. Oh no, he ulted before, right? Because he got the kill of Borkum. And then they knew that he was still Heaven.
Because of the first shot missed. But then Lenny, the fact that he's keeping the focus as well.
I guess it was them trying to up the tempo off the back of their own Hunter's Fury. I don't know what's wrong with me at the moment. I feel like my brain isn't keeping up with my mouth. Right, dash B, execute. You've got such a rough buy here. This very easily could be a 10-2 half. There's another Governor versus NDG head-to-head. Oh my lord. He's 19-3. I mean, I hope they have a Governor interview if Talon do win, because I just wonder what he's got to say. Borkum gets the trade. 2 versus 2. Governor's 40 HP. Oh, I mean, Jesse Vash going for that peak is wild.
Single person that can stop him in the server.
Overflowing with confidence right now.
Buff stairs. Did they read that there's a flank here from Jesse? They do. Oh, that was close. I mean, what? 2 of these rounds that Team Secret have won have been close 1v1 clutches that Jesse Vash has won.
Count on Jesse Vash to bring home the few rounds that they've had. Stabilizing at 3-9. The attacking side, I mean, listen, it was the same story on Breeze.
I wonder what Frost has said to him. Like, Frost has gone to Governor and is like, see that guy over there? You see that Killjoy? Fuck him up. Governor's like, okay, Frost, okay.
It's just a matter of a chess game and the flowchart of who stays one step ahead. And today, it was not secret. Both in terms of the
It really is a case of Frost has put a hit out on NDG.
Yeah, Secret are definitely catching up to a lot of things.
But it also, like, I think his Governor just kind of going, I'm winning against this Killjoy a lot. Like, they're performing poorly. I'm just going to, like, take creative liberty.
If not for that,
like, that mental game is just being won out by Governor all the time. But I also don't think the Team Secret are helping NDG as much as they should be. Like, they had one round where they had, like, Envy playing over towards, like, B-main with him. But outside of that, a lot of the times NDG has died because he's, like, lurking as the, like, 4-1 lurk. Like, this is NDG. He's just been caught out on his own.
Like, he's just racking his brain as well.
I mean, Secret need to win this pistol.
I think part of it is
I get mine, I just keep doing this.
Hasn't exactly been the cleanest, right? And then the shot.
I mean, in all honesty, it is such a value target to go, who is the weakest player on their team? Let's just harass them.
Head coach Solo, Genji, you actually do tell them to just pick up their guns and hit their shots.
But at this point, like, NDG has been poor. I think Borkum has been worse. I think Borkum has made some, like, howlers.
I mean, that depends on, player-to-player personality.
More deaths as well.
That is part of it. Team Secret, they need to hit their first shots a bit more often.
Which is a shame, because, like, Borkum played rough in the first half of Breeze, then looked a lot better, and now he's looking worse again, so hopefully he looks better now on this defense. Because it was the defensive side as well on Breeze that he looked good. Nice shot from Jeremy. There's no trade there. Oh my god. No.
I thought Jeremy's backup
4
was
versus
quick
2.
enough.
One of the
I thought
players
that was
is
gonna
low.
catch Talon off guard, but after
This
the one
Ban's
kill,
planting.
Ban swings on the trade, and
Oh, he
then
actually does get the
steps
shock
out.
dart kill.
Jesse Vash.
And he gets a kill onto Cruz as well because he shocked at him before and then took the fight. So it's a 1 versus 2 from NDG and the door's open. Come on, do something. You could do it. Make this the turn. Make this like the dream debut.
Be able to find some shots.
They've got the turret set up though.
He's waiting, but there's no reason for them to peek.
Ooh, this is.
No, unlucky.
I was gonna say not impossible, but yeah.
Oh dear. Team Secret, oh no.
That was honestly, it's a 2v1. You spotted him once. That was a round where they could have suddenly gone for the double swing, and they probably would have won it either way, but they still wait until one more peek. They go for another jump because the turret wasn't broken. This is how you know that
I think so far, Team Secret have looked the worst out of the teams that we've seen. Granted, we got DFM to come up next.
I mean, Color
but
impresses.
yeah.
I did not expect this. At least not. in
Team
the
Secret
first match of
versus
kickoff.
Detonation
I thought they
Focus
were
Me is going to
bullshit.
be
I
a
thought we were going to
game.
see, like, bits and pieces that they were trying to put together.
I had Team Secret getting out the
Here's the
group
whole entire
in
pizza.
first place as top seed. Oh my god.
Off to the next round now. We've got some guns. Not just some guns, a lot of guns. Thanks to the kills that they've gotten before. Team Secret with the Sheriff's.
Like, how did I manage that, you know?
I mean, they but get the turret either.
Okay.
This goes from bad to worse, honestly.
Playful, spicy team mood. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of hard yesterday when I'm like streaming with Tom. But I think after the timeout, I think like the tech pause, I wanted to just kind of chill a bit more. Especially because it was one of the few days where Tom could actually dedicate to doing a watch party.
Very aggressively with an outlaw.
Well, close range is it still works. No armor, one shot, one kill.
NDG is just on that corner. Did he even do any damage? I don't think so.
Did not expect this whatsoever.
Flawless.
And then the other boom shot onto Borkum. We're past double.
Brian kind of mood. That's probably the best way to look at it, yeah.
Looks very
The Mega Tech pause ruin those games made it boring. I mean, the viewership still yesterday was crazy. Like, I think Stiggy was on like 9K viewers. But I guess that's more like Yay and Bleed playing, right? And people are really interested to see how that goes.
What the game plan was coming into today's match, but I mean that call, you dig deep. If I get the kill, just go for B. Like you said, not something Secret expected because everything was quiet. Audio was cut on B main. It's small things like that, but the speed at which they're able to do it shows the practice and the
We had one of the longest best of 3 days. 3 best of 3 days, despite there only been 2.
Cohesion as well now. They're looking for that match points. Just switching things up in terms of pace. Governor wants to go ham. Going for the Phantom, going for the movement. A double
Still gets 2 before he's traded. 2v2.
But then the rest of the team
KO Knife is just for close, so it doesn't get any information.
And not impossible for Talon to pick up.
And Lenny with an outlaw is watching heaven. I mean, if he gets Jeremy's 10 HP because I think he took a fight against an outlaw earlier.
Secret has to go for this, but
And Envy is on half armor, so actually this outlaw will kill both of them if it hits.
The shock dart, the outlaw, everything is going to have so much value.
Oh, the outlaw. Way too low.
Oh, and even classics him.
Hopping up with the classic just to check.
Oh no.
What he was looking
That's the
for.
bonus one, so this is like an eco again.
This is some justice for Lenny. What in the world?
I was trying not to mention it. He's like,
I guess they'll probably do an interview with Lenny. That'd make the most sense.
Yeah, well, not even that. Just don't put me on the stage again. See what happens.
All right, it's just kickoff. It's just the first match, but what a way to start things out.
Sure, Talon did this to us last year, but I mean, honestly.
Yeah, but then Talon started trolling.
A great showing. And you know, that outlaw, I mean, some of the pros have talked about that as well, right? Close range. It's still good enough. You got the double shot.
It is.
The Governor's in.
Half armor all across Team Secret. Phantoms to everyone on Talon. Governor already so deep into the site, infiltrating. And just trying to block them off as they try to push out from defender spawn. Team Secret, this retake, it doesn't feel like it's gonna happen. Envy trying to watch the
3v5.
out of logs. Shortly inside of B main.
Done some damage to Cruz. Cruz has actually just re-peeked him as he's had to reload. Oh, even the omens, but allowing him to get out. Is this going to be a flawless round to finish? It is. Oh my god. Well, Team Secret got absolutely ass blasted.
A statement made by Talon Esports. Sure, it's a new roster, but a lot of us don't know exactly what to expect. You take a bar
How long are we
individual
into the
player,
stream?
sure,
Like, both
it
these
looked
series
good,
have been
but the
fairly
offseason,
quick.
it looked like they still needed
4
a lot of
hours.
time to gel together.
Like, we played one map
They say no, it was the
yesterday,
exact perfect
and we've had
time.
2
But
series so
meanwhile,
far today.
Team Secret, the warm-up still needed. And a slow start
Like, the fact that I might be done before midday today, because we have, like, DRX versus DFM later. Been done by, like, midday, 1 p.m. Like, God bless. What a destruction. I mean, it was crazy. Like, I think it was, like, Talon playing amazingly. Like, I really liked how they played. They had really good, like, responses to everything that was happening. Their understanding of the map was, like, unprecedented in comparison to what the hell they were doing before. And, like, you know, like, this is just, like, the example of, like, Frost. Like, he's, like, talking to all of the players on Team Secret. Because he used to work on Team Secret. He was the GM, I think.
Another new value. How do they look? How do they come prepared?
I still like the sportsmanship, though. No bad blood, just some hugs all around. But look at how elated
But, my god, like, Team Secret looked wank.
Get into stats
They
and
looked completely lost. Borkham had one of the worst performances I've ever seen from him in a series. NDG had one of the worst debuts that you could probably have. Governor had one of the best. And yeah, it just sort of felt like a lot of what Team Secret looked so nervous, just so uncoordinated. It wasn't fun to watch. I said it at the start. Did I actually get how you pronounce your name? I'm gonna say Shay.
They've got more obstacles if they are to make it. But so far, so good.
I expected Team Secret to lose, but not like this. I predicted them to win this game and then beat DRX in the game afterwards. I am lost, you know. I'm just out of my element. But I also think that, like, we haven't seen an awful lot of Team Secret, and what we saw from Talon in the off season was kind of wank too.
So how do you feel about your first debut? 이제 거버너 선수를
I actually want to listen to this
만나보겠는데요.
interview.
오늘 좀 에임이 정말 미쳤습니다. 오늘 이 활약에 대해서 데뷔에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지 물어보겠습니다.
I was definitely like nervous because it's my like in the beginning a little bit for the first like 2 rounds maybe, but that, you know, same thing with challengers last year. My first like 2 rounds in my first match, I was definitely nervous, but once, you know, you're in the server, it's like it just feels natural, and it got comfortable as, you know, I went on.
Yeah, you get used to it, right?
Yeah.
네, 처음 2라운드에서는 좀 긴장했습니다. 저번 작년 챌린지에서 같은 경우도 2라운드까지는 조금 긴장했지만 갈수록 적응을 했고 그게 승리로 이끌었던 것 같습니다. So also Talon's revenge to TS was stronger than expected. So what do you think affected today's massive win? 또 오늘 이제 탈론이 반격에 나서면서 예상보다 더 큰 활약을 보여줬는데 이 승리에 대해서 어떤 게 가장 큰 요소가 있었을까요?
Obviously, there's like some history between Lenny and, you know, Secret. I think for this match, like, we knew how much it meant to Lenny, especially, you know, me. But, you know, the match, I really wanted to win this one more than anything, just, you know, for my teammate. I know how much it meant to him, so I'm really happy I was able to, you know, have such a performance.
Yeah,
But,
you really did.
Yeah.
But anything to continue?
No.
Okay.
I think he feels more nervous doing this than he did like playing. It feels like.
활약을 했고 그리고 더 크게 기여한 것에 대해서 기쁨을 느낀다고 전했는데요. 또 다음 질문으로 이어가 보면은 이제 새로운 코치와 함께 경기를 진행하게 됐는데 이 코치와 팀과의 케미는 어떤지 또 물어보겠습니다. Also, we have the new coach Frost in Talon. So, what do you think? How was the chemistry with the team? How did it work?
1 second.
So I've actually worked with Frost in the past.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I was on a free agent team for about 6 months with him. When I first, you know, worked with him, he was a lot stricter than I'm used to. Like, think of it like a football coach. Very, you know, strict. Basically, the first person to probably, you know, call me stupid a lot, and like. But,
That sounds like him
yeah,
for
I've been
sure.
history with him, but you know, overall, when, you know, he brought me to Talon, you know, I was because of my history with him, I think it meshed already really well. Because in the past, you know, at first I definitely didn't know how to feel about it, but you know, even now we argue a lot, but you know, it's healthy. You know, it's a healthy amount of arguing, and you know, we work well together.
The dubstep was watch party in this too, actually. I just saw.
되게 엄격하시다고 말했는데 작년에도 이제 코치님과 함께 했지만 이번에는 조금 더 코치님과 더 투닥투닥 거리면서 좀 더 케미 좋은 팀으로 만들어 나갔다고 이야기를 했습니다. 또 이월 지나칠 수 없죠. 팬분들께 선물로 드릴 인형인데요. 여기에서 직접 승리의 데뷔 사인과 함께 팬분들께 던져 보겠습니다. So can you give your sign in the stall? We're gonna throw to the fans. Your sign here? This marker?
I mean, I think I'd be confused as well if they said like sign.
Oh, you can sign it on the forehead or the back. Yes, anywhere you want. 네, 지금 사인을 하고 계신데요. 이 행운의 인형을 갖고 싶으신 팬분들은 손을 번쩍 들고 계시면 그쪽으로 갈 확률이 좀 높겠죠? 그리고 제가 또 네, 오늘도 뒤쪽이 조금 더 적극적인 것 같아요. Yeah, the fans are really wanting the doll. Where do you want to throw it to? To the back or to the front? And you're gonna feel you're lucky.
I like that in the last one. I can't remember who it was for Zeta who did the interview. Just sort of passed it along gently. The governor's just yeeting it. Bonsoir. Hey, Orions. I'm good. I'm sad that Team Secret got demolished.
Wow, there are a lot of fans there trying to catch
We
that
did want to
attack
check
bunny
something. What did we
from
want to check?
Governor, who was incredible. There's so much
I mean, it was
history
this one, wasn't it?
between these two teams, but it's surprising actually how Team Secret
Is this
performed
updating?
here. You know, they have so much history on this map. And
But like
they
Talon
weren't
looked
playing themselves.
great.
On the other side, Talon looked phenomenal.
I mean, I want to see how many Governor got. I don't know why
think
running
of
back is
several
just
other ones,
not
but
working.
I won't utter them on the broadcast right now. This was absolutely disappointing and not at all what we expected from Team Secret. We
I mean, I'd
expected them
probably
to
have to
come
do it
out
this
again,
way for
like I
now.
said, they have a decent jumping off point given that they have such a
Governor
solid
11 and
foundation.
6 on first
Still
kills,
on the
first
squad with just
deaths.
one new player
Jeremy
joining in.
5 and 8.
But Talon, good
NDG
lord,
died
what
first of all. I
performance from
mean,
them the whole way through.
everybody died
Utterly
first of all.
dominant here on Ascent. And this is where we said, okay, you know what? Secret, they started warming up a little bit on the back end of Breeze.
Plus
Now they've got
27
that footing. We saw that
differential
pistol
is
round,
crazy.
Envy,
340
on Breeze as well.
average.
Now they're a little bit more warmed
With
up,
400
a little bit
ACS
more in
on
the zone.
Jet
Not at
on
all.
Ascent.
Talon were just
Like comparing that to last time
completely
is mad.
on this map.
How important that pistol round was because
I want to see like the
it felt
head-to-heads
after that,
of
because they lost
NDG
it,
versus
it felt like
0 and
Envy
6,
or
3 and
it felt like
7.
Jeremy just
Here we
couldn't
go.
find his groove.
2 and
So he
11.
had the blades coming into short.
Balkan was
He
worse
spotted
against
two
Ban,
targets
which is
and
kind of
then
weird.
couldn't decide which one to actually.
Jesse Bash was the only one that was dealing with Ban.
We have to just point straight to
Like
the stats.
NDG got battered by him. Jeremy lost in the head-to-head there.
On Ascent. Nearly cresting 400 and has 7 first kills. He only
Just
gave up
Bash winning a
one first death
1v3.
that entire map. It's just utterly dominant the whole way throughout. Lenny as well, stepping into this IGL role. Also
Yeah,
playing
I think the
fantastic
site's
figures.
down
He comes
for the
away with
moment.
100% kill participation on that Sova. He was contributing to absolutely everything that was being done in the lobby. This is a renaissance for a lot of these players. Ban, somebody who was you know, subject to a lot of
Rough.
scrutiny.
I think it
last
was
year.
bad on the
We did
first
see
map
improvements
too.
from him on his Jet, particularly on Fracture, but so far seeing him on the Euro, seeing him on KO, the system that
97.
he's in right now, it
So
seems
what,
they're
like 94
really
average
utilizing.
ACS to begin with?
Yeah, so where does that
Minus
put
21.
us now? We
Oof.
got T1 and Zeta facing up, and Talon is going to be facing up the winner of the
I mean, Envy
next
didn't do that much
match,
raw damage, to be
DRX
fair.
And DFM. Now, I know, like Talon, a lot of us had a lot of question marks about DFM, but judging by
Yeah,
Talon's
these stats are
performance,
absurd.
maybe
200 ADR.
we have, we should give DFM a lot of
That's-
credit, too.
Mad.
It certainly is possible. I mean, they come in, they have a
Oh, we're
lot
back.
riding on this game right here for the side of DFM. So, I mean, they
We
need to
got
prove
this.
themselves.
For
sure.
Is
with
it going to
this,
break again?
newer
Looks like
roster
it.
coming through. Crazy Raccoon crossover, you know, Anthem there as well still. But,
So I'm wrong on
the
some of
odds
my
are stacked
predictions,
against
at
them, but
least.
I think no matter
Let's say.
which team comes out on top of this one, whoever it is, them versus Talon makes for an awesome match.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a banger.
Heck yeah. We're going to break down more of this. We're going to go on a quick commercial break. When we come back, we are going to go into the last and final matchup of today.
All right. DRX versus DFM. I wonder if it's going to be quicker than that game. I thought they weren't doing breaks, but I guess they kind of have to because there's so little to say about it. Like, you don't really have any like input, really. Nothing's maybe ready. You kind of want the series to go a little bit faster. But in the meanwhile, I am going to go to the toilet and I guess make a drink, I suppose. Have I got things in here? No. Alright, yeah, we'll be a second then.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
The first week the guys came in, they weren't being too serious with everything. It's like seeing who's sitting next to who.
The second week is when we really started practice. This year we have a lot of creative minds. People enjoy thinking about the game a lot in the team this year.
Players are under a lot of stress, or they don't have the strategies in place to recover well. There's a huge risk of burnout down the line. It's important to me that they have the support they need to work as hard as they can.
I want to build flexible players so they can adapt very easily. Because I think in sport, the people who adapt the quickest are the ones that will win.
We encourage the guys to actually rest on that rest day, do what they need to do to feel recovered for their next week.
When I was younger, I was always thinking about stuff like sitting down at like a stall in front of like the people cooking and stuff and just eating there.
There's literally ice on it, guys.
Who is more laid back outside of practice?
Who competes more in the gaming house?
2 showers less. Hours less. This one, I just put this one. If I was playing, I had you for sure.
Who has the better aim? Who's better? Confirm, bro.
This one. 10,000%.
If you want.
Oh.
Huh?
Bro, easy.
Yeah, easy.
Easy. Can be more toxic. I go with this one. Let's see.
Who's more determined to make it to international domination? What do you mean? We are in the same team.
Yeah, we are in the same team. Come on, let's try put it like this. I know you cannot see me, but it should be like this. What do you think?
It's about damn time.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Kickoff, and woo! It's been kind of a spicy day with 2 games of 2-0. I'm your host, Chubby Ninja. With me at the desk, we got our analyzers analyzing things, Achilleos and Asterai. Welcome. This is also his first day with us on Pacific, and it's been kind of crazy. I mean, we were looking at the last game with Team Secret and Talon. We saw the new Talon and what they had to offer.
They were absolutely just blow it out of the park. Again, I expected them to have better performance from what we saw last year, but not to this caliber, not to how Governor just exploded.
I was muted as well.
And you kind of see you heard the...
I don't think I'm muted for long now. I didn't say much.
What, gave that
I'm just more curious what people were doing in their breaks.
It's him wanting to have that Lenny just smile a lot more brighter today, and it shows. He was like, "Yeah, I got this for Lenny."
Yeah, I mean, Lenny as well, he got a piece of that one because he was also dominant in the final map. But we'll see if that's going to carry forward here for the side of Team Talon, because they don't know who they're playing against yet, and it's one of these two teams.
That's right, and we did see Zeta earlier today, and very similarly, we saw a very refreshed Zeta division go against a new Global Esports. But I think both Team Secret and Global Esports, go back to the drawing board and figure things out, and while they move on to the lower bracket. And our next matchup, DRX versus DFM. Now, I know when you guys are thinking at home, we were thinking the same, like, well, this is, DRX and their track record of, like, almost a nearly flawless win throughout Pacific last year, and DFM the complete opposite with literally 0 wins last year, but they have a completely different team this year.
They do. There's just a kind of one holdover here in Anthem. There's been obviously a lot of back and forth as well, because we saw multiple players joining this roster, being announced, then departing in the offseason. So there's been a lot of DFM regarding what they're doing, what core they were going to end up settling on. But now we know. It's just basically Crazy Raccoons, and then Anthem is still here. He sticks over to just, kind of continue being Anthem. Because with all of the faults that we did have from DFM, he was pretty much the most consistent bright spot outside of a couple pop-off moments that we had from time to time from the likes of Soldom and Suggest. Anthem, I mean, he was the first person to globally get an ace in the last season, locked that one down at lock-in on Icebox, I believe, and then managed to do it multiple other times throughout the season. So I think him being there still means that there's a solid amount of firepower that's there for the side of DFM. I'm more interested in how these players coming over from Crazy Raccoon are going to mesh with him, and whether or not they're going to be able to put a dent in DRX.
Now let's talk about DRX. They did have some minor roster changes.
Brutal, I'm sorry, this is the opposite.
Who was the one loss that DRX had? Was it? I imagine it was Paper X. No. Was it? It's Team Secret.
I heard podcasts where people are just wagering, is DFM gonna get their first win? I think they are. For sure, there's absolutely no way. Anthem, like you said, Achilleos, he was incredible. He was an incredible Sky last year. Now, DRX, they have Flashback on the team now. They decided to take on a rookie. What was it, 608 days since they changed their roster, and finally they done it.
They absolutely have. I just wanted to add as well, looking at this as a whole for the DRX roster, they are, I believe, a 5-man roster now compared to the 6 from last year. So it feels like they're trying to, similar to what I was saying with Team Secret, they want to just solidify the roles that they've had already, right? They want Buzz to be that solid frontman as their duelist. They want Foxy9 to assist them, and they want Flashback to be that solid back end and just have an overall very stable roster. And it makes a lot of sense. They did that a lot with the previous tournaments that they played, and now they're trying to bring that mentality, that solidity here in this first match against DFM.
So I do agree with you, but I also still have this question itching at the back of my brain, which is Buzz going to be the duelist? Is Foxy9 going to be playing Sentinel? Or are those roles going to be swapped
Actually, one thing I want to
Is
check.
that something that they decide to change as well? I'm
So
happy
3
to
games
see
tomorrow,
more steady roster
2 games
here
on
from the side of
Tuesday.
DRX. The constant swap-ups was something that was
Which are the-
very much hurting them throughout last season, even at the international level.
Not yeah.
But they still could very well subvert our expectations here.
Fair enough.
Yeah, absolutely. But they have to change.
Wait, no, some of these are elimination
because
games.
Based on their performance last year, they played really strong.
Like
against a lot of
elimination
the other
game.
teams, but Paper X kept shaking them up
The
till
qualifying
very end.
elimination.
And you can see now they're trying to rethink
Qualifying
things. And we were talking
elimination.
about their roster a lot last year
Qualifying
and throughout
elimination.
the offseason, how DRX were going to shake things up. Like, was Foxy9
Decider.
stay on the roster? And clearly, they decided to keep him.
Yeah, I mean, here to stay, and now is not the youngest member of the team. Flashback just a little bit older, so Foxy9 gets to live the young life for a
Am I
little
right
bit
on
there.
these? I don't think I am.
Mess around with Flashback as much as he pleases, but I'm curious as to what iteration is going to be coming through. Obviously, this is a roster that we're seeing a lot in the offseason. They were running
Qualifying
et cetera, et cetera.
elimination. Qualifying
It was
elimination.
Foxy9 who was walking over
Qualifying.
things like that Killjoy, when just heavily being reliant
Decided,
on
decided,
Buzz to
decided,
be that
right.
star duelist leading the charge. So we'll have to see what the experiment.
There's only 3 elimination games and
in a double duelist
3
meta, they can
deciders.
run what we saw from them a bit
2
last
elimination games
season
even.
with having Buzz swap over to something like the Rays and Foxy stick to the
Which,
Generators.
Now, our production really wanted to take a look at Flashback in May. These are our greenest members on both rosters. I know we're working with very little right now, but what are we excited to look out for?
At least from what we've been seeing from the video with Mako just hyping up Flashback, he's just very very much impressed with his aim, so I'm definitely looking forward to how well Flashback can contribute with that when he's not going to be on the entry fragging role. He's going to be playing, if I remember correctly, maybe on the smoker, or again, as you mentioned, the flex role. May, on the other hand, is going to be on that duelist role, whether it's Foxy9 or Buzz that he's going to be facing up against. He has proven himself in the Japanese scene, but to say with any team that has been dominant in the local scene, how can that translate into Pacific League when you're up against the team that was to beat just a year ago?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tall order, but I mean, if anybody on this team could do it aside from Anthem, it probably would be May. I mean, this guy is a superstar within Japan. Like you said, he's got plenty of reps over there, but this is going to be a completely different stage. It's also been a while.
Indeed, Paper X would be a good game.
Crazy Raccoon, they weren't able to
And
become that
2-1
Japanese
Zeta. I
squad
think this
that
would be
was
fairly
going over to
one-sided.
Ascension. That was Scars after they took down with Jadeite.
Lead
to be able to get the
global, though.
qualification. So it's been a
I
while
think
since
Lead
they
should
have
still
been in
win
that
that.
position, been
I
in
don't think
that
that'd be too much
spotlight.
of a surprise.
There's also plenty of time to sit back and
And
grind. So
then
I'm curious if
Tuesday
May is gonna
morning
be coming
8 AM
out
is
here
DFM
full
versus
force,
Team
full form.
Secret, and
And we
then
got to talk about
probably
their play style. I mean, we have a lot
DRX
more
versus
to work
Talon,
with.
which actually I
With
think would be a
DRX side, I know with,
superbly good
DFM,
game.
We only got a bit of the what was going on with the Riot 1 games that happened, and of course, like some of the history with Crazy Raccoons, where a lot of these team members had come from. Now, DRX
Wait,
will
when's
brings
the
this up all the time. He's
playing since the
seeing
22nd?
you know, stuff coming from the playbook all the time. He wants to see fresh things. But you know what? Let's hear from the coaches themselves.
There's a free best of 3 days. So I'll be able to watch the first game,
And I mean,
and then
DRX
China
apparently has the
starts on the
largest
Thursday.
coaching roster in Pacific.
I think they might be
And
overtaken
then
by Zeta at this
Friday
point,
it'd just be
actually. They have
China.
6 coaches on their side, but DRX
I
is
think I'd
also
miss
quite
all
massive.
of the rest of
All right,
Pacific.
let's go hear from the coaches themselves.
So I get to see all of the groups at least. So I get to see everybody play.
Valiant Champions Tour Pacific Kickoff. You are moments away from our last match of the second day. So I'm joined with Termite and Astel from DRX and Detonation Focus Me. Termite 감독님 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. So coaches, like first, Termite, tell me about your new DRX roster. I mean, there was a change, right? 오늘 이제 DRX 감독님한테 여쭤보고 싶은 게 정말 오랜만에 600 며칠 만에 로스터 변화가 있었어요. 이거에 대해서 좀 한 말씀 해주시죠.
저희가 다른 팀에 비해 로스터 교체를 굉장히 조금 잘 안 하는 팀인데 저희가 국제 무대를 그동안 한 3년 정도 경험을 하면서 저희도 분명히 한계를 느꼈고 뭐 저희를 좋아하시는 팬분들도 똑같이 느끼셨을 거라고 저는 생각을 해요. 그래서 저희도 공격적인 변화가 좀 필요했고 그에 맞는 리빌딩이라고 생각을 하고 있습니다.
꼭 필요했던 시점에 다시 로스터를 바꿨다라고 말씀해 주셨는데 yes, we were known for not changing the roster for a while, but after experiencing the international games, we feel that it's time and we like hit the limit, so it was the time to change our roster. 그러면 이제 플래시백 선수가 팀 내에서 어떻게 적응을 하고 있는지에 대해서도 여쭤볼게요. So how well is Flashback adapting to the team?
플래시백 선수 같은 경우는 저희 아카데미 소속에서 콜업을 해서 이제 주전이 된 선수인데 개인적인 에임 능력이나 뭐 머리나 이런 게 굉장히 수준 높은 선수라고 생각을 해서 사실 지금 당장은 뭐 플래시백 선수가 대회 때 얼만큼 잘해줄지는 저도 잘 모르겠지만 시간을 두고 보면 한국에서 가장 잘하는 선수가 될 거라고 저는 확신을 하고 있습니다.
Oh, what the hell has he said?
I mean, we scouted Flashback in our academy, but we don't know how well he'll be, but we are confident that he'll be the best player in Korea, and his aims are really perfect too. 네, 그럼 또 이어서 DFM 코치 아셀 코치님한테 여쭤보겠습니다. Can you tell us about your team's strengths? 우리 팀의 장점에 대해서 한번 호심탄회하게 자랑해 보시죠.
네. 뭐 저희 팀은 다들 좀 우선 커뮤니케이션.
So is this the head coach of Crazy Raccoon that has come in?
지금은 좀 그런 게 많이 고쳐지고.
Or has he come in as the assistant coach?
새로운 멤버로 시작하게 되었는데.
Because I think that
좀 노력하면서 서로를 믿고 잘 성장해 나가고 있는 것 같아요.
Astel,
네, 그런 게
yeah, was on DFM.
Well, we had some weakness in our cons, but now we improved a lot, and with
Just
the new
joined them.
players, we had the faith back up, and now we're gonna be more powerful. 네, 그러면 또
And then this guy was on DFM as coach last year,
DFM 선수 중에서 좀
Melophobia.
존경하는 선수가 있을까요?
And then Northern Lights, which was also on Crazy Raccoon.
다 잘하지만 저는 개인적으로 메이 선수에 대한 좀 기대가
So Astel is a kind of a tricky
굉장히 좋은
like
모습을
tournament, I suppose. Really, he's only just come in and has to sort of make something of this.
Who are you keeping an eye on DFM? And he told me it was May, and he is really expecting of his plays. 그러면 또 감독님한테도 여쭤볼게요. 이제 DRX 쪽에는 어떤 선수를 좀 지켜보고 계신가요? Who are you looking after at DRX?
DRX는 좀 모두가 좀 경계되는 대상이긴 한데 그 중에서도 좀 마코 선수가 역시
He's got a very deep voice.
되게 듬직하게 우직하게 잘 해주는 연막 선수라고 생각해서 그게 좀 경계되는 것 같아요.
Korean coaches, right? Oh no.
I'm looking at, but
Korean head coach now and two Japanese coaches, yeah.
As one of the best players. 그러면 마지막으로 서로에 대해서 한마디로 하는 걸로 끝내보겠습니다.
I wonder what language they come in. I imagine Japanese, but hard to know.
일단 이번에 뭐 리빌딩 하셨지만 굉장히 뭐 저도 개인적으로 TFM 팀을 좋아하기 때문에 이번 퍼시픽 킥오프랑 앞으로 있을 대회에서 좀 좋은 모습을 보여줬으면 좋겠고요. 오늘 좀 재밌는 경기 했었으면 좋겠습니다.
네. I mean, I personally like DFM, so I expect a really good match today, and for the other matches too. 그러면 이제 감독님께서도 DRX에 대해 한마디 해주시죠.
네, 저희가 좀 도전자 같은 느낌이 있다고는 생각하는데 네, DRX는 항상 세계 대회에서도 좋은 성적 내고 있는 팀인 만큼 좀 무서운 부분도 있긴 하지만 그래도 오늘 좀 많이 배우기도 하고 그리고 저희도 좀 많이 준비했으니까 이길 수 있다는 마음가짐으로 열심히 하겠습니다.
There are some fears, but we are confident that we can like win through the game and do the best we can do. 네, 그러면 오늘 인터뷰 해주신 감독님 두 분 너무 감사합니다. 꼭 좋은 결과 얻으시길 바라겠습니다. Thank you, Coach Hermie and Asel, and I took it back to the desk.
Oh. But very, very serious coaches.
Thank you, Kyungmin and coaches Termi and Estelle. Now, we got to talk about DRX and the reason why they changed their roster after over 600 days. The reason is because there was this giant brick wall that DRX did not let anyone in the region pass because they were unstoppable. And like, you know why change it? If it ain't broke. But at some point, it did, you know, cracks started to form. PaperX finally took them down after years of wanting to get that win from DRX. What are we looking? Like, what was weakening? What were those chinks in the armor for DRX?
I don't think it was chinks in the armor, rather than just the whole landscape changing around them and that not adjusting to it. You know how we talked about how W Gaming was the sort of golden standard once PaperX was able to perfect that? DRX still stayed the same way, where they try to go for those set plays, play a lot more passive, not try to let's say upstart or be able to just outduel the players of PaperX, and everyone else just kind of follows suit. And you saw that there was
I think that's interesting.
Exhaustion or just lack of motivation to follow through, that I felt like DRX really suffered from that.
I think that there was a multitude of reasons. You're touching on a couple of them, but one of the big ones, especially around Masters Tokyo, there was burnout. You know, that would,
yeah.
We can see that from the players. They've talked about it. I mean, it can happen when you're constantly playing, constantly practicing. I mean, look at EDG.
This felt like a very like
last season as well.
I don't know how long the break's been actually.
That was pretty much
Maybe it matters too much.
A ton of burnout for them, but one of the other things we saw was, as you were kind of talking about, was the gameplay just fall off for them. We didn't see them innovating. That's what made them.
I don't think anything on Augment would be baited from. Because I'm more interested in the Pacific games, but none of the maps have been put up yet. Oh, there's the like America's games.
Something else would come out, but we stopped seeing them coming up with new things, even as new agents and new maps were added.
I mean, what would be an interesting game to watch? I guess the Ascent actually, because of the breach.
They weren't doing anything to surprise and to really just.
It is literally like all of the Pacific ones are broken.
This feeling of awe at their creativity, so that was completely gone. And then we also just saw a trend into more aggressive playstyles coming through. PaperX very
were they on the
much
tech first?
leading
Is the defense that they were good? Yeah.
So DRX finally being willing to do a little
So
bit
loud on the
more aggressive
defense,
over
do
champions,
first
but it still wasn't
20 seconds
clean.
about
It
there.
didn't have that polish on it that you expect.
So the breach mostly in mid and actually like a little bit of switch. Also, is the audio levels okay?
did was he was on a duelist,
We're
and he was
quiet.
just so aggressive that it didn't look like that was the DRX playstyle that we were so used to, right?
SM was really fun and interesting. Yeah, I agree.
Commented about this last year during the
Like
Pacific
the
season
comp and
that it
everything
looked
there
like
seems to
Foxy9
be
was being reined in sometimes.
really unique.
They just wanted things
So they had the
to
breach in
stick
like
by the
mid
book.
mostly,
And like you said, there
Sadak
was a
just in
reason
switch
for
and A
this.
main like usual. Dweezy on A like usual.
DRX for their plays, and
QCK mostly pushing mid and then less over on B.
player to help shake things up and like
Where was the wall that they had? Oh, just this like defensive wall that they had before.
Trust that the dog's not going to go chasing the mailman down the street. So for Foxy9, there were certainly times
On
where it's like
attack.
way too restricted, but also times where he was very much overextending and he was getting
None of the breach utility shows up on a
wasn't putting up the numbers.
augment, which kind of is a shame.
Style of play. So I think with
Yeah, fighting for A main makes sense. Being able to farm up this orb is good. Can't Sadak. KO knives towards A usually. The Viper wall again going cross mid.
what can I say about the predictions? I mean, come on.
I mean,
Where is he smoking? Short? Okay.
can you blame us, guys? They're like,
QC Gaming. Just not really that much presence towards B other than the Viper from the looks.
I mean, even if they weren't shining at their best last year, they're still DRX.
Like I watch it from this POV quickly.
In Korea, but we've been proven wrong. We got proven wrong just now in the last match.
Yeah, I know. I said
The
this,
KO
I'm gonna
knife
say it
with
again,
stuns.
even though it bit me in the ass. There is such a solid jumping off point here for DRX. That core that is still there. It's Dax.
Look how much the breaches had to like dip out.
Flashback has gotten some rounds in during the offseason alongside Foxy9. They've gotten more accustomed to these roles that they are very likely going to be using.
Oh yeah, because time ran out. I remember watching this briefly.
To be able to back them on this one. We'll see if
Did they just keep going A?
once more, and if it does, then wow.
How many times did they go B? Twice.
It absolutely would.
They went
A
6 times.
Yes, I mean we're usually happy to be proven wrong because if there's an upset, that means that team, like Talon just now, have been playing beautiful Valorant, and we love.
We just fought A main a little bit more there, and then they tried to readjust towards B.
That's just a prerequisite.
I guess that's.
So how are you feeling? Why,
Got like the breach almost like lurking. They're playing mid mostly,
besides the obvious,
which is yeah interesting.
Data that we have.
I'm just looking at it from the point that I don't think DRX are looking to completely change themselves, rather just find that next level for them, right?
Wow, they just managed to like win out the duels.
Because they want that extra backline, so it means that they're not really fully committing into Foxy9.
Is that a tens nuclear round from the looks?
In the front, they're kind of trying to find that good balance in between, and then just inject the same DRX that we know. So that means that they're just trying to.
Not even pushing top mid. I mean, the Phoenix that are just in instead of going CT like fighting in market. I mean, that's a nice look. Catches by complete surprise.
This game, we just have to deal with these 5 players, not the 6 anymore, and then all of.
How are the Pacific games today?
Static 5 to use and utilize.
Not the best quality, I don't think.
We don't have that much.
Very one-sided series overall.
But I'm pretty sure they have enough of their own.
But it's like good to see the teams play. Less issues as well for the team, so it's been good. Zeta won pretty handedly on Bind and Icebox, and then Talon just destroyed Team Secret on both maps.
And I mean, that's not something that is necessarily seen all the time when it comes down to Japanese Valorant. So it's a lot more.
This should be a lot better and easier when we get like a couple of maps from Loud to show. But you kind of get to see like how I typically approach it anyway. But they mostly just sort of went A. Where did they go when they were? Well, they're gonna go A. If they're on an eco. And then played mid a bit more against them, I guess. Actually, let me see the defensive half.
Everybody's fear when it came down to if you're going to face against DRX for the longest time. It was a permaban for most teams, just taking that away from them because they were so damn good at it. I'm curious if that's going to be the same case.
Okay, knife close with the switch, and then retaken from here with the Phoenix is just too good. And then Paranoia was also nice too.
And the survey was if you could give a gun to only one person when you're in a game, it's 12, 11.
It is kind of crazy just having like this Viper as like an initiator, a sentinel.
Team, some random 40 kill Reyna, or your sweetheart who's only gotten 3 kills.
So
I mean, they tried to lurk all the way up to B.
Like Sage Mommy, basically.
Yeah, but you don't know something personally. It's like some random. But yeah,
but I'm saying it's basically what this is.
Is it? I don't know. Is it your Sage Mommy that you don't know, or is it your personal Sage Mommy?
I think it's saying your personal one versus a rando. I'd give
what
it to
would
the
you do?
Give it to the rando.
Yeah.
Would your wife be okay with
We all
that?
have partners,
Okay.
but I think they would agree that if they were playing with us, we want to win the game. We don't want to lose the game and then,
I'm sorry.
What are they talking about on this
we
desk?
need our points. We need to get you out of silver or whatever rank you're in. You got 3 kills. It's probably iron.
Get good, then you get.
What the hell is this desk?
We give it to the Reina.
Why do they say mommy so much? I mean, I imagine everybody else is tuned in.
Every now and then, everything will be fine.
That's so presumptuous. Maybe you're a sweetheart.
Oh, if you could give a gun to only one person, who would it be?
I mean, my wife wouldn't even have 3 kills. Like, she's sitting there getting completely farmed because she doesn't play video games at all. So I would absolutely have to give it to the Reina.
Wow. What? Okay. I mean,
she's not watching this. It's fine.
Mine is, but like she understands.
It's her birthday, by the way.
Yeah.
Happy birthday. He's not going to give you the Vandal.
But that means you'll get something else for your birthday. That's even better. So you don't get a Vandal, but hey, you know. A very expensive.
Where is this going,
This
Achilles?
is only assuming if she's at 3 kills. Maybe she is the 40 kill Reina. We don't know that. You actually don't know that. This is a good debate.
Anything else on? Why did I close augment on the other one?
In fact, they'd probably be a bit pressured if you gave them the gun. So yeah.
Shame that none of the other ones have shown up.
Type your stuff in the chat and I don't know.
Leviathan playing Reina.
Broken up. The Valo dating scene's quite interesting. Now, going back to DRX.
And then Gecko Fade on Split. Is there anything on here that I'm curious about myself?
We were talking a bit about the tempo of Japanese teams.
Dunno. I mean, this comp actually fried on Icebox.
Completely switch that up.
Yeah, a bit. They did today, but I mean, I'm curious if this core coming in here.
Why do you have no like initiator either? Sentinel. Why am I confusing Sentinels and initiators today?
2022 Zeta Division, where it's like, okay, let's really take our time. Let's look for
And
information.
then
Okay, we haven't found anything.
both running Gecko, Sky, and a Fade combined. I imagine that the Gecko would probably play on B on defense on both sides.
Enough time to have quick reactions and adaptations.
If I were to guess, I also want to see whether Gecko's playing on Split.
Really just come out here and Paper Thin loves to say just punch DRX.
Aspis felt like it. I mean, yeah, based. Bustio, they both played it, didn't they? Bustio's on defense. 20 seconds, 16 seconds.
All
about
right,
there.
well, we're going to discuss this more after this break.
Yeah, that makes sense,
So don't
naturally.
Go away unless you're getting a little bit of snack, because it's about snack time, dinner time.
And then
right now,
EU
so.
on the Fade on A. That's quite good. And then Brims and Lamps. Bang is on B. The Sooner on the Raise is the A showers. Okay. What about on the other side? Leviathan, what are you cooking? Where's Tex? Tex is on A mostly, actually. That's interesting. They had Mazzino playing from Lamps on the Harbour. Aspis was on A as well. Actually, yeah, if you got the Sky still, having the Sky playing like long is needed. And then King is just going to be the Viper over on B. Okay, so like interesting enough. This feels like a little bit of a tech pause. Maybe taking a little bit longer than they'd hoped for. And then for Split, is it just Bustio that was playing it on defense? Actually playing the Gecko in various positions. Nowhere like straight up. On bind, where are these Geckos defaulting? Like short here. I don't think any of the utilities going to show up. Doesn't look like it. Dizzy? No? That's a shame. Be nice to sort of know like where some of this stuff's been thrown. That's a good point, actually. I want to check something.
Red Bull gives
Is it on here? I don't see it, actually. there anything? No. I was gonna show maybe some stuff off like with lineups and stuff, but the channel isn't updated. But yeah, so I guess we could sort of do it off of the in-game. Because I like playing Gecko, so I'm like curious on where stuff's been thrown from. I mean, lineups aren't really that impactful for Gecko, I guess. You can also kind of do it tracking off utility, but I don't think it's that accurate. Like, it will show when, like, all of the Gecko utility is used. There we go. We could do it like this. So, Dizzy was thrown here. Like, over the top, wait. It confused the Sky Flash, I think, for the Dizzy. Might have been thrown out. There's the Wingman, though, that's right. Also said that the Flash was used in round 1, so that's not true. Can they break it? I mean, both teams have to be good at this. He used to Dizzy a lot at the start around the Waterfall, then Liv continued with the Viper Wall. Where's Waterfall on Bind? Unless Split you're talking about, I don't know. Fountain, sorry. Ah. Flanked all the way around. Could also watch it through this. It might be a little bit janky, but should work fine. Yeah. It's way too fast to even follow. It streams like a little bit iffy when playing through this naturally. But like you can obviously skip to kills and stuff coming in. And if you get them. Oh, is this a mosh for lamps? Oh, it might be a mosh for the back of lamps actually. Yeah. So you flash if it gets people in there. And he's fully flashed and runs for the mosh. But has to get out because of the thrash. Really good execute from Leviathan. Also the thrash, like going all the way around and then dropping by the plant, means that you can pick it up easily after planting, because you get that in the Wingman. So Texas all of that utility still. Flank behind. Good from Com to sort of get that peek in before the Wingman. Yeah, 100 Thieves are saving. Thrash on the other side. Go to this down a little bit. I think it's like getting close though.
Going into this mix of a line around the rifle that was saved in that previous round for EU, half armor for a few. But they have a great opportunity now to just play the time in.
I wondered if the music was from this game actually.
From that mosh pit from Boostia, or I'm sorry, from Tex was last round, predicting that cryo cells would back out of U-Haul once they flashed it, because they've been putting a member of Leviathan there almost every round. So of course cryo's going to be there.
I mean, that's why you'd put most players. Like you'd always have a player in lamps. But it's also like stopping the molly from people getting out, flashing it. If it goes off, then you can thrash through it. If there's nobody there, then you can take it for free, save the thrash for later. I'd imagine that would be the mindset.
And almost put into the work here.
Structuring good calls, and King always one step ahead of his opponents. Already with the dog coming out, spotting Bustio in the corner, so they know there's at least one of those ults available playing towards that B side.
Texas Olu till Bustio lost to Dizzy, I think. No, he's able to pick it up.
Still on the 3-2. Great. Just anchoring throughout the round to 30 seconds.
And there's the same. Is this like Snakebite Mosh? Is it going to hit the same spot? No, the Snakebite's in gates. Okay.
But we have an instant trade in the back of the site. Plant denied. Good spray coming through as he was trying to get done behind a cascade. Only 10 seconds left.
Oh, I see. They run out of time because of all of this. Oh, and the Thrash used too. The Seize and Thrash combo is really nice. It did seem like people knew what the hell was going on there.
Reset the money again, but it's not going to hurt too much. There's still enough on the board for the buys to come through. It's just going to get real sticky soon if we keep going back and forth in rounds. Nobody's going to have any money.
So Prowler going through.
100 Ds each round, trying to gain a little bit of information.
Mosh in hand. Is it going to be used on the orb, or I guess just afterwards?
On that ultimate for Aspas. It's the first time I think we've seen Leviathan kind of not present themselves for a fight right away. They're okay with getting Aspas's ult back up, seeing 100 Ds will make a move first.
Because Reckoning could also be so suffocating towards his B side there.
Very true.
Trying to gamble and lean here on this B side, and when the Reckoning comes out, I already saw like
100 Thieves are
ready, a Molly already out, ready
in the right spot for this.
Just ready to try to deny. Not allow here Leviathan to move in within that Reckoning with 40 seconds left on the clock.
Cryo's first orbital strike maybe on that Brimstone.
There's that Molly at the entrance, but two players slip through. Dizzy being thrown towards the air. Bustio trying to stay alive.
Oh, he's fully flashed. Aspas just turns around. Jesus. Aspas didn't even take any damage for any of that.
Such a great job entering towards the site. Plant then comes down, courtesy of Wingman, and there's only two players left for the Thieves. Slight attempt though. Aspas trying to spray first, trying to catch some players off wall bangs. Aspas with the off angle within that B cubby. And there's that first swing out from EU. From Mazzino at the Garden. With one player left, the satchel even didn't work for Oscar. Trying to save his weapon. Ooh, in the round for the...
Oh, there's something else.
Really good player, and that's why I think it really fits on our team.
Reddit being nothing said actually. I don't know how long the message has been up, so it's hard to say. Hit pause.
I don't mind content usually, but today was like really cold because they like have us in the jerseys only. These are very thin. I don't mind content. I think it's fun, but just kind of cold today.
제가 예전에 있던 팀이 T1이었는데 T1에서는 형들이랑 많이 게임을 했었는데 이제 여기서는 제가 형이거든요. 제가 어떻게 보면 좀 챙겨주는 그런 롤이 돼 있어서 색다르고요. 3, 2, 1, 하!
Gotta make sure that the hair's fine. I mean, I do.
去年もやったんですけど、結構なんだろう、設備とかセッティングがとてもワクワクするものばっかで、とても楽しかったです。
일본 팬분들은 저를 좀 보셨을 거라고 생각을 하는데 이번 리그 처음 하는 거니까 열심히 해보겠습니다.
액션! 큐!
한쪽 잡아줘. 한쪽 잡아줘. 이거 뭔가?
片足で立って足の裏の映像を撮るっていうのだったんですけど、なんかある程度までやって
Oh, this is weird. Oh, I see. It's like he's walking on water kind of thing. Any hope for DFM? I wouldn't say much.
スタッフの方が、あ、じゃあラズじゃなくていいねみたいになって皆さん、2024年も頑張ります。試合見てくれたら嬉しいです。よろしくお願いします。
저희 팀원들이 너무 잘하기 때문에
I felt like the Korean players always have very political answers. They're very well worded and very formal.
I'm in Korea for the first time. I'm trying to find the New Jeans members right now.
Strong thing about him is that he has a good aim, and he was like the best player in 2022. So his back attack is very good, and he has some good ideas also. So
Oh, this is where they had pit bricks stood on top of it. I mean, I'd be scared going up there, to be fair.
Hey, Carly. You okay? It feels very scary for me because I don't like tall places, you know. So, and for a second, keep like shaking, you know. So the cabin was like wobbly. 올라가나요? 아니요, 안 올라가요.
저희가 아니라서 참 다행인 것 같아요.
Like I figured that there was going to be like 10 people up there. Oh.
It was my dream to shoot with DRX. I don't know, because last time they was the best team in Asia, and that's why I guess.
다들 좀 게임 잘하게 생겼어요.
Top-notch gamer face.
좀 기대됩니다.
I mean, I do that because they asked me to do it.
It's a nice watch.
너무 재밌게 했고 선의 경쟁하기 전에 또 이제 같은 게임하는 동료이자 친구들이기 때문에 또 더 재밌게 촬영할 수 있었던 것 같아요. 서로 더 높은 곳에서.
They have an electric bike there as well. Oh man.
One by one, like slowly, like maybe just to qualify to international event. So yeah.
I don't know what kind of content they're going to have for China, but the problem is like the China content won't have English subtitles, I'd imagine, because there's no English broadcast. So I don't know how that would necessarily work. Maybe they could do us a solid by having English subtitles, but I highly doubt it. Oh well. I thought we were out the woods, you know, with no timeouts. But, you know, it's fine. It's a Sunday. We're chill.
Thank you, World. I'm JP number 1 Soba player. エージェントで言うとソーバー、フェイド、スカイとか。
Is this, Popagachi? Is that his name?
元気があって結構明るい性格なんでみんなのコミュニケーションをうまく取ってくれるようなプレイヤーで助かってます。ネスさんは師匠ですね。
普段物静かなんですけど一緒にふざけたりとかなんか面白い人だなって思ってます。チームメンバーの中で一番クラッチのパーセントが高い選手で 1V2 とか 1V3 になった途端に本領を発揮するような選手です。
So Nev is the clutch god. You have to be at the front. So May's the duelist. I guess that's why people are excited for him. Was May on Crazy Raccoon?
僕らが彼のポテンシャルをしっかり引き出せるようなサポートができたらもう間違いなくトッププレイヤーになれると思います。
セスは前のタイトルのゲームとかからいるんですけど、経験
Yeah, he joined in November though. Did he play? Yeah, he did play this. Did do great here. Don't remember. I remember the games, but I can't remember watching May too much. I mean, we really didn't get to see that much May anyway. 290 ACS against Navi is not bad. When you get 13 freed. But they lost to Zeta 13-2. They lost to Bleed 13-5. but they got rid of Suggest and JoJo. They brought in Medusa and we just saw the name, Ryan.
端的に言うと、僕たちがお互い信頼し
Can't
合って
actually remember.
そして戦っていけるようなチームになれば、
新しい DFM はこうなったんだぞっていうのを、見返すチャンスだと思ってるんで、自分たちの時間、最後に笑うのは俺たちだみたいなイメージです。
Anthem, oh yeah. But Anthem didn't play since the start of this year. I mean, Anthem might not play, right? I don't know who's they got the 5th. Oh, they're playing the format explainer. It's done. It's done. So I'm gonna go for a wee though. Be right back.
VCT Pacific run was amazing, with our players showing their unreal potential on the global stage. This year, there are big and exciting changes coming up. Here are the updates and everything you need to know about VCT Pacific 2024. VCT Pacific will now have 11 teams competing across the region, with Bleed Esports' recent promotion to the International League through Ascension 2023, and we cannot wait to see them on the stage. Now let's talk about the tournament schedules. This year's journey begins on February 17th in Seoul. VCT Pacific is split into 3 stages: Kickoff, Stage 1, and Stage 2. 2 Masters events are held in between each stage, and Champions will begin in August as the culmination of global competition for 2024. VCT Pacific Kickoff will be split into 3 phases. The first phase is a GSL format where teams are separated into 3 groups, and the team to come out in first in each group goes straight to the playoffs. The 3 teams who finish second will play in a single round robin where the winner joins the playoffs in a single elimination format. After the intense battle during VCT Pacific Kickoff, the top 2 teams will advance to Valorant Masters Madrid. Now let's look at VCT Pacific Stage 1. Each team will be split into 2 groups of 5 Alpha teams and 6 Omega teams. Alpha teams will fight against the Omega teams in a single round robin. The top 3 teams who emerge from each group advance to the playoffs and will play in a double elimination bracket. Here, the top 3 teams will be punching their ticket to Valorant Masters Shanghai. VCT Pacific Stage 2 has the same format as Stage 1, but this time the Alpha teams will compete against each other in their own group. Same goes for the Omega teams. The top 6 teams with the best performance over the course of Stage 1 and Stage 2 will make it through to the VCT Pacific Stage 2 playoffs. The top 3 teams in playoffs and the 1 team with the highest championship points will earn their ticket to Valorant Champions. Championship points are a fresh addition to the VCT ecosystem in 2024. Teams will earn championship points to qualify for Valorant Champions at the end of the year. Teams earn 1 point whenever they win a match during Stage 1 and Stage 2. And they earn 3 points if they win Kickoff or Stage 1. Teams will also earn 3 points whenever they win a Masters event. The goal, ultimately, is to reward teams who have been the most consistent throughout the year. Only the best of the best will come out on top. The tide is rising and teams will collide and define their destiny in Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2024. We'll see you all in Seoul, South Korea.
gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
작년 시즌을 이제 되돌아봤을 때 말로는 저희가 맨날 변화를 준다 막 이렇게 말했지만 큰 변화는 없었던 것 같기도 하고 그런데 이제 2024년의 DRX는 큰 변화가 왔잖아요. 아예 로스터를 변화시키는
저희가 그 로스터로 발로란트 초창기 때부터 이 자리를 고집해왔고 이 자리에 계속 저희가 그 멤버 덕분에 있었으니까 저도 만약에 팬이었다면 만약에 굉장히 아쉬웠을 상황이었을 것 같거든요. 역지사를 생각해봤을 때 너무 모험인 것도 맞고 기대가 되는 것도 맞고 저희도 처음에는 걱정을 많이 했었었는데 콜업되고 올라온 친구들이 너무 잘해주고 있어가지고 이거 한번 응원해주시면 너무 감사할 것 같습니다.
이제 지난 시즌에는
Day 2's last match is about to start, and look here, a lot of fans surrounding me. I can feel the energy, and it's so great. And I happened to bump into one of the cutest fans here. Let's have a chat. 네, 지금 무대의 열기가 느껴지는 만큼 많은 팬분들이 함께 즐겨주고 계신데요. 그 와중에 정말 귀여운 팬분과 함께 이야기를 나눠보려고 합니다. 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. Very happy to meet you here. Can you tell me about yourself, your name, and shortly?
저는 그 신림에 살고 있는 이수정이라고 합니다.
Oh, her name is Lee Soo-jung. Okay, and I really want to ask you, which team are you here for? 어느 팀 응원하러 오신 건가요?
저는 언제나 DRX 응원하고 있습니다.
Yes. She is for DRX, and DRX, which player? 어떤 선수를 응원하러 오신 건가요?
저는 그 겨울잠에서 깨어난 짐승택 선수 꼭 보고 싶습니다.
네, 그냥 스택 선수도 아니고 짐승택 선수. Yeah, she's here for stacks definitely. And I want to ask her if she has any messages to send to the player. 그러면 스택 선수한테 한번 메시지 남겨주시면은 스택 선수에게 큰 응원이 될 것 같은데요.
이제 날도 따뜻하게 풀렸는데 겨울잠에서 깨어나셨으면 좋겠습니다.
Yes, it's become warmer. Hope you wake up from the winter sleep you've been taking. 인터뷰 감사합니다. Thank you for the interview. And now, not even in the venue, I heard there's some noise outside somewhere. Let's have a look at the viewing party. Yes, and not even here in the venue. Oh, let's say hi to DRX fans. DRX viewing party happening in Seoul, South Korea. Make some noise. DRX, we have another fan waiting. DFA, Tokyo, Japan. Hello, everyone. Maybe they can't hear my voice. Yes, but I can truly feel the energy even from here. And so many fans are enjoying today's matches. So now, shall we go to meet the players? Let's go.
Charge to reclaim the throne. It is DRX. And looking to make the greatest comeback, it is Detonation Focus Me.
Wow, long time, Shesh. Would that have been from like the Overwatch days, I imagine? And yeah, we're back. Sorry, I saw that we were still in like a bit of a timeout for the tech pause. And so I made some lunch. Overwatch days. I hope you like Valorant. Not for everybody, but all good. How far can I be off my screen, actually? Hold on. It's just good to know, because I just sat on the sofa behind me on that corner having some lunch. We've done this up a bit now, I guess. What's for lunch? I just made some sandwiches, Prismal. How long has it been since the last game ended to now? How long has this timeout been? About an hour. Alright, Vito.
We're going into our map picks with DRX versus DFM.
DFM's going first.
Is DRX going to reign supreme?
That's
DFM going to have the greatest upset of all Pacific?
That is the question, and we'll have to see what the maps look like to maybe get a better idea of what the story is going to be going.
How are you doing today, Priz?
Here set up, ready to do the draft alongside.
How long have we been live?
Anthem out here as well. I'll have to see the players alongside.
5.5 hours, not too bad.
Help give their input and everything like that. I'm curious what DFM wants to do. I mean, as I mentioned, that icebox, something that they probably are going to be a bit concerned about, and it will be taken away. This, even with the changes coming through, DRX will feel just so innately comfortable.
Yeah, because DRX has had a good like icebox historically, right?
That DRX, if you
Need to eat soon too. I mean, it's only like 11 o'clock, but I figured with the break I'd just eat something early.
Such a positive win
Try and get an early tea as well, I guess, and then it's like going to be easier to fall asleep early to get up early tomorrow.
Or is it to bring in the maps that you're very much known for?
DFM picking Lotus is a scary one.
But this is not one of them. They have never
Looks good now. Yeah, is it less bitrate-y? No, I had breakfast. Never did I. I just got up and did it. I wasn't hungry.
Throughout just the last season on DFM, and even did have an ace on this very map, but this is a very bold choice. I mean, DRX, they certainly had their issues with this map during VCT Pacific. We saw them suffering, and when it finally did come out, you think back to the playoffs, it was pretty catastrophic.
DRX showing a breeze already.
Absolutely got things together on that map as they went into Champions, because I mean that's where they had the 2-10.
So Ascent, Bind, and Split are left.
Going back to similar old comfort actually here, though, given that Icebox is banned, Haven's out of the pool, they're gonna go to Breeze now. That's opened up again.
It does feel like this is just the lesser of two evils.
Split, so it's Ascent or...
Another big comfort. I mean, there's very few maps that aren't comfortable, honestly, for the side of TRX. As you said, the statistics
I imagine probably
always
banning
look very good for them.
Bind,
Really
maybe.
trying to pin down what is going to be the biggest weakness to try to exploit.
Have Ascent, because... Oh, they're actually going to have Bind as the final map. I think for DRX, you just don't want to show much of what you're cooking up.
I mean, that leaves Bind to the decider. How are you guys feeling about
Thank you, Saito.
to end the day?
I don't know that I'm feeling it. Unless DFM truly does have something completely game-changing and unexpected here on the side of Lotus, I feel like DRX are walking away from this draft in a really positive position, because Bind as well, I mean, you think about how strong they are on that map. They're dismantling a Fnatic.
Thank you, Praise. It's very kind of you. They need to do that. It's been a very
I'm hoping
Very
have
chill day
something up their
today.
sleeve that they can surprise
Less
us with. That
issues
Chamber certainly is something that
from
could
a
come into play here as we get ready
technical
to shift over to
tech
Lotus.
pause
Same thing I think we'll leap
standpoint,
out of,
but
Xcaret's book here and try to pilot that to success.
very
But,
one-sided games
either way,
today.
even if they do that, it
And I
has to
imagine
have
this
a
would be
high
one too.
impact.
Like you got DRX, which is like the best Korean team.
Oh, Agent Comps are ready to go.
Ooh, fade.
It's just going to be damn near mirrored. I mean, Anthem is going to be going for the sky here, and Stack's going back over to the Fade, something that he has played a multiple
So DRX
times.
are running like
Yeah,
the Fnatic comp still. Not too surprising. I actually like, as much as we're seeing more teams move away from the Viper and go for something like a Breach, I still think like Viper on this map is good. Like just that AWOL, that lurk up, all that stuff. It's going to be a lot of pressure onto Anthem, I suppose, because he's playing on New Sky that only has 2 flashes that don't come off of a cooldown. So it's getting these out early. I mean, DFM sort of playing very old stuff. They picked this map and they played a comp that isn't half as good as it used to be, which is kind of concerning.
For this first map, Lotus, over to you, casters.
Our last match of the day. Thank you very much, Chubby Ninja, Asteroid, and Achilles. They are absolutely right.
All right,
There are
all right.
Interesting roles being played for DRX right now.
Yeah, the Foxy 9.
You got the typical Viper wall, Killjoy with a turret over on A. Flashback actually has a Sheriff. Not buying up utilities, just going for the crazy gun.
Side of DFM, I mean, again, yes, very new roster, etc., but Anthem.
Flashback is in on the Sentinel. Foxy 9 is on like the Flex roll, and Buzz is on Duelist. Okay.
Last year in Pacific, so I'm curious to see the big difference, the only difference, the Sky versus the Fade, flashes versus none on the other side. But of
You
course,
got the Lurk Wall, a Horn thrown up from A, from B. Cool lineup.
At the very least, they're gonna think about just committing into the B site.
Just a
all
B
they're
execute.
gonna be in is gonna be May with that frenzy, but look at the movement from Stax. Although it
Stax
a
is
new
just too good in those fights. And I imagine that the audience is going to be like a lot louder today.
has that ability to trickle backwards. 2 kills, and then Flashback comes in, although Cess is able to find a bit of a double.
And Medusa's lurking. They're even expected it. They got 2 players watching.
The double controller. I mean, he's bounced around several different agents and the small pool of matches he has played, but generally
The turret is actually too far away.
that initiator. We'll see what they have planned, but for
I
now,
mean, Buzz is watching it.
Medusa, you got to win so many duels in a row.
Yeah, not gonna happen today. I mean, it's not easy at the very least.
Seemed like a fairly like
Not up against a Sheriff,
good
but
execute with a
still,
lot of space. It's just 2 players beat Stacks from like C-Link and just got
although it
destroyed.
is just a pistol, they just dove right into the site.
Yeah, now, picking this Lotus against DRX, I mean, DRX likes to play pretty default heavy on any map, so I'm not too surprised
Stack's
by
just
it.
too
I mean,
good.
we saw how their Haven eventually got dismantled as well, especially... Yeah, you love to see the energy. Especially as if you're on the attacking side, just
I mean, DRX are going to have a lot to prove this year. Like, you know, the Korean team. You expect Korea as a region to just do more, I think, in Valorant at this point. So they made roster changes. They got rid of RB, brought in Flashback.
That's exactly why. I mean, I'm kind of like wondering what the game plan is for DFM, and although it is just a pistol, and it is the DRX that goes default heavy, committing.
I mean, not that the DRX is showing now is like any different, really.
Sure if
But the race in secret, the Omen's like sort of trying to push up a little bit and fight this. Got the wall on C instead on the eco. Is this a Dutch guy talking? No, I don't think so.
They know there is a bit of a killjoy setup.
Yeah, there's not much to talk about in a round like this, especially...
They're like Asia Pacific countries.
That, first of all, obviously still trying to take advantage of the map itself, going for that easy old doorbell mound, and then checking for the setup on B. They note that the nanoswarms are there. I mean, they're doing what they can, and to me, the biggest thing is similar to Gen G, I've heard rumblings that this DFM squad is...
0 rounds this year, let's go DFM.
So once they're able to pick up rifles, we'll see how that goes, because this round, not much to do.
Oh yeah, more for Foxy 9 with that Bulldog on the other hand. Stacks as well.
I feel like we're kind of watching a game from last year.
The crowd loves this.
I mean, the Korean crowd, they've been waiting to be able to kind of cheer enthusiastically for DRX with a new roster. I mean, it
Yeah,
used
very
to
all
be...
good. Good. I'm glad it's looking a little bit more crisp.
Right? The excitement wasn't quite there. But then once the excitement did arrive, it didn't last long before they were dethroned. And then the representatives of Pacific, the hope of Pacific, became Paper Rex instantly on a dime. And DRX struggling to...
The DRX jersey is just super clean now. I really like it. I like the colors on it.
The players, the coaching staff, some of the fans, some of, potential scrim partners are all saying Flashback might be that guy that brings that extra touch to the Korean squad.
We shall see, especially in the next coming days, if he's exactly what they needed. But here it is right now, starting things off. Foxy Knight still rather proven talent, still has that aim.
I can tell my glasses are dirty, a bit greasy.
Can trust our dog.
So bonus now for DRX.
Mock and just run wild and
3 Bulldogs, a Sheriff, and a Guardian.
Meanwhile, apart from that, right now, it's just still back to that default, juggling for info. Buzz trying to play around it. However, Blinded did not see Main on the other side.
Actually, does get the kills. It seemed like the actual push after that flash wasn't going to come in.
The potential. There's more members. I think that angle is just tough to spot. Don't think it would have even shown up on the minimap either. So they're going to make it in.
I don't know if there's any more like lurking. I don't like this though. Like DFM with rifles, all pushing into tree like this. Like, why is it that the team with the worst guns have more like map control? They almost lined up.
Despite just using nothing but a bulldog, turns things into a one-on-one for Stacks. Haunt out, and he knows exactly where Cess is at this point. Goes in. It's pretty much a heads-up duel at this point too.
Close. I mean, that's still a good bonus. You bring it to a 1v1.
Simply bursts Stacks down a little bit more.
Don't know how much I like that from DFM.
Yeah, a rough round. I mean, to be very honest, for DFM, of course, he drops.
Oh, I didn't actually do the.
Cess plays that very well, right? Puts up the smoke, shoots out.
Annoyingly, didn't do ad rolls
so hard
beforehand.
for Stacks to get the first peak. Good crafty 1v1.
One round for this year, Pog. Yeah, I mean it'll get there.
And the rest of the squad in VCT Pacific.
Just trying to keep things up.
Now they're gonna sort of push like Haunt, Season 8.
We shall see how they can continue
Settled in, Haunt on top. Did they use the C's? They used the nade. Kept the C's.
Watching up some of these other players as well.
Kept the paranoia too.
Set up May, who is now committing this showstopper. Spots out the head.
Good ult. Could have easily like messed that up.
So that might just open up the sight, but
Stacks is going. Is he gonna push this? Uma does hit him. Takes a couple of bullets of damage, but somehow May gets headshot.
Even things out 4-4.
Wow, what a way to shoot through the smokes. Sets on the other hand.
Great paranoia from Mako.
Buzz now with the showstopper gets himself alive to go up onto the platform. Stays alive, and that's the most important thing. Pink Shell's committed as well. Gets a little
I don't like that peek from Neff. Up until then, I thought it was quite good from DFM. But when you have one player going this way and the other one going that way, that's why it looks a little bit uncoordinated. But like, you force out ultimate, Stacks was 11 HP. May, I think he was on a Vandal, so he sprayed for the smoke. DRX saw the traces and then just shot him in the head.
Tried to stay in the site, drag things out just a bit longer. Got taken out by the showstopper, but just a good peek out by Buzz. And the fact that he's just able to stay alive long enough brings Mako into the site.
Yeah, like easy, like individual 1v1s.
Clean things up.
Foxy didn't back up and try and fight the showstopper? No.
Other than that, the showstoppers into this map, definitely a bit of a game changer. And it helps DRX on the retake in the
On an eco, May is a judge.
DFM economy, not so great. Just a bit of a judge.
Reminds me of a certain Billy duelist. Nade is going to break all of this utility. Oh, it doesn't get the Nana Swarm, but effectively breaks everything else. It's a good read from May. Even the paranoia missing.
Sure, you die, but you deny the plan.
Some of these paranoias from Mako today have been good. That's his first kill.
Neth, though, not too shabby.
One more kill and it's a good eco.
He wants to retrieve the rifle. At this point, not really the wisest choice.
Alright, it's got a gun.
It's just a wide swing. Buzz not quite able to
40 seconds-ish to make something happen here.
And with that, alright, rifle retrieved. I've done my job. I'm gonna hold on to this for the next round.
Oh, but the call comes out for DRX. They're watching both flanks. Flashback well aware.
Neither of them are watching Secret anymore.
I mean, they can always swing back together. Foxy9 trying to check both angles.
There's a good
around
position
it.
actually for Flashback to be on.
That allows Flashback just to wait for that crosshair. Gets the headshot.
Thought he was gonna save, but he went back into it, and that's gonna be Flashback.
Might as well go for a. You'd no point saving it, I think, there, because you'd have a full buy coming up.
Very much so in the lead. I mean, not too bad of a round for DFM, would you say? I mean, they just went for it with the judge and, you know, pistols.
I mean, it's 2024. I don't know if we can keep giving these, you know, very, very small pieces of cake on these rounds. Listen, it wasn't, I mean, it was never meant to be a good round. That's my point, right? So, I mean, counting your stars a little bit, I'm not sure how far that's going to go, because here's the thing, because they bought up to the judge, it's still half armor for May as well.
Need to go behind Rubble. Stops everybody going through. DFM are like respecting this a lot.
But so far,
I think putting the Viper Wall towards C though, it's so hard to take this on the attack side. You just have to give it up. Or you clear it late round, but you just don't have this pressure.
DRX are still very much controlling the map, the map all around. I mean,
It just feels that this is kind of given to
especially up
DRX.
around B as well.
They need to win this fight one more time, and in a very explosive
And like you're putting the wall towards where the alarm bot and nanoswarms are.
side of the map. This is
So
such
they'll know if
an easy
anybody
defense for
crosses.
DRX, and it's a 3-site map.
Oh yeah. Good flash again though, but here comes Buzz. Oh, the spray down. 3 hits.
All right, nice from May.
May answers back
He's
with the
low
double of his
though.
own, but is that gonna be enough though? He's down to 22. One bullet.
Nice shots from Foxy.
Foxy claims his head, and that's gonna be down to net.
Yeah, I think you need this, but not
They know
like that,
he
like
hasn't come
this.
through. They're all around him.
Just got you completely surrounded. It's
I
gonna
wonder
be
if there's going to be like an early
DFM
timeout or not.
for now.
In all honesty, well, like where it's going to be.
Look for a different
It's sort of how they do it too.
to break apart this map, because DRX are still just having a good day. Flashback is just chilling on C.
I mean, that's his job, though, and this is the faith that they have in this guy, right? Is that if they do choose to go,
Yeah, I
they
mean,
do
that's a good
choose to
timeout, I
push
think,
early, we
timing-wise.
have faith that you will either anchor and get the kills, or you will smartly back out and get ready for the retake. That allows, I mean, also perhaps the very, very strong duo that has been really.
Because I don't
showing
think
that hard
DFM look
potential
completely
for
lost
DRX,
here.
even on the international stages. Buzz and Mako to fight for Rubble control. That
But
is
I
not
do
a
think
duo
that there's
I would
like
ever want to have
the
to
players
combat, to
don't look
break through on a
terrible,
part of the map. So
but I
DFM,
think that
they've got their work cut
the
out for them.
macro stuff
And,
doesn't look
I mean, if
promising.
you're not going to fight for it early, which, to be fair, I actually do think the fade gives DRX a bit of an edge in the very start of the round, right? Because there's always that potential of the C's paint shells, and then they're already going to be set up on the cross angles.
Especially if you have that Viper Wall towards C and you don't have somebody lurking up in that space. Having this and then doing nothing with it is
one or the
like,
other needs to happen, but C
a little
is
bit
always gonna
useless.
be potentially the poison cloud, potential nanoswarms, a turret. So I think this Rubble fight, you just have to do it at some point, right? Whether you eventually go into the A site or not, it needs to happen.
Seems like they're gonna still do it.
We've seen little glimpses before with how they.
But having it push up is good. Like you have an alarm bot on this side, so there's like potential lurk there. How many rounds did they get total last year? The DFM.
Anthem setting up May for a couple of kills, especially up against Buzz too. Just that didn't quite happen the second time because, of course, Buzz is going to reposition. But
Viper's Pit
talk about C, here it comes. Despite
over on
this
B,
being
which
a bit
makes
of
it even
an
harder
even
to
round,
like use this wall for a
Viper's
lurk.
Pit is
And this is, you know, again, fairly
like this
comfortable.
from DRX. They used to not do this, right? Oh, okay, you see the shots come in, goes for the spray through the smoke, but I mean, they used
Probably
to be able to
30,
take
50 I
just
forgot.
hold, and
Fair enough.
sometimes they would get thrifted quite often, especially when they go global. So just saying, lock it down, right? And then put the threat of the potential Killjoy support as well. Keep that lead up. You have so many other ultimates for retakes.
So like masterclass of map control. You can see, you can literally draw a line, like a percentage of how much of the map DFM has control. It's like not even 50. It's not even 40%. I would say less.
I mean, it's not even 30.
It's not
if
even
you really
30?
think about it, because I mean, let's take away the spawns because you start there.
Sure.
You're not getting behind the barriers right now.
You got maybe pillars, not even. Yeah,
You got the Sky like flashing on A. Sky Flash comes in, there's a Haunt, and sorry, there's a Prowler and a Paranoia. They try to push into the ult. You got the Omen dedicating the ultimate. The Paranoia is a good one. Sees at least gets him.
Play off of that contact, gets a shot.
Okay, Anthem, alright. It's still like kind of costly, I suppose, but...
That fan in the crowd said they wanted B-Stacks to wake up from hibernation. It's been some time, but so far, looking good, looking crispy here as the IGL leader for DRX.
Yeah, Stacks has claws and knives to boot, but still, not too bad with those sheriff shots. Again, it's
good shots. So not quite like kissing his mouse just yet, like he did before, but... Anything else for the setup? It seems that this is just going to be more of the same. Like the Omen's there too. His Viper Wall is just no like counter to this. Even uses the Paranoia early.
Yeah, DFM's idea this whole time is shake up the setups on C and
Even use another Prowler. There's still have one left. And this, yeah, just going to push this because there's no like default being held. It's sort of being held by Neff, but he's broken. They lose this wall. And the Killjoy wasn't watching. There's no like an alarm bot here either. You get one, but there's still two others.
Suddenly eliminated. Yeah, and not quite ready for some extra trades. I don't mind the extra pressure put on from DRX. That's just a good fire back from DFM. But the point
Didn't
is,
suggest saying a Pacific team interview that Anthem is bad. I don't know.
Yeah, can't quite push out.
And then he gets replaced by him.
Toxic screen up towards C, but it's not doing all that much.
Yeah, but they do know now that it should be weaker on the A site, right? Anthem had activated those
Was
Seekers,
disrespecting this. There's not quite a horn yet for Stacks.
Still options to rotate
about
out
20
as well.
seconds.
I do like this. From here on out, it's still plenty of time to rotate. You know that they should be spread thin on DRX.
If they
Rotating here.
down Foxy 9,
Nightfall just gets no information, which allows for fast rotation. Just up is good. Paranoia for the close corner. I mean, Ultimate was a bit of a mess. Great kill from Foxy, though. Makes it easier that the player was vulnerable. They can't get it. Luckily, not quite stuck in a spot where they can't grab it.
Anthem watching the back. Buzz has Showstopper. Oh.
May's been good. May's been like...
He knows that there are members in the site.
Good shot up on that corner, too.
Oh, Medusa!
Good shot from Medusa, too.
Shot out midair. That Showstopper's gone. Stacks.
Well, let's make it two.
He has to push up front. Goes in for the person at the lockdown.
All right, Anthem wins it.
When Anthem strikes. Oof. Risky but good post plan from DFM. Flashback, I was going to say, I wonder if
two,
Flashback pushes in or
it's
not,
getting
there's
there.
two ways to play that. Either you
How many rounds did they get the last time that they
or you're
played?
trying
That's
to
a
get
good
that information
question.
right as he arrives. So Flashback peeks out. He secures that there's members in the corner, but they weren't aware of how many were going to be out by Mound as well. Just a
They lost
great
2-0.
save from Medusa.
13-8 and 13-4.
Teammates alive.
And then they played
Denying that
one
rocket,
pro, but that was
keeping up the
2022.
lockdown as well. A little quiet in the beginning of the map, but putting his name back
So
on
they got
the
8
board.
rounds against DRX. That's the most that they got. They need 6 more.
Well played by Medusa.
That's the aim. The DFM do a little bit better than they did last time. All right. Yeah, May. All right. He's been a good pickup.
Thunderstorm Bird's alive, and May just flicks back on a dime. Gets another shot. Buzz and Mako trade back through, though. And here comes Neff. They want to
A little bit of like disrespect, I suppose, from DRX, but you're on a pretty low buy, I think. Yeah, it was sort of like a half buy, half eco kind of thing. So they have a full buy now.
An eco round from DRX, but uncharacteristically taking 1v1 duels just one by one. So I am curious if, I mean, the new DRX, is it a change in the tempo as well for potential timeouts just to say, listen, like I know it was an eco, just cool things down a little bit. Because this is exactly what DFM was looking for in this round. Go in with the
Oh, they called a timeout? Is that what Joe was saying? No, not quite.
him as an entry. He's going in and getting those opening frags.
C's has also been doing good, 11-7.
Like the Dust said, May will make that happen.
It's looking to make it happen again. Oh, okay, a little bit of a fake around the door.
Yeah, but DRX already has control of C Mound. They're already
Smoke for CT, Stacks, good trade, really important trade. The Paranoids missed a player in tree, and that timing peak with Foxy9 and Buzz was really good. 2 versus 2, you got a lockdown that can be used in behind them. So here. So you could just put this in the spot, like they're trying to awkwardly fight and the spike's left in stairs.
But now
might be able to sneak past.
Here's the thing. Neth, if he does put that pit up, he knows the lockdown is going to happen. So he just wishes he could get one kill. It doesn't matter if it's a Killjoy Omen, but at least if you make it a 1v1, you can play for a timing around those ultimates. But DRX not one to overextend at a time like this. Mako,
Crazy levels of patience.
he saw the barrel, and Mako will not miss the shot.
1 pixel, that's all it takes. And this gentle guy just keeps smiling.
Seem very happy.
In game, it's so different, but in real life, you just love the guy.
I mean, he is just a cozy teddy bear on stage.
Right.
But then in the server, I mean, cold
Yeah,
as ice.
it was a poor clear from the player that was in tree.
But he is
And then just what Buzz, Foxy9, the damage that they were able to do. And then I think it was C's, or Says, the Omen, that just... We're in a 2v2 and he peaked on his own. Kind of leaves...
because obviously not too many kills so far here.
Neff, I think, on their own, I think.
Well, maybe he's got a couple more kills coming his way now. Up around the C site, Shrouded Step plays back in.
And next time, there's just the amount of been staring at screens.
A bit of a default, anticipating some pushes. They just don't.
Skydog gets information on where the Viper is. You have the Omen ult again for Says, and then Neff is the Viper's pit. But there's a lockdown and another from the shadows on the other side.
DRX has been playing with the tempo quite flexibly, right? A lot of rubble pressure the early.
DRX have conditioned this well. They've been so aggressive on A main that like now DFM don't bother with it, so it's kind of like they're playing two sites. There's two people here. The Raise Nade breaks a lot of the Killjoy utility that was around here. Still one Nano Swarm. Paranoia comes through on the site too. Mako gets onto Medusa. Couple of nice trades. Mako's still like dedicated and fighting. Almost gets May.
What a quick movement up on top of the platform.
May has been good. May has been good. I'm impressed. At least the match has some buzz.
Can he make it happen though? The way May's looking, if May is able to get the kill and DFM gets the round win, they could go all the way up to 5 as well with the showstopper.
One enemy remaining.
Not quite.
Well, he'll get the showstopper. Now it's up to Anthem.
Just trying to watch the angles. Bit of a
take it easy.
Around. Time is still ticking.
So he's naded, hoping that he's isolated the player on this side. Hasn't quite done it, but Abima's going to go off. But they know that now Anthem's going to come from this spot. So yeah, Anthem. Nicely done. Is he able to save the gun? Run. Yeah, just. I saw it from his like monitor that it was like next to him. Best banger I'll bring all day, I peeked.
That 5th round
I'm sure you can do better.
Through, and at that point, it's already looking tighter than most people expected. But I would say DFM looking hopeful. And one thing I want to point out is they're actually not relying too much on Medusa having to lurk and get kills. That was one of the things that used to bite the old Crazy Raccoon in the back. Is that things they wouldn't know how to go through it and be like, Medusa, go kill if you do.
Yeah, Medusa's 1-11.
That's not always going to be their answers here.
Just not really had to be involved.
More of a flank guard, but still, I mean, Anthem is the main.
And now DRX have gone back to like fighting for this space a bit more. 4 more and they're better than last year. That's the dream. If they get more than 8, it's over. The whole year's done.
Might just be able to end things in the first half with a 7-5, and that would be pretty good.
Of course, some big ones on DRX, so it is a mind game of how.
But Lord knows what DFM are going to be like on defense.
Just wants to get into the site. They'll worry about the counter ults later.
Just up on either side.
There's a counter out coming out from Buzz right now, though.
I think it broke the door. I don't know if Secret was open at that point.
Doesn't quite.
It must. I don't know. But both showstoppers found nothing. It's 3 players over towards A, and there's so many like little angles that you have to clear. You can't go in and smoke. You know that the Raze is here too, so Bust is going to make a play like this. Also, he did take a lot of damage. Here's a judge. You can't go here. You can't go here. You went there. And it somehow still worked.
And now it's up to Stacks. Teammates rotated over as well. Flashback, quick response.
Ooh, that was close.
But do you have the angle? That's the thing. Neth tries to hop up quick, tries to go for the Viper's pit. But the hunt just
Says gets onto flashback. Are they able to break this alarm? The lockdown? They are. You know where Foxy is? Medusa's got like the lurk trap. Spike still hasn't been planted, so this is like really weird. Stack's almost getting just on like that default plant, but it's a little bit further back. There's a good read from Neth. And Medusa's just opened the door and just joined everybody else.
Point away for each of Stacks or Foxy9's ultimate. As soon as they you know, maybe spray through and get single
4
one,
defenders. All right, there's one.
with the shorty. Second shot fired through does tag Mako up to really
Two up there. They get Mako. Stacks jumps in. All right, 5 rounds. 7-5 half. Like, not too bad. I do think for Lotus, it's attack sided, so not having the lead at the half is pretty rough. But considering we're talking about DFM here, I mean,
honestly a pretty
it's like
solid
Christmas.
scoreline, especially considering that switching out the Sky for the Fade here for DRX, it was meant to take control of Rubble, especially on the defensive side. It's not going to be as easy.
I've had my Discord name. Oh, with Foxy,
you're really
yeah.
dumping every piece of utility. And even then, I mean, this time the Sky, you can't wait for those counter flashes, right, on the defensive side, and you'll get a wider
I think
radius
it's
a
just
lot
too
quicker
much
as you
of letting
creep
my
up to
arms
that
like
box. So
sleep.
I think DFM is going to be okay, considering a bit of a rough start that they had losing the pistol.
I'm still just a little bit taken aback, a little bit surprised. The game is evolving. We are feeling some of these changes.
The game, the game is evolving. Meanwhile, both teams are playing the old comes from last year.
Buzz was holding and how you know, DFM is able to capitalize off of that. So off of those bits of control, or maybe some of these counter flashes that Sky has, DFM is actually able to come back into the game. As we swap sides though, I mean, what are you thinking, Will?
Well, I mean, again, I think it did take them a bit longer to get a read on, you know, exactly DRX's setup.
Sounds like standard desk time then. I don't know, like, I don't want to overdo it.
DRX's comp was meant to do that. It was meant to
Maybe. It probably doesn't help in stud as well, because my arms are just hanging.
They should have an answer, because now still with the haunt,
I'm just feeling it around my neck.
Obviously not too many times.
I only had like 5 hours sleep, but I feel like I slept really well.
And then set up for an execute with the Prowler and, of course, the Paranoia.
But I was just really warm. Like I basically, like I don't know what time Beth woke me up, but
I wonder if that's what that
I
pillar
was just
positioning is all about.
like emanating heat.
But you're absolutely right. That's DRX's game plan. That's our option. Oh, we're actually okay.
But it was also like really rainy and really stormy.
Yeah, just crossing across each other. But DFM wanted to kind of go for a
All right, so DRX attacking now on their pistol.
They show themselves a little bit with
Going for the same, like,
DRX did not bite.
basically the same line on this ult. On the wall even. Not the ult.
With his sheriff.
This is a very, like, FPX thing that they did in China. Because it is just a really good, like, angle and sight line to take engagements.
And if it is going to be left empty, they have to watch out.
And there's just so many chokes that they have to, like, pass through and cross through. It's a lot of space given up, though. Like, DFM don't really have much to work with info-wise. Buzz gets information and gets a dink, too. But Neff has gone down early. He's gone, like, CT. Maybe just sprayed for the smoke, or maybe there was a gap. Alright, at least they get Buzz. And Mako gets a second. Just playing off of this. Paranoia is really good. Medusa is scary because he's taking a fight against the near side player. And then just like Stacks holding this late. No other utility to work with on anybody. Yeah, comfortable pistol.
The two youngsters getting a kill each to finish off that
Human radio, that's what it felt like.
Going to DRX. That's one of the reasons, obviously, they stayed in the lead in the first half. And it might be just what they needed to close things out safely on Lotus. I mean, the fact that they were just so insistent on watching the flank. They just knew someone would be in. Now, they probably expected it to be Medusa.
Audio's crazy. I like that they got like camping chairs. Really sparing no expense at these watch parties.
Still very much so strong fundamentals, good reads all throughout the game.
Trash stack over on A.
Pistol round. We're banking on this.
Up at the door and everything.
I think he saw perhaps one of the jump peaks. Either way, though, you bought up the extra guiding light. You already used it.
Open sight.
No rewards there, so this is
Clearing mid. I wonder if they're gonna push this at all. No, they're all just gonna go waterfall.
Potential kills. Now they're trying to go in on an offbeat. It looks like they're trying to get up close to C and surprise DRX.
Kind of executed at the right time. Utility is sort of in a good spot. Oh, the timing of the reload was horrendous for Mako. No, wait, was it Mako or was it flashback?
Not too bad.
Not planted yet. And the door's pressuring them from behind.
that a lot of pressure? I feel like with the rifles, DRX
Yeah, they're all
should
just
be
like
able to
classics.
shoot them down. Yes, it's a lot of smokes.
There's a lot of respect given here from
question
DRX.
marks.
Well,
They should.
yeah, the tempo's away from them now.
Now, Anthem just keeps opening the door, right?
They were hoping to get one more kill. Not able to secure it. Flashback.
Wow, that's sharp.
And then Anthem's actually through the door. I mean, considering it was only one kill, it felt like DFM did quite a lot there.
Next round.
I literally just seemed like maybe scaring DRX for 20, 30 seconds.
I mean, he looks like he belongs here.
But they just given a lot of respect, I think.
Well,
yes,
I mean,
from the academy, but
well, no, I mean he's absolutely a rookie. The only real experience he has is the couple matches that he played during this offseason, but he looks like he was always ready to play on the main stage.
and that's what I mean. Oh, there might be a bit of an issue as we go in for a tech pause for the time being.
Don't sound so disappointed. It's a friendly face.
So who was it that was... So it's RB that left
too long of
DRX this season.
Thank you so much, of course, for everyone who
And
has been
Zest.
waiting around. I think everyone
Can't say I'm really
right
that bothered
now,
about
all around us,
Zest.
obviously,
Like,
lots of fans who
RB, I
have been
guess,
waiting for the
being dropped
TRX
is
opening match of VCT
a lot.
Kickoff
But
here
it's
in
not like we're
Korea.
not going to see RB anymore. He's over on tech.
To get right back into the game.
Standing on that box on attack is genius. Wait, which one? Oh, you mean the little, like, spot. It's really good for, like, if they tried to smoke off the choke. It's just, you have to do a lot of, like, flicking and getting on the right angles. Yeah.
Remaining as the IGL, but some things that, you know, a couple of the fans who have been following Challengers Japan, or I would assume actually a lot of the fans in Japan as well. Were,
If you know
okay,
to
well,
expect
you know,
it,
this
it's
team
not,
looks like they
not
had some
strong, I
individual
don't think.
potential. The question was who's doing the calling, and that calling often left something to be desired. And then Anthem's now the one calling off of his experience trying to lead a team in VCT Pacific.
You can see all the way to CT. Yeah, but they can also see you. It's not. It's not quite a headshot angle. If you crouch, it might be, but
entry frags, trying to prove a point. It's not bad because you started at such a low point. But
like if you play something like a chamber, it's a really good spot because you can obviously just TP out. Like enough of an off angle, I suppose, that might catch people.
Am I getting the sense that, you know, are you disappointed with the performance so far from DRX, or?
I'm not saying it's
Are you
disappointing, but I'm just saying that
taking notes on how they're playing Killjoy on this map, Priz, or?
Comes to DFM's history. And the thing is anyone who was hyping them up saying, well, yeah, but they've got potential. I hear they're doing well in scrims, etc. All of those things pointed to them being much more explosive.
Not really.
Now,
That's fair.
Again, yes, Lotus, and then the map, the comps.
I mean, it's just the usual stuff. I mean, both teams are playing like the most like boring old meta comps out there. So nothing that we've seen has been new, other than DFM's just utter infatuation with putting their Viper wall on attack towards C.
You need to be the one who's taking initiative. So the big question is now on defense, are they able to pressure DRX into the same mistakes?
So in terms of the strats and the calling, sometimes without information, without that additional guesswork to really push in through a site, sometimes it leaves DFM.
I think the only thing really is to pick up is just when they play the Killjoy towards A. Because we don't really do that. We just play the same default every time. When I think we could be much more comfortable with switching it. But I think that the best mollies I've seen on defense is one behind this box, and then like one on the one, like there's a bit of a one-way here.
Is this the scoreline that we're looking at?
You got a turret on this close angle.
Yes, it's not the most impressive thing, but it is still.
Is there an alarm bot here too? Must be for Medusa. Nothing towards here.
DFM right now with the full binds, they are going in for that hold.
Trying to scare Neff away.
3-1-1 though, huh?
Yeah, they're gonna back out. I mean, you already see.
Lots of noise towards A, and these guys, are they looking to flank? I mean, the turret is facing towards B main, so these guys being able to push might be able to get something.
But Flashback has now dug into B main.
And Mako holds on to his Dark Harvest just for this too, but he's kind of lost the timing a little bit. Can't quite peek out of the top heaven.
I think about the B site. Any ultimates for this bonus? Mako has this from the shadows, but that's about it.
Have to cross that line at some point. They're hoping that he peeks out.
Can they Omen smoke this?
But no need. Good faith in that turret coming out from Flashback.
No, they just break it and then send the raise in. Really nice flash, actually, from Anthem.
Goes in for a second, but double dipping, he gets punished. DFM now with the retake.
Paranoia used on both sides, I think. Buzz dodges the flash. The poison cloud is perfect.
Good support from Foxy.
Yeah, Foxy's actually done so well here. Because even if the kill's go DFM's way, time is so low. You have to get on it.
They're slowly starting to burn through the timer, though. Anthem just
They got it at least, just.
Is it enough?
Yeah, it's enough.
Like it, as DFM picks up the 6th win up
Close, though.
DRX.
A good retake from DFM. Once they realized that they would have to go through the turret, I was afraid that they would wait so long because Foxy 9 was actually getting ready to lurk all the way around stairs.
Similar to the last anti-bonus, though, from DFM in the first half. And DFM win the round, but it comes down to a 1 versus 1. Oh, well, like a 1 versus 2. So much damage is done. You're happy with that still. You get the plant and you get more than 2 kills, you've had a good bonus. So getting 3, yeah, it's good.
It feels like flashes are still just so valuable. I mean, still so effective, even with the changes, the fact that it doesn't refresh. In a combat situation like that, you know, Stack's completely blinded.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, once you send it out, the value is still strong. But you just can't spam it non-stop and absolutely pressure one part of the map.
It's a tricky thing for like Sky players to deal with that now, just because like you have to think about like the utter value that your stuff gets.
I don't play Sky anymore. Because to be honest, that's why I don't play.
I know what Foxy's really doing does wonder.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, they're all doing well.
DRX still taking things slow. And DFM not really getting too much information off of it apart from the utility.
They've opened the door. Paranoia is again brilliant from Mako. Just gets Says on his way out.
Step just lines up perfectly with Buzz's crosshair. Here comes the paint shells to block them off. The spike plant is secured.
Why'd they give him Mako the plant? He has his ultimate.
That's unfortunate. I mean, Says he was just a sacrifice here to a well.
He's 2 TP still.
DRX.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, gets hit by
Stax is playing like anti-flash, I guess.
Shadow Step lands and saves you, but
I mean, I don't blame him for like Anthem's flashes. Buzz is trying to dodge them too. Does hit him.
As soon as the retake comes up, I mean, you can bank on those flashes, but if they don't.
So they don't actually get stacks, but they get a couple of other players.
Yeah, just running out of time.
No, Anthem doesn't have another flash. If he did, they might be able to like go for it again, right? Like just cooldown and stuff. I think he used 1 flash right at the start, and then had to really bank on the second one.
Yeah, and I wonder if they're going to try opening the store. No, they're not. Because obviously not great on the creds for DRX either. I mean, they'll be fine. Obviously,
6-round stuff for DFM. 2 more. Well, 3 more. You want to do better than you did last year, right?
Out of credits to spend. They'll have to carry over these 2 rifles.
And that's where you start thinking about your life on the map. DRX still looking pretty decisive in some of these rounds.
DFM used both their timeouts? I imagine they have.
Guardian,
I wasn't tracking them.
Phantom. Classics for the rest. Okay, I mean, a Frenzy upgrade, sure, but no armor for Net.
The Raze and the Viper pushing up on the defense. Don't think they have enough money for the boom bot. And Neff's Spy is awful too. Like, very weird round. Maze, oh, I hate this. Maze bought up, but other people have saved. This is like what Team Secret were doing.
Already knowing that the Vandal is there is not what DFM wanted.
They just need 2 more. They need 3 more. They can't do the same as last year. They have to do better. If it's the same, it's not better.
Long enough for me to get in the position on an off angle. But as soon as this curtain drops, though, Foxy 9, he's got an idea of his own.
Yeah, but
come on, May.
He knows it can't be an easy cross angle. So he's lined up for just the 1.
Took his time.
Good setup and good.
Oh, that's crazy from there. You don't know if there's anybody else there. He just goes for it.
We want to rush and get the plant onto the other side of the map.
Like, sure, you only use a frenzy, so if he dies, they don't lose a big gun. But that Viper wall is like good. I like that Viper wall a lot. Just puts a plug on, eh? Oh dear. 2v1.
It's a classic that ends his life. Suddenly, it's going to be flashback cut into 1-on-2.
2 gun upgrades. Says is 18 HP though.
Then to prove the hype
was flashback one away from a lockdown. If he gets a kill and manages to just top deck a lockdown, that might be quite nice. Depends how well they play on this clutch together. They get information on one, they have a paranoia. Paranoia misses, they see two people cross. They're going to line up. Oh no, actually, Neff wins it. Weren't they saying that like Neff was like the most clutch player that they had?
In for a loop, it's gonna be DFM.
No way, Flashback wins this. He almost did.
Yeah, Neth with a little nod.
Called it. I mean, it was close.
He does need a little bit more time. Wins out that 1v1 duel. This was good. I mean, Foxy 9 just kind of had to commit to the bit there, but
weird fight.
Setup, starting it after the toxic screen.
Nice.
You can tell that. I mean, they're happy.
On the Nico.
It was a little bit of a nail-biter.
That should be fine.
Bit of a nervous laughter there.
I mean, Foxy can't afford. So what's Foxy gonna do? Bulldog? Okay. They have a lockdown, they have a showstopper, so they're still dedicated to this. Medusa's a lockdown, he's over on C on his own.
It's gonna be a fast hit. Got the showstopper available as well.
Utility broken.
Okay, we're not seeing anything outside.
One Sky Flash already, I guess, for Anthem.
DRX making their presence known outside the A site.
Unless you couldn't afford another one. I'm not very good at like spotting lack of utility early in a round.
DRX still leaving their options open. They've had a couple of successes pinching onto B site.
Okay. Wait for the
Two players holding B main. So Flashback might get caught by this.
Wow. It's a 2v1 on main though.
They got to eke forward. Good. Great for both the players. Showstopper misses and he just dashes out. Bit of an overheat. Massive overheat. This might be around the DFM should have won and didn't. There's a lockdown still for Medusa. Is he going to use it from Waterfall? You got a lurk too from Foxy 9. Look at him go. Lockdown's been used. They catch the lurk too. Nightfall's been used to isolate these players in heaven. So Neff is in another. Oh, he tries it. Oh.
The worst part is this has happened to Mako before. Oh,
Mako is alive though. Well, it's a fact. Like that's such a good call from Chobra that this has happened before.
Split second that the lockdown ends. Yeah, you just gotta laugh it off. What can you do?
Oh no.
He's smiling at that one. You know, it's.
Well, Stax. I think Stax was kind of laughing into their comms just to loosen things up.
Yes.
I mean, it happens because otherwise you're giving away the half so much for free. It's still.
What rank is this? I think this is around where we are. This is like our premier rank, I think.
You can hear Seth still like, oh, okay. Like waltzes in.
All right, May still on that operator.
I don't know if we were watching Miska there, to be fair, because I definitely think that that's something that would happen to him. And I won't blame him. Limit testing. The pros do it too.
And off of it, the showstopper now onto the top of the
That was a wild round, though. 8 rounds, though. DFM were on it. And they're on an eco. They could actually create history.
So DRX should be set for this retake. Simple frag for Flashback. Now long range duels, and he is online.
Flashback.
Looks out for the third. It's going to be Mako that seals
I thought they were on
that
an
deal.
eco, but apparently not.
And then Sis.
A Mako operator kill. A rare find.
Never a failure, always a lesson, but sometimes you got to repeat the lesson. Again for Mako.
It's a good one.
He's in a 1 versus 2 against a lockdown. Like, the expectation that he'd win that round was low anyway, so it's not a complete botch.
It's not map point just yet, so carry over whatever you can. It's going to be a little wonky, but with half armors, they should be able to make something work.
I don't know if I was actually going to get it as a clip.
Not the easiest task, and we are nearing map point after all. But that said, I mean, so far, just some decent, fun Valorant being played on stage.
Mako's still reeling.
Showing some, you know, little improvements here and there. Nice firepower from the new pickups from Crazy Raccoon. But DRX,
Is this a timeout from
This was a map
DRX?
they never wanted to play. Not too much. They showed it at AVL a little bit. They showed it here, and it's still pretty good.
Yeah, I mean,
So I don't know,
the
actually.
first showing in this, we talked about this before. Whenever a new map comes out, like DRX likes to hide.
Wait, did DFM not time out until the second half?
Here's the wild card. And
Interesting. And I mean DRX has both because I haven't really had the need to use any yet.
They look good. Right after a whole another split or a whole another tournament, they look good. So that's kind of what happened to Lotus as well.
Like, look at this
You guys
jersey.
can see what Will looked like next to me. That's the goofiest pose.
Well, that's what it felt like watching DRX trying to hide away this new map as if it was some crazy masterpiece that they had concocted. I mean, it was the same thing with Fracture. For those of you who remember when Fracture was first released, like they were
One more.
saying, like, oh,
Yeah.
and they had even told us on the Korean broadcast that, oh, scrims are going well, like our Fracture's gonna be so good. And we're like, all right, and they opened it up against Fnatic, and Durka was just like, haha, double satchel up, and then you guys are all dead. So, I mean, I think they are starting to learn the lesson. Hopefully we don't see the same thing with Sunset. But anyway, been a while since Lotus came out. It's looking good. And now
You're okay.
off of a timeout with the half armors. They have
Foxy just forgetting that there's a spawn door.
for Neth.
That would be lovely.
Alright, so you got the Killjoy utility over here. You got the alarm bot. You got a nanoswarm right by the door. So if it opens, you just activate that. And then a turret being able to watch tree and across.
Dark cover being propped up. Slight difference this time though from DFM in terms of Neth's toxic screen.
I think I prefer like having the alarm bot here. I play for Secret more. Viper's Pit's good with all of this. Like, this is a defensive setup idea. Isn't bad. Now that alarm bot there makes a lot more sense.
Committed. I mean, there's an option for DRX just to rotate over.
Sky Flash to just check into tree too. A lot of people have rotated over. Secret's not been broken. You still have Mei playing in from there. The Omen adds an early TP. Says, right idea. I would have gone here. Because now he said I've not seen anything C, but that's just way too early. Am I hydrating? I am. I feel like I've drunk a good amount of water today.
I mean, perhaps it's just some.
You gotta sip it, right? You gotta just down it. It doesn't work. You just end up peeing it out. Sees nade. Says sees the C's nades. And says sayonara. Which is actually Japanese, so that's good. That was actually a nice little. I might send that to fucking Doug.
But Buzz is still just that good. Positioning
Why has someone not been holding C though? There wasn't any pressure early round. I mean, somebody needs to hold it. You've got like late lurks and stuff happening all the time.
Just that good. Well, pick up a rifle.
Yeah, I mean, not much you can do. You have to. Yeah, I guess you save it at that point. Already so much time passed as well. And Stack says, "Ah, come back." Oh, and that's a sure. Nice little conversation between two veterans.
Flashback's been really good. This has been a hell of a debut for him.
Period. We're done. It's map point now.
I wonder if they've got him on like I keep saying Initiate when I mean Sentinel.
Curious to see how he's going to look on other maps. Of course, he's been tasked with kind of anchoring.
He was passive holding sight as opposed to the jump peak.
Not too many opportunities to show his stuff either.
Yeah, the first half.
I think there's a point in a round, probably like after 40 seconds, where like jump peeking is just way too risky.
But it seemed like that retake, part of it was the map changes a bit, right? The boxes had the extended length of it.
Because you're hoping that everybody's like stacked A, because they were on a lower buy. Are they actually going to be able to get 9? I don't think it's happening.
Talkative guy, so whenever we see him on camera, probably has something nice and fun to say.
If anything, though, I think Flashback might show us a bit more in Breeze, perhaps, as that is the next map. But here we go. Bit of a
Come on, just get us to 9.
last effort from DFM. We've got the judge on Neth. 5 rounds.
You know, there's a judge in there. And there's no support. The Paranoia missed. Another Prowler. That's Spike. Why would you not keep the judge?
Corral around, and they managed to make it happen. Spike and Sight still picked up.
You should run.
Got exciting first.
Lockdown as well to buy some time. Mako's got his ultimate too if he wants to go walking. Skydog concusses onto 1. Buzz pushed up there. This should get cleared. Should do by Medusa. That one way. You know that there's somebody there. But there's really little you can do.
I think this is the beginning of the end here for map 1.
Certainly feels like it. Look at
4v4 time. Wow, even the nade was broken.
But they have to push in now. And as soon as they make it past the toxic screen, it's an easy shot. Foxy 9, 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Last one on the other
Not quite the
side,
ace. Oh, DFM. We needed 9, we got 8. I told you. Needed to be 3, not 2. We're now on 6.
And DFM, I mean, especially because it was their map pick, I want to say, I have to imagine they had more that they wanted to show. This wasn't the entirety of their preparation. There were some good moments, especially individually. There were a couple good calls as well. But at the end of the day, it did not look like they were able to open up their entire playbook and showcase why
They
felt
didn't look
confident on Lotus.
complete
So you can
horse
see
shit.
a bit
So there
of
is that.
disappointment in themselves, it seems. But the match isn't over just yet.
Certainly not. We still got another.
I don't know. I wouldn't say that it was amazing, but I saw some like promise.
So you know what? I'm gonna let our analysts break all of that down.
And DRX pockets Lotus the first map on this series. Now, look, we see the scoreline. I mean, they're going up against one of the titans of Korea, DRX, but DFM came up huge.
Good in the plants, at least.
They really did, and I mean,
It's just that they didn't get the plant down often enough.
DRX was able to find both of the pistol rounds. You know, they were taking those away, but DFM, with some very solid perseverance, continued to fight back. Yeah, he was really scrappy, but we saw some really nice moments coming through from Neth, from May. I mean, pretty much everybody on the team here fighting tooth and nail to try to get themselves into a winning position. And but DRX, they
I'm out for a bit. Bye. See you later, pros. Thanks for stopping by and thanks for the sub. Oh, I didn't. Wait, is the title not updated? I'm sure it did. It didn't actually update. Really?
But a couple tournaments, let's say.
Yeah. Definitely the last couple tournaments. And we were talking about this. DRX, I mean, we haven't seen massive changes in their playstyle, but is that what we needed anyway, Asterai?
Not at all. Again, they wanted to have that consistency.
I thought I
over
updated on
any
both of them, but I
massive
guess
changes,
not.
To be honest, that's why I was telling how they wanted to at least have the stronger guns with Foxy 9 as well as Flashback. And boy, did you actually see both of those players just have some.
It's just like an enjoyable map to watch, though, at least.
Highlights throughout this entire first map. So I think it's.
I thought that this would just be a little bit
but as the casters were
like poo-poo caca, but it wasn't that bad.
All of what they've
We get to see Breeze now too. Lord knows what DRX have been cooking here. Have they played Breeze before? Actually, that's a good question. Did they play it at an off-season event? I feel like they did.
You look good, you look the same, but you don't necessarily look better. So that's the thing to look forward to in the future. But as we get ready to go into
Yeah, they played it at home ground. They got battered by Fnatic. And then they lost to Paper X at the AVL. The only team they beat was EDG. But they were running Harbor, Viper, Sova, Jet, Cypher. Was this with Zestnabi? It was. So I don't even want to count that.
So I want to see some new things from them.
But who played in these ones?
They managed to kind of tie the record as far as rounds won against DRX.
This was Flashback and Foxy 9. They got destroyed by Fnatic. Foxy was on KO.
But overall, I do think that things do look a bit more concise for them.
And we got the 2 races MVPing here, and Terming was.
I imagine this has changed to silver anyway.
May, and rightfully so. He showed up as the race.
But probably some like Harbor Viper
because of how
interest thing.
Does perform. We saw how he was able to create those double satchel plays here, but there were some points where, again, they were very much separated by DRX, and DFM just couldn't.
Pretty good. More first kills.
May's capabilities, and it left.
Medusa was like quiet, but again, I don't think though it wasn't really their fault. They were just not like lurking. They weren't really being proactive. Maybe wanted to see like more out of them to do stuff, but I wouldn't say that it was their issue. 6 and 3 in first kills, first deaths.
Look a lot more better here for DFM.
Yeah.
Neff died first a little bit.
Anthem as well continues to be really.
And then performance. Any of these are interesting.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to the Sky in general, he's got really good game sense about when he should use his utility. But
Was made like 4 and 5 against Buzz. Flashback had his number. 4 and 4, 4 and 3, 1 and 3.
Based on base stats, that he's doing a good job of it. 12-17, not going to be the most impressive thing, you know, not jaw-dropping or anything, but we also did have that nice highlight where he had the Sheriff in hand, manages to come up with several quick kills. So Anthem still very much has it. But I think the thing for a lot of people
It's getting very bright outside
this
now.
is that DFM still
I have to
are
close
going to
the
be a team
blind.
that is very much kind of growing from the ground up. Yes, there are.
Just because it like screws with the light so much. Also like hurts my eyes. Just so much like brightness.
Makes him kind of find his his position, find like what is going to be maximum comfort for him and how he interacts in this squad that has played together for so very long. So while they work towards that, you know, we're going to see some growing pains from DFM, but overall, I feel way more positive about the team just after this initial showing, even though they still come away with a loss.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, guys, remember, DFM, this is a really brand new roster.
Comps seem like good though from DRX, like roles and stuff. Are you a vampire? I might be.
Amazing showing, like you said, despite DRX winning 2 pistol rounds, it is a lot
That's from
closer than you think.
before.
On DRX's side, it looks like they're working on it too, and like you said, are they going to hit the ceiling? It looks like they still need to tighten a couple of screws and get it, you know, get it a lot tighter.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, for May to be able
Oh, and
to
he says that so far.
alongside Buzz in a loss where you're only able to pick up 8 rounds for your squad, it's pretty damn impressive. And I mean, we knew that this guy could deliver. He has been one of the best over there in Japan for a while, and he's continuing to just already be in the spotlight.
I understand why people are rating May so highly. Because we haven't really, like, certainly for the what was it, AVL? Was it Riot 1?
Go for plays, I feel like is so much faster.
If they played,
in that particular game, we saw how there was that one round where Mako
but May didn't really get to do that much.
after that, they just charging onto the C side.
But anyhow, I'm gonna run some ads, go to the toilet, fill up my drink, and I imagine this will be the last map of the day, unless something ridiculous happens. We'll have to see. Be right back.
Of what plays they can make definitely put DFM on their toes, and again, a lot of challenges for this big star that is May.
That was very uncharacteristic of Mako, though, I have to say.
You saw his face.
I think it's the second time that that's happened to him. I think William was talking about it as well in the broadcast. I believe that it's happened one other time. But yeah, you know, it's one of those things, heat of the moment. You're the guy that everybody looks to be the clutch god on the team. And sometimes you make a little bit of an oopsie. I mean, at the end of the day,
he was laughing about it.
you give up a round. Yeah, he had his head in his hands, but there was a smile on his face. So ultimately, I don't think that the gentle giant of Mako is going to be too bothered. But I mean, what Astro was talking about as far as those tempo shifts, I feel like a lot of times you see it when there is that kind of mistake, and Buzz just gets angry. And angry Buzz is so terrifying because that's when he does go blast packing into C-Site and he just comes away with 3 quick kills in the blink of an eye. So it's always something to be a bit concerned about. But, you know, DFM, if they continue to just improve and build off of what we have right here, I think that they could be in a very good spot.
I mean, I also have a question. Do you think these guys would give a Vandal to their sweetheart or the 40-kill Reyna in a ranked game?
I think that these guys definitely care more about getting points and ranking up and climbing the ladder, so I think they would definitely do the Reyna.
I think they would give it to their sweetheart because they're already here on the Pacific stage in rank. I mean,
I don't know what
it matters. It doesn't really matter.
I will side with Achilles on this. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You always have to give it to...
Maybe Kyungmin can ask them about it later. We asked the audience. Maybe we can ask DRX or DFM, depending how this goes. Now, the first map, Lotus, was DFM's pick. You could tell they had some things prepared. The caster mentioned this as well, but it seemed like they weren't able to showcase a lot of what could have been.
Yeah, I think that, again, as the growing pains continue, we're going to see things more fleshed out. We're going to see more set plays. We're going to see just cleaner communication and plays overall from the side of DFM. Because even though the majority of them have played together in the past on Crazy Raccoon, so there is that pre-existing synergy, we don't fully know how much time they've had to try and reestablish that. Because, again, we haven't seen them in quite some time. They weren't able to make it over towards Ascension. And given all of the different changes and all of these different players that we saw that were getting signed to DFM, and, even playing in some off-season stuff, we don't know how long this 5-man has been playing.
I've heard this music enough, I feel, at this point.
Would suggest, etc. So I think it's going to take a little while to really iterate on this for them to, really get on the horse and be able to ride it.
Yeah, I will just say here for DFM, it feels like in the rounds that they were very successful at, they were able to really read the rotations of DRX. So even through all of those gripes, right, that they have to adjust, all of this and that, coming into a new team, they still have that solid ability to...
I hope they're not filming, but I honestly don't know at this point,
can work out in a pinch.
I don't know whether they're just waffling for the sake of waffling. I hope not.
I feel like one map really isn't enough to determine how DFM's going to be playing this. How are they going to be responding to DRX, who surely has prepped something cool for this map?
I mean, we hope, but knowing DRX, it could just be, oh, hey, yeah, we're just going to run what we have run before. Because, I mean, we've seen them play at Red Bull Home Ground. They played Breeze versus Fnatic with this 5-man core. Didn't have RB and Zest at that tournament. It was Foxy9. It was Flashback. And it wasn't anything too special or particular. Because, again, they haven't played this in a VCT official tournament since Istanbul in 2022, and that's when Chamber was the meta. That's when they were going up against El Diablo.
Yeah,
and
true.
using full power and everything like that. So,
But they wait, Breeze was banned out pretty much at the start of the VCT season, wasn't it?
Has been pretty rough to say the least. So, but it could be more of that with the KO, Harbor, etc. that they were running on that map. We'll have to just see if they do have something new.
Now let's take a look back at the first map.
I don't like that they're showing the highlights of the first map. That's a we need a bit more time.
Yeah, and I mean, if any of these pistols had gone the way of DFM, this could have been a very different game, either a much closer one, or it could have been them potentially taking the win away. So something to certainly work on for the future, just trying to nail those down, but it was just very clean starts to the halves here from the side of DRX. But I mean, it's highlights abounds from either side. There's so many just multi-frag moments for all these players.
Yeah, lots of shock and awe from DRX here. And
Is there anything interesting from run it back, Rob?
Here for a team like this that hasn't really had that international experience yet, and DRX has that in spades already. So them being able to do this is still somewhat remarkable. But again, at the end of the day,
I don't think it ever works with Lotus for some
Into
reason.
Breeze, though, it feels like there is going to be a bit of a tall task against that, especially if, I mean, you were talking about how
Sort of similar with like first
I
kill.
think he might even bring the fade into Breeze, because he was pretty good on that on Lotus, and it's not the worst on Breeze.
So 30 days what they managed from Fracture, Ascending got
I think
destroyed.
it depends on how much work he's put in towards that Sova.
No idea how this is going to do.
You pretty much would always rather have that as your initiator coming through, just for the info gather. And that
It even tells you you got the first kill.
KO gives you a hell of a lot of it, because you can use that 0 point
That's
to
cool.
identify just okay, how many people are pushing up elbow right now, how many people are going to be in A main, etc. So having that in the
I know like
recon,
Augment has API related stuff, but I don't know how good it is. I don't know if it'll show up with not quite the last game.
gotten that Sova up to a point where it
Like
feels
you have
it
stats and
will work,
stuff.
then maybe that's when they decide to opt away from it, not quite go down that path. But
I don't know that.
I think all the Korean casters in the green room had a
Mhm.
similar look on their face when DFM was starting to run back there. But maybe they do have something different, because we've been seeing a lot of Neon so far in both of our breezes. There has been at least that
Economy.
one Neon that's been
Oh
in
my
play.
god.
Still haven't really seen that Chamber coming.
This is a cool way of showing it,
forward,
actually.
Also ever so present.
They won both pistols.
Take a punt here.
Couple
Do
of
they try
ecos
to go
won.
for something like that to just really shake things up, or is it just going to be DRX doing what DRX typically does and playing exactly?
Oh no, that's how many times they're on eco,
What
and
I
it was
really
twice
like
that they
about
won
this
none.
audience, definitely DRX is
They're playing
playing.
Oh,
double duelist too.
Okay, we've got Foxy9 back on Jet, Buzz on Yoru.
Double
And it's
Yoru.
Not quite mirrored, but it's a little bit similar on the opposite side. The Cypher Viper's there, and we have May now bringing out the.
I like
as
this
well.
comp
Oh, this
more.
is- I'm very happy.
I do like this comp. I mean, both these comps feel better than what Bleed and T1 were running.
Biggest counter to Cypher right now has got to be the Sova, so I do see it as a staple.
Here's the biggest concern. I'll just throw this out there real quick. We have Mako on Viper, and that's it for smokes.
Yeah, that's it. GG's. Mako and Viper is crazy.
We have Mako on Viper, we got double duelists, we got double Yorus on both sides. Thank you so much, Chubby Ninja, Asteroid, and Achilles. This is going to be one crazy match.
Yeah, and Foxy9 back on the Jet as well with this double duelist.
Oh yeah. It used to be trying to decide who was playing the duelist for this team, and then DRX just were like, "Fuck it, both of you can do it."
Second line of entry with the flashes, but
Flashback is sort of made
very
sense and all then.
different take on the Euro pickup from DFM, right? You've got Neth on the Harbor, so trying to cut things up a bit more, but it's going to be a tough.
Yeah, I
attack.
definitely
They
like
need
I
to
like
get these
DRX's
early
comp a
picks,
lot.
'cause otherwise, it's going to be pretty
Shocked
telling the
that.
entry onto a site. And there's that pick I was talking about.
Dude,
Oh nice! Look at that.
That one, Foxy answers right back though.
All right, that lineup's going on my
DFM
list.
just losing out there.
All the way from A.
Legs for a second, but still very much alive. Oh, as Foxy9 pushes past this Poison Cloud, it's
I'm actually taking a clip of that so I can like use it.
This is kind of good bait for assess, though. Because they've all gone through halls. Yeah, it's kind of hard to predict that he'd be right under from the shoot.
Oh.
How did the shutdown not hit him there?
This is right off the edge.
Oh, the second one got him.
Secure it, though. May still very much alive.
Spike hasn't been planted yet. Now it will.
22 HP.
May is 20 HP, so he's had to give up this space. Recon pings where Neff is.
And uses the timing to push up front.
Alright, so that's 3 pistols for DRX. 3 out of 3.
Shots, too, very crucial. Both of them were quite low. So if that was a headshot right off the bat, Stacks was
Everything's working.
low.
People don't have
Could have
ads
still
and stuff,
been a
right?
1v2
Nope.
victory for
Alright, all good.
TFM. But it's going to be Flashback. All the impact kills coming in from Flashback here on the pistol
They're
round.
both so low. 14 HP and 10 HP.
Very explosive. As we got 2 opening picks really quickly. But as soon as their retake comes through, I mean,
Let me
the
actually set this up
position
real
coming
quick.
in
So
from
there's
Foxy9, like you mentioned, Will. A
Dream
shot card from
Deck.
Stacks to get the kill on the Cess. But then Flashback.
And then
So quick.
Twit.
You know, maybe Izu's not the only player that's the future.
Nah, I'm still more convinced by Izu showing so far.
Open last
But
click,
the
I think
match
it is.
isn't over just yet.
So like this.
Really early.
Oh, but it opens it up
Foxy9
on.
pulling out the Outlaw. From TFM. That's going to be fun to see. Off of that duelist, he loves the
It doesn't do it as a.
Definitely spots one out. And you know what? With the Outlaw, the wallbang, the penetration.
Also, my
on
camera
this
is really dark. I didn't realize.
And a bit of a way far out jump as well. I mean, Anthem just trying to switch it up, see if they can catch him on another timing, bait out the shots so they can run in as a double.
Oh, yeah, that's
And look
better.
at the
Oh.
default positioning from DRX as well.
Yeah.
I mean, Foxy9.
It's a bit better.
He's put up that wall up around Shopper.
Right.
DFM no
Fairly
longer
low
challenging
buy
Mako,
up against this eco for
got a little bit more
DRX.
support from Stacks, who
I've already got a
actually
kill
thought they
though
could
for
send out
A
towards
main.
mid as well. So they've got all these bases covered. Mako fires off a shot, and all of a sudden DFM. And I don't know if you want to keep going into A anymore.
Yeah, this is a weird eco round where Neth's just
Neff is
getting
really
caught
stuck.
behind alone.
He's
Now,
got
do
spike
they
too.
check this corner? No, but it's just a
Tried to
flash
right
off.
click and it just missed.
Yeah, I mean, sure, it's an eco, but it's just this weird push up from DFM where
Seemed like there wasn't much of a plan.
constantly gets left behind, and he's like, well, how am I supposed to get out of this choke?
I guess that is the only issue with like Yoru as a solo duelist.
Getting caught in odd position.
Like you kind of want to be
DRX
going and doing your own
lead
thing
with their
almost.
shots. First you got Foxy9, then you got Mako.
The thing I am most impressed about with Flashback, though, I've mentioned it before, is just how calm he looks, right? He's like, oh, this is just another game of Valorant. That he's giving off that vibe on stage. I mean, who knows? You know, if we do have a chance to hear from him, maybe he's going to say this was the most.
Actually,
nervous he's ever
bought
been,
up into the Outlaw.
The thing is with Foxy9, we could tell he was nervous.
I mean, none of the bullets from the classic even hit him.
Even the maps when they were
He just got utterly destroyed.
Foxy9 on stage, you could tell that the adrenaline and the nerves were
Oh no!
both in his
So if I
play
press
and
that,
just how he looked on camera.
and I press
Whereas
this,
Flashback,
yeah,
it's
I don't
just
know if
saying.
that'll.
I mean, it's just Valorant,
oh.
right?
But you kind of want to be going and
Ooh.
doing your own thing.
I mean, it's possible. Some people are good at hiding it.
Oh, but look at this. And the drone does not spot him as well. Screen is running out though, and DFM hasn't pushed out all too far, so Mako's still in a pretty darn good position.
He's holding so close too.
Medusa off of the lurk, able to capture Foxy9. Mako instantly getting the trade off.
And the snake bite as well, that stops
delay.
them to enter the cove at all. I mean, the only hope is that Medusa got a pick on the lurk. But what? You saw Flashback. Okay, oh my goodness.
Wants to find even more first.
No, but
Look at where Medusa is. He's in their spawn already.
Oh, what?
He's gone right past Stacks. It's like B site's open, guys.
Well, I mean, it looked like Stacks thought it was going to be him just trying to dig into the site.
I mean, they haven't cleared this.
Breakdown, perhaps.
Like this can end horribly.
4v2 advantage to try to break into the B site. Anthem was on the lurk as well.
Alright, we'll see if Stacks can
I tried to get a gun.
One, but
Not too bad. Good damage done on the bonus. They don't get the plant either.
DFM comes back in.
All right.
Bonuses so far.
Yeah, some mysteries in that one, but at the end of the day, the lurk comes in clutch from Medusa. I mean, that happened very early on into the round, so a good kill there.
That's the second one.
I am actually wondering if Buzz was trying to act like he was a decoy, because the way he was walking on that angle is really weird. I mean, could be. I don't know. Maybe we're reading too much into it.
Yeah. Who knows? Who knows? We'll find out.
That's a nice recon as well. Chicken mid.
Just run forward. Whatever it
Right,
is,
dimensional drift all the way in.
goes into
Got
it,
people
gets all
following
the
up
info
on
the
it,
site,
so they can't really peek it.
and is looking to get a pinch onto, you know, maybe Flashback or Buzz. Oh, Flash doesn't quite go out though.
Buzz has stayed. He could have TP'd out, but he decided to not.
Medusa now back in from top of elbow.
Okay,
Archers
Planet is going down. 4v2. They have the operator that are saving.
Yeah, and
okay.
Exactly, yeah. A big investment there, so DRX not going to greet it. It's very early on into the half, so no need for that. But yeah, we've been seeing a lot more Yorus now with the dimensional drifts as well, where they're not just going to try to
I
go
want
for
to
flash
check
plays where you go for the pop flash and then jump out, go for the
something
shorty
real
moves like
quick.
that. They really do start to utilize that ultimate as an initiating tool. Wait for your teammates and then just pop out, go for the trades.
I don't really
it looked like May should have had an
I
opportunity
think the
to
best
get the
thing
kill
for me to do
himself
is probably this.
onto Buzz, but at the end of the day, only that one weapon
Contact,
dropped.
lips.
And that should help them stabilize quite steadily, as it was a rough buy round on the third round.
Yeah, not too bad for DFM. And you got to wonder again,
Can
I
that
mean,
clips
the
okay?
way Lotus played out for DRX, they had a stronger start. Of course, this is still just
Mid
early,
like
but
this.
this is DRX's map pick.
Alright, I don't want to let them all. I know how to do
Lotus,
it.
they won both pistols.
4 minutes
so the score
ago,
itself
was
didn't
it
tell the entire
this
story.
one?
It could have been a much closer map. I mean, sure, I'm not saying we shouldn't count pistols as part of the skill level, but you know, they started with a massive
Where did this fire
advantage.
from? Oh, I'm like picture-in-picture, so you can't actually see where it goes.
Makes me wonder how DFM might fare against a team like Team Secret as well. So
It's like from
we'll
here.
save that for a
Okay.
future day, but for now, DFM continuing to try to push through. It is them up against a slightly wounded DRX though. Foxy9 with the op still very much alive and just trying to get an angle, but look at all these walls.
Yeah, they still haven't found any picks that they would want
Got
yet
2 defenders stairs. They're on Nico.
And with that, Spike goes down. Neff gets it done. Stacks, no angle seen either. As soon as
You got control of halls with this trip at least, but that's about it. There's a reckoning from Neff, a neural theft if you need it. A little bit like lurk
Oh,
control.
look at the gate crash back into safety. Reckoning deployed as well. DRX starting to feel the pressure. Foxy9 has to push up front, goes in for the tap, wants to bait out peaks.
Great
Here comes a
flash.
bit of a flash.
Okay. How is this the round where DRX are looking to win it?
Flashback gets one of his own. Foxy9
Oh
gets
my
another
god,
shot
I can't believe the DRX win that round.
those utilities and ultimate spin.
That's harrowing. They only lose 1 player.
the tempo just one step ahead of DFM.
They even used a reckoning. They used a reckoning against an eco and he lost.
Crashing out off of that, Medusa goes on the lurk, and then you kind of chain the lurks as well as you're holding out in main, but they realize they're
Like,
already
come on,
way close
DFM,
up
get
to
it together.
pyramids. So you need to just join
It
back
wasn't.
in
Was it an
main.
eco? I don't even know.
sent
It's
little
a
team as
rifle.
well. So DRX able to start pushing out in front
Yeah,
of it,
1
hold those
rifle,
stuns.
1 vandal, and then the rest were
across the board for
sheriffs.
DRX.
Because they were the 2 guns that they saved. That should not be a round that you lose to DFM.
Although they do recognize some of the situations, you know, sometimes it's just tough. A little bit slower on the decision making, and now it's going to be a DRX.
Oh, don't pick up.
doing a little bit more
Okay, or Medusa is like winning some stupid fights.
That was one of the snappier swings against the operator. It's a good call from Medusa. That shakes up the setup from DRX quite a bit.
Oh, you got like
Lots
this
of
nice
tools still
Viper wall as well. It cuts into halls a little
remaining
bit.
for a little bit longer on A main as well.
And then the trip just a little bit
But
deeper.
hearing the footsteps out towards mid, Mako wants to investigate.
And I just go top mid and then go
That was
towards
kinda used
B.
as well. Prods, prompts May to kind of peek back down. Gate crash will
He's
be
managed to get past this choke with a TP. That's nice. Recon's shown where Buzz is. And Flashback's got 2. And then suddenly Buzz has got 2.
Great double burst, 2 kills for each of the DRX members. Now it's all down to May.
How are DFM losing some of these rounds? He even gets tagged by a fully flashed drone. Oh, the shock dart was pretty much perfect.
A good gate crash, and Buzz drawing so much attention to the
Do we get to see flashbacks POV of that?
flashback to hold close angles.
So I don't even know where he was playing from, I don't
Double
think.
kill throws off DFM away from their own tempo. Then they're struggling to at least try to clean up Buzz as well, but the headshots line up.
And it's just, again,
Oh, literally just to there. Nobody was even
knows
looking at him.
exactly how to play around the corners.
I think it was maybe because of this recon dart hitting Buzz that they
Go back and forth
over-focused
and
on that.
strafe shoot perfectly. Flashback, that's clean. Buzz, a little bit cleaner too.
And DFM timeout. Yeah, these last like 2 rounds,
Early from DFM.
like DFM probably should have won. But they're just allergic to taking the lead.
And usually from the main force. I mean, Medusa had a great first kill here, but you know, it's away from the main force. They had to regroup, and at that point, they execute Star. So look a little obvious when Yoro's your only duelist. So I'm curious to see what else they have prepared. Now, working mid, like they did here, mid and Hall is that pressure. It does shake the default just a bit, right? You have to have many more angles to cover, and sometimes maybe that means you can't put all your trips on one site. You have to use one on Halls at the very least. That used to be the go-to way back when. So there's some options to force DRX out of their comfort zone, but DFM, what's their choice?
At least I've managed to fix the telestrator that was constantly glitching in and out. That's not happened today, thankfully.
It's a little bit tricky and difficult to really create that space for your team.
So that's been good.
You don't have the same mobility and dive.
I mean, my tech issues have been a lot better today.
So at least for this round, Anthem on the Guardian.
Interesting place to shock that. Not really common to have anything there, I think, early rounds.
Look at what Buzz is doing
Nothing.
down I like it after the timeout as well. You know they have enough money for a half armor buy. Oh, he jumps down. Make sure that they can't pressure mid too hard. Gate crashes out. Doesn't find.
Got the hard wall as well. That's over here. A bit forward a bit.
Does invite
So it cuts off this, and now you need to be careful. You got the Euro that's throwing the gate crash to teleport all the way if he needs to. But they still have like mid control, and they're gonna peek it together and see nothing.
DRX adjusting. They still have the gate crash for backup going to B. Don't have to worry about anything like a KO. So the default is here for DRX. Still finding comfort.
You got the Cypher in Halls. Everybody else pushing in mid.
He's used that position before.
Wow.
So at least some like good information, and DRX are aware of it.
Fake out as well, just a bit more info. There it is.
Foxy gets Medusa that was trying to lurk up on Halls. Great flash again. Says manages to get the kill. In fact, like a lot of fights to DRX were taking, they were losing them. Stacks gets another shock dart kill. I think that's like his third or something.
Has his sights available. Stacks with a bit of a lineup from the shock dart too. May still very much in the game. Just wants to go in to retrieve the spike. 15 seconds left, and he has to stick the plant. Oh.
He's going to get tagged, but can he get out of it?
He can. Wow, Stacks is just demolishing with util. Wait for Doggo Walk. Have a great time. Thanks for tuning in, Geekcast.
It was a good idea. Did not quite anticipate Stacks'
The
Hunter's
backside tried plan differently, expected the lurk and everything, and yet still Stacks just dominates.
Yeah, and the quick decision from Stacks as well, both on the Shock Dart and the Hunter's Fury. I mean, the pit's used to try to just get into the site, so you think that's going to be enough to win it out. Yeah, and he sees that coming up. Yeah,
oh, he actually gets says as the Viper's pit's used.
The pit when he draws out the Shock Dart, but he just wants to deny that spike going into the site, and then he backs off knowing that he has the Hunter's Fury.
Oh dear, DFM. I don't even think this is DFM playing badly at this point. I think this is just Stacks is in crazy form, and maybe they're like not winning some of the duels that they should do.
They're kind of now stuck into their own half armor meta. Wow.
Traded at least.
May's still putting up kills, but it's not leading to much
Anthem
anymore.
doesn't have a gun. Is a sheriff.
And then trades for DRX. Foxy
Oh wow, nice from Says.
Operator, but Stacks now coming in to take a peek. It somehow doesn't pay off. More members than he anticipated, perhaps.
Got the lurk again over here. We need to like sit forward a bit more. So
they know they've lost mid entirely, so he just
yeah, he's up on this spot.
The entirety of A main into all the way into the cave. Now, if he peeks
they're actually pushing this with the camera.
I like it. Staying vigilant.
They break the camera, they know that the operator's in A main. So are they going to harbor all across this side?
Still is a play in towards the A side though, so trying to make use.
Because you have the Cypher that can watch for the rotation there, and it gets Mako. And yeah, you know that the Jet is still here. Is there a Blade Storm? There is for Foxy 9 if they want to use it, but I don't think there's any reason, and it might be a save. Oh no! Now it's like more than doable.
Of course, you use the Blade Storm then.
How did that happen? I gotta see that. He gets a third too as he pushes out.
How has DFM lost this?
Timer is ticking.
The noise on site. It's not planning for him anymore.
He's ready for it. The shock dart doesn't go out.
Oh wow! Flashback. He's 10 and 3.
A beautiful 4K.
Oh, DFM lost the 4v2. Flashback just made it happen out of absolutely sod all. He wasn't even really looking. Producer and says just not really like peeking it together. Oh, and Neff like whiffed.
I'm starting to see why the DRX players are hyping up Flashback. Oh, he's got the energy as well. I like it. Okay.
Not just calm anymore.
He's there to play with the big boys.
The thing is he doesn't seem to be a very flashy player, but in some ways similar to Mako, just doesn't get shaken up no matter what, always expecting the next target.
The pop off though.
Well, that's
running in onto site. You got the camera here playing late for the post plant. And it's very used in quad.
And all the ults and utilities too. Foxy 9 starting to feel the pressure, but
Foxy with a shot in hand. Oh, he hits the flash. Nice from May. Great trade from Buzz though. From backside. No first showing where these attackers are. Flashback is just going to peek into them. And then literally one last player alive that they're watching. He's full clumping so they know he's here. Oh, even the Euro TP's into spawn.
Takes him out. Let this be a lesson to all the other Korean players. Pop-offs matter. All right, the confidence. No, I'm serious. In a game like Valorant, the momentum matters so much, the energy matters. Obviously, it could lead to
now getting people to pay attention to him, hopefully.
Flashback's been doing consistently well across each map, but the way he's swinging out of the smokes, the way he's taking fights alongside veterans on this squad.
Let's go, Flashback. Let's go.
I hear what you're saying. The confidence, the energy. You love all of that. I'm just laughing because as soon as you say that, Mako's face shows up and he doesn't pop off.
Well, Mako's an exception. You know, Mako, he talks about how if he had the aim of Flashback, maybe it would have won champions. Maybe if you popped off, you would have won champions. I don't know.
Oh, look at
That's the
this.
secret ingredient.
Maybe
I don't know how, like, Foxy, was he just Foxy in the scope after breaking the turret?
The Guardian shots, despite this being a half buy,
5 versus 3. Let's see how DFM messed this up. They're on an eco, so I guess, like, they still can. They just don't have the weaponry. But Flashback is still alive, so what the hell is he going to do? Buzz has actually used the TP to get into spawn to get this rotation. Really well played from Buzz. Because he threw it like down here and it went all of this way.
Towards mid as well, and then maybe he goes in for a bit of pressure play towards the back of A main.
He's even going to ult to get all of this info.
Just wants to spot how many people are where. Wow.
2 in there, going to flash him. 1 in by bricks and then 1 on site.
He's isolated. Oh,
Flashback gets 1.
What the heck? Incredible long-range duels.
Record had used on attack. Mako gets another.
Tried to go in for that gate crash, but
so this is another 4 versus 2.
Deeper position, has to hold it for his teammate.
Another 4 versus 2.
Drops down, so comes down to the one-on-one.
All right, they do get it. They do get it. They almost lost it. In fact, they're gonna like die, so they lose all of their money anyway. So the money is still really poor from them, and DRX almost turn around to 3 versus 5.
Not even the Guardian kept over.
Still a good win.
I mean, when you're
Great shot from me.
You gotta make sure you're taking everything you can.
True.
So we'll see. I mean, we'll see if it adds up.
But I'm just impressed. I mean, these were all just Guardian shots. Getting the frag out towards halls. I mean,
Seen some really good like debuts today. Like May and Flashback have been really fun to watch.
Could be another potential 7-5.
That is how we ended off the first half on the first map.
That's a good move as well. Just note that.
Recon show where Mako is. Mako is completely isolated. He's actually managed to sneak into this corner.
Yeah, but DFM plays plays it smart. They have no idea.
Oh no. Oh no. He's already done damage enough to get 2. Neff gets 2 whilst fully flashed, I think. 2 versus 2.
But then his position is revealed. Stax knows.
And now Anthem's kind of like stuck by bricks. They're Aldron pinging him. They actually get onto Medusa, which I actually think worked out so much better for Anthem.
Comes down to the gun duels. Oh, jump peaks and wall bangs. Medusa is coming up from behind. 8 rounds left in the mag.
They don't know how close he is. All right, nice for Medusa. All right, now we're starting to see, like, DFM starting to get it on board. Could have been like their lead, I think, on this map for sure. Like they lost against the Nico, and then lost a 2 versus 4.
Drone from Anthem, like you said, that keeps him hidden just long enough for Flashback to not have his crosshairs lined up on that corner.
Yeah, Medusa did fantastic this round.
Sharp some of these crazy Raccoons players are.
You mean DFM?
Okay, DFM, yes.
It is basically just Crazy Raccoon.
They are DFM. They definitely are, and they are showing up bigger performances than last year.
I like this recon a lot, actually, if you want to fight for elbow. I need to learn that one.
Hope of this possibly going for map 3.
Seems like a simple one.
Drift now, looking to initiate on towards B site, or at least create a bit of pressure once more. Medusa lurking out towards A main.
Oh, this is hard.
It's scene 3. I don't think I've seen where the jet is. Oh, and Voxy plays in.
2 members on opposite sides. What a risk!
Very, very risky.
Where did Buzz get a kill? Oh, Buzz is on site.
Now you got Buzz who took down Medusa.
If he gets more than 1 here,
yeah.
Where did Medusa die? I didn't see them.
Okay, Cascade flashes through.
Oh, the flash is great.
Good play, but good shot. And
Anthem just picks the right time to peek out, though.
Flash like it's nothing. Just in time for that high tide 2 from Neth.
Recon doesn't get anything because if I put walls up as well, yeah. But they know that there's a player yellow. Great push from Flashback.
This isn't something DRX has done too much of, but they're
it has been watched.
Enough people still left alive. 3 versus 3.
Neuro theft instantly.
You have to push out. You got to take this fight.
Anybody gonna push him? Pressure him? No. The Flashback's done well to just keep their attention. He is just demolishing them.
It's not quite enough as Flashback. Unbelievable peaks.
And I got the kill into Buzz here.
Ultimate, but
no.
Was that? 4 neural thefts, 3 neural
this was somebody else. Buzz was here.
I mean, quite a few. Sure, they fed him a couple, defuses and things like that, but what a couple of rounds from Flashback.
Certainly speeds up the process and the retakes too of that neural theft. So, I mean, that's the story today. We're seeing DRX.
I mean, it was like maybe even equal or more rounds going towards DFM for like first kill.
All right, this
something along those lines.
Says that they will buy dinner if they didn't say who, but if they win, and it said per person $50. So that's like a really decent dinner, like a nice dinner.
It doesn't say who.
It doesn't say, but that means if anybody, right? Like that's up to interpretation. So I'll take it. I'm down for a $50 dinner from a fan.
Yeah, something like Korean barbecue, whatever it is. The map's not over yet. 8-4. It's a lot of improvements all around. Sharp shots coming out from players such as May, Medusa. Thing is, though, as we swap over to the next half, I mean, how do you make the compositions work? It's a little bit better, yeah.
Yeah, it should be easier for DFM, or at least it's easier to showcase what they prepped. But I'm curious, because Buzz, Yoru, depending on how mobile that is, I mean, I think that's going to be the make or break.
That's what I'm thinking.
All right, DRX had a good defense. See what their attack's like. DFM on their defense, what are they doing? Looks like they're pushing 3 holes.
But you also got double duelist in the form of not just
Got
Buzz,
the
but also
trip there on the attack, so they can't really flank all the way around. There's like 4 players over towards A with a Yoru TP to come towards B.
But still enough that it confuses DFM at times.
And camera for elbow control.
Fast push out with a cascade on A, so
Shocked out.
For backup as well.
Both shocked outs are still up.
Well,
both trips even are still up. Even got May backside. Haven't quite cleared Medusa. Where is he playing? Sort of fly wall. Actually gets a kill onto the player trying to plant. So Flashback knows that they're somewhat close. They're pretty much next to them.
arrive from mid, and DRX knows this.
Hence, they are not.
And they're going to try and push out, but they broke the camera.
retrieve the spike just yet.
The recon isn't great. Like, it sort of clears wall, I think, and like allows backside a bit more.
The high tide does block off quite a bit.
Because you have this Viper wall too.
Cage from Flashback.
Stays in that thing. Knows that Neth is right around the corner. Oh, but past the toxic screen. As soon as it drops, though, picks off Cess. Neth right around a Rosie with that pillar.
Weird fight for Neth to be taking. It was just way too rushed. I don't really know what happened that much in that round because of the, like, just Observer staying on Flashback.
Flashback just almost robotic to a
He was just stood in the corner with all of these walls going up that he didn't really know what day it was.
Really just hold, one angle, one part of the map. And the Cyber Cage, I mean, even though he doesn't necessarily get a kill off of it, the fact that it now makes him question, is he in the cage? Is he going to pop out on the other side? Is he still in the cubby? That forces him. It funnels him all the way back in to the other side.
At some point, they just decided, like, okay, we don't want to deal with him. Let's try to run backside. But that is where he finds that opening. So with the pistol win now, Foxy9 on another Outlaw buy. DFM off the save.
All classics. I mean, that's okay.
May just gets demolished.
Clean shot from Flashback nonetheless.
Walks up like it's nothing. Now we've got that gate crash play onto site. Most of it is clear.
Fake TP.
Clears it out in full. With
Just walking out against the Nico, which is kind of smart.
Gets a clean second one. Now feeling a bit more pressure from the double peaks, but
Mako's there to support. Nice. Like I said, the other guns are a little bit more iffy. The stack's just as a ghost.
I was about to say, if he does get traded, that's a bulldog over to DFM, but Mako's there at long range. Good support from the veteran older brother. Stax loving what his teammates can show under his leadership. I mean, Stax is one of those players again he's had great moments, but as a leader, it's been very up and down, and you could tell that he had trouble handling the pressure. I mean, he's spoken out about it as well, but now rejuvenated with two young players under his command.
And this is just kickoff, but I am starting to wonder, like, champions being in Korea this year, is there going to be a little bit more pressure towards the later half of the year?
10 and 4. Right, so full buy gets bonus.
Yeah, they'll have to get there.
Put the Silver and the Cypher over towards B. 2 trips. Shock darts missing. This trip broken by the clone, actually.
Definitely not. Which is why this performance so far has been good. Just clearing things out to check. They see that spy camera. Shooting things out. Medusa.
You can crouch under that. It's too high.
Oh, he sneaks underneath the tripwire. Takes down Stats.
Seen 2 trips today that have been a little bit too high.
A little bit high on the tripwire, but at the end of the day, just trying.
That's a Euro play in itself. Just flashing your teammate by accident.
They just make sure that they can get numbers advantage.
The post plants are coming.
5 versus 3. Oh man, DFM don't screw it up. Do they have a cove? No, they don't.
They need to push out.
Oh, they're running out of time. DFM, they're clinging off way too much. Outlaw still fires through. Trying to tap back
into it. Shit.
Seth's trying to stick it. He's
trying lucky.
to go through, and Anthem will secure
time is very low as well. At least they have more people surviving this time.
Oof.
But still, these have been really good like bonuses on hand for DRX.
Made the right call to say, right, we've already lost enough members. They're still not peeking out. So since they've spent enough time, fire off the snake bites first, and then we'll still have 3 members on this fire range from window. But unfortunately, at the end of the day, a little bit of better weaponry and still more members for DFM. Yeah, Anthem's relieved on that one. Who knows what trouble they could have faced there.
Almost. High Tide was nice, though. 10-5 score, and now we go back into it. DRX.
I'm getting very like antsy and uncomfortable with my shoulder. Still kind of rough like this, but
stack up around
should at least like even itself out.
Yeah, an interesting look here.
They got 4 players that are going to push up this way.
They want to push out, that much is certain.
You got a harbor trip to stop anybody from pushing it up. Is it a standard desk? Yeah. Pretty good one, I'd say. I don't use it that much, but if I'm like fighting a bit more, I do want to like stretch my legs a bit.
And DFM's banking on
maybe I do it for each map.
Now they're trying to erase mid, and then Gatecrash will be there to support B site. The problem is Medusa is all alone. Looking for a pocket kill.
He does have a toxic screen just to help him for a time being.
I should get one.
May
I don't know how useful they are overall.
Here comes Buzz, trying to
Is that a recon or from a
spotted
trip?
up by Medusa. Foxy
Probably just a recon, I imagine.
recuperate from those losses,
Great
but
fight
the
from
flash
May.
is just too darn good. A flawless
Nice.
round from DFM.
So 6 rounds. They need 3. 3 and they break their record. That's all I care about.
Cuts off the second line from DRX, so
But yeah, Hippie, I'd say that like
he actually gets really good information.
it's easy to go overboard with them because it's like ergonomic and being able to stand up and stuff like that. But the problem is that like even standing up for long periods isn't really that good for you. It's one of those ones where it's like, oh yeah, standing desks are good for you, and then there's an article saying actually standing desks are not good for you. Or not as good for you as you'd hope. DFM definitely better than last year. I mean, yeah, they look really coordinated. They actually look like they have comms, right? That their
doing good, but was there something
headphones
wrong
aren't
with
just full of
DRX's
poo.
side too? Whatever it is, next round here it comes, and it's gonna be an eco for DRX.
This change is good from DFM. This time, they're stacking A. They're sticking with it. They want to take the fight to him.
Oh, but DRX is not gonna give that fight too easily. What a flash, and then stacks to peek off of it. Another flash now, and Buzz continuing to strafe wider than ever, than May could track.
Oh, he just peeks out like in front of it. The flashback still kills him. Oh my god. Why is it always these rounds?
That's not why I'm not happy. That's crazy
Have
that flashback hits it. I was scared that
DFM
he was going to.
been able to like win an anti-eco?
To stop when you're holding backwards and then break
'Cause I
it
don't think
enough
they
so that
have.
you can hit that clean shot. Sure, he misses the first one, but a good shot. I mean, Medusa had to rotate quickly. Could it have been cleaner? It always can if you're losing the round, but flashback. What a player for GRX to pick up, or at least promote.
That's why he's here. Spike plant secure now for DRX. It's just gonna be Anthem trying to do whatever he can. They have enough to buy up in the next round, so
You know, a little bit of a beat coming out, I think, from Buzz. A little bit of a trying to get the chant going, perhaps, in the crowd. But it's going to be a save. I mean, you have to. Still only up to 11. Still doable. Still can buy up for DFM.
yeah. And so far, I mean, just showing again that DRX can always recover that.
It's
quickly.
11 for DRX. Kind of want to see Global Esports versus DFM to see which one's slightly better. Hopefully we get it in like the group stage part.
Pistols and then
Like,
starting to
fingers crossed we yeah.
I'm never a big fan of aggression against
We get that toilet
Ego,
bowl.
that's for certain. I mean, that's just so
Because people thought it'd be Talon.
but I do.
It would sort of be around that level, but I think yeah, Global Esports DFM. I think the sort of flaw from Pacific has gone up a lot. I think the teams have improved considerably with like roster moves. The only team that looks still really bad is Nova in China.
And May's all alone.
So just again, I mean, some odd happenings for DFM for reasons that I can't really tell you, but it does put DRX up at the cusp of match point.
Oh, these two members sitting here is so risky because if you go down, the round is instantly over. The double controllers stacked together.
Oh, they're kind of lined up for
Talon look great, or either Team Secret was just really bad.
might be better, but
Probably the latter. Like no, actually Talon looked great.
Mid, though, so that's not too bad.
I think May's been getting like the most first kills on this map, yet DFM is still losing these rounds.
But there is that gate crash sound too. Foxy9 dives right in off of that, and there is
Says it's way too close. With a Vandal too.
Trying to make sure not everyone can come through. He's trying to tie them up as Medusa already near the entrance of Cave.
Chucked out. I don't think it did much damage, if any. Maybe it got stacks a little.
Start the attack.
Ural on
Up
defense.
the blow, artillery comes in.
Drift.
Flashes through. Cess able to get the first shot onto Fox.
Great
Buzz, though,
decoy.
back. May comes in as well. Mako's just wanting to land that snake bite. It does buy a bit of time, but Medusa, like you mentioned, Will,
May
from behind.
is
a great use of Dimensional Drift, and Medusa just
What
does
an
not
awesome
show himself,
pickup.
because at some point, Mako's gonna have to turn around because you want
Oh,
to
the
figure out
difference
where is
between
it,
this
how
May
far
from
is
the
that
Riot
Euro
1
coming?
event and now
And I
is
love the
like,
patience coming in with the blindside as
dear
well.
Lord.
He doesn't use it immediately. They're able to get the first pick, and then he sends the decoy out. A great bait out around the pyramid.
It's good stuff coming out from DFM. I mean, a lot tighter teamwork than
good flank from
before.
Medusa. Medusa's had some good moments as well, considering they had like a really rough first half on Lotus.
Waiting for the team.
They've been good this map, really good.
Initiating with the dimensional drift. There's so much at work. But as the rounds go on, DRX's ultimates start to build up as well.
Yeah, surely GRX has a plan to use everything here. I mean, look at the site for utility as well.
Here,
It's
I
just
don't
trying
know.
to cover their
They have
back
a full
all
buy
the
at
way
least.
around.
Oh boy.
Perfect flash, two people there to fight it. Jet dash gets the last
comes
like
Foxy 9 with the
blade.
updraft.
Hunter's Fury as well, because of just one knife was enough, and Foxy's just opened this up.
Allows for Foxy just to drift up clearly. Medusa, last one left, and Foxy 9 already knows where he is.
And we've seen this be repeated a couple times. I mean, I'm all for lurks, I'm all for flanks if they work, but the thing is if that's your game plan, the backup's always going to be late, which means you should either really just empty out as much
They're
as
just
you can,
saving, I imagine.
and at least not take these somewhat broken fights. Problem being, Breeze, the site area is so huge, you don't want to give it all for free. So you have to fight at some point, right? You don't want to give all the way up through yellow, all the way up through bridge. And DRX is abusing that against CFM right now.
Dangerous place to save this
They know that
gun.
the backup's not always going to be there.
I mean, luckily nobody peeked into like heaven. Peeked up
That's
here.
one of those pain points at the very least. DFM still, I mean, a good test for the
Time out
first
for them.
debut match that they have
Thought
this
I might have
year
used
at
both of them.
Kickoffs. Now they can see, like, these are some of the improvements that we still need to make and whatnot. But on the other hand, DRX, I mean, we can't stop saying good things about them.
Well, it's an interesting match between these two teams because obviously DFM
Termi's not had to make a timeout at all. Literally nothing that needed saying, right?
But DRX also coming in with changes on the roster. So the question is still going to remain in a lot of teams' minds as they're trying to assess their potential opponents of, well, is this the case of DRX really coming back to compete for that first place in Pacific and try to take
Time
it
is it
back
now?
away from Paper
1 o'clock.
X?
It literally
Or
just turned 1 o'clock
is
as
it
I looked
just
at it.
kind of that half and half of, okay, like DRX is looking okay, there's some rough spots, because honestly,
Like a
lot of it
7-hour
is also
stream.
just off of
How's
really
DFM
good
been this
aim
series, Ryan? Hey, Daniel. They've actually been all right. They've not been bad. Like they should be doing a lot better, but they've
the Yoru, not a
consistently lost on Ticos. They lost a 4 versus 2.
entirely new, so
They lost an Antico where they used in a post plant with a Reckoning.
are they there to
And just
try
a
to
lot of
challenge
instances
Paper X, or are they
where,
really here
like,
to see what
Flashback
takes
especially
it
has just
back?
been mincemeating them. But like DFM could be like on 11 rounds at this point.
Because if it's the latter, it's like, okay, well, DFM
The most that they've got
really
is
good fight
8
then. But if it's
ever
the
against
former,
DRX. They managed 8 against Lotus and the 7 here. I just want them to push 9. I want this to be their best performance on a map against DRX.
Fair enough.
But in the series, they've got more rounds than last.
You to think a lot about what is going on in the match right now.
Oh yeah, and constantly DFM have been getting the first kill and still losing the round. I'm happy Yora's getting more pro play action. Yeah, it feels like really fitting.
Opening into the A split. However,
No, this is a really like good meta because I think that all of the duelists are strong. I think Phoenix could be a little bit better, but I also think that like what makes Phoenix good is really good. Oh, Medusa manages to get one with the trip on site.
just loves to go and pick things apart. Now angle swapped over towards yellow.
Don't fuck this up, Says.
Back of pyramids. It's gonna be Medusa that falls next.
Oh, he's
The
28
Viper's pick, though,
HP.
Assess tries to defend
The
it with
Reckoning
his
as
life.
well, but the Reckoning is like so
Able to do
awkwardly
it for the time
put.
being up against Foxy, but here comes the dimensional drift.
Oh, is this? He misses the Viper. He missed him.
He's still looking for him.
Oh, he's giving away the position. Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Off of it. And now Buzz back into safety. 30 seconds left. It's a 2-on-2. You still got that Harness Rio Anthem though.
Why? Oh, why would he fire? Why would he fire when you have like that little bullets too?
Not in a great position. Reckoning was used
Oh.
as well way too early to try to keep
He bottled it, I think. Don't lose this, DFM. Please don't find a way to lose this.
Commitment. Mako trying not to get spotted, but the beam does reveal his position. Now sticks the plan as he runs out of time.
Regon is right on top of him. Okay, 8 rounds. Just make it 9. They're on an eco now. DRX are.
A lot used. Got the Pit Reckoning and Hunter's Fury away from DFM. So honestly, a huge investment, but you'll take whatever you can get to try to claw into overtime. That first flick from Foxy 9 really allowed the possibility, because otherwise
I'm not following China, who are the top 2 teams. EDG and it's like top 3 teams. EDG, JDG, which was the old like Rare Atom team, minus Yoman plus J-Kuro, and then FPX. Trace is also pretty good. I mean, we'll kind of like go through the we'll start the watch parties on China on Thursday, the 22nd. And when it clashes with Pacific, I'll do China instead, and then you just go watch Sliggy for Pacific. But like, I got literal assets prepped. Like, I am the English broadcast for China. That is like my motive for this year.
Just instantly traded by May. Now on to the next one. It's Flashback who tries to make things happen, stays alive long enough for Mako and Stacks to come in now.
The Pit is going to go up to 1v2, but
love that. Well, yeah, I mean, I like doing this job, and I think like the penny dropped of like, I don't need to get the job to do the job. Does that make sense?
The drone gets the spot all the way to the timer,
so I imagine like watch parties to be kind of like it is now, where it's a little bit more like chill. I'm not gonna cast them, but like, yeah, I'll like do desks for the games and stuff like that.
Recon up as well.
Oh, but he's running away so far. He gets one.
All right, surely Stacks plays for time. He knows how to make this happen.
Only 4 shots for Medusa.
Running out of time. Sticks it half, sticks it full.
Ooh.
Stacks, stick it all the way.
Oh no. Just at the end.
Headshot from Stacks, 13-8.
Oh well, GG's. I mean, expected series result, a 2-0 for DRX, but I don't think DFM played badly.
But still, the veterans, the big brothers on DRX, they can definitely carry them over that finishing line. But still, I mean,
but
the legs on these
a good win, I think, for DRX.
What a performance!
I think the first map of Lotus did leave a little bit to be desired. Looked like iffy in places. But like this comp, Flashback on Cypher, the Jet and the Yoru. Like the fact that DRX are cooking up some ideas. They have Foxy and Buzz on Duelist at the same time. Like, I feel really good about like what I saw from DRX on this map especially. But for DFM, they just don't look total ass. Like, it's a much better, much more like positive approach.
Why he's one of the rising stars for Japanese Valorant, but not enough. And to me, the big thing is a little bit more variance from the calls, right? A little bit more variance.
DFM looked way better than last year. Yeah, agreed.
But there's a decent start here for DFM.
I'm happy with what I've seen.
It is nice to see some adaptations coming through as well. It's just got to be a little bit quicker, a little bit tighter. But apart from that, the sharpshooter
right, that concludes it for today. Chinese and ISO often? Not really. They used it twice, which is more than everybody else, but I wouldn't necessarily say it's a lot more. Right. I want to check the schedule for tomorrow. So that means for tomorrow's, it's the 6 AM start again, 3 best of 3s, starting with Gen G and Paper X, which would be a hell of a game. First time we've seen Paper X this year, with Monyet as well in VCT. Blade versus Global, which is the elimination game from Group A. So one of them's going home, and then T1 versus Zeta, which is a qualifying game from Group A, which, like, one of those two is going as like the top seed into the semifinals, and then they're both 1 win away from qualifying for Madrid, which is kind of crazy. Then you got DFM versus Team Secret, which is an elimination game. DRX versus Talon, which is a qualifying game for Group B, and then these are all deciding games on a Wednesday. So we'll be there 6 AM tomorrow. We'll be watching these, and then we'll start with China. And then maybe sprinkle in some EMEA, depending on just how I feel. I don't want to overdo it, but I also do want to try and do it if I can. So, yeah. Pretty good thing. Governors just started streaming as well. Wasn't settling with just destroying in the server. He's going to go into ranked 2. In fact, let's host him. I think that's probably a good person to raid. So I'll send him that way. Thanks very much for watching. Thanks for Prismal and Mo for subbing, as well as Tom for the raid earlier. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. First game, we get to see Paper X versus Gen G. So see you then. Have a good one. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.